Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projets de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the reports of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the joint visit of the Subcommittee on Transatlantic Defence and Security Cooperation and the Subcommittee on Resilience and Civil Security, held in Copenhagen, Denmark, and Nuuk, Greenland from September 12 to 16, 2022. And also to present the report from the Bureau meeting and Spring Standing Committee meeting held in Oslo, Norway from March 25th to the 26th, 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. Just in case. Nope. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture des projets.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
On this side, we have Ms. Matheson and Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to present a petition today. For 200 years, a McCordick family in Prince Edward County have been living in Point Traverse. That was until this year, when Environment and Climate Change Canada unexpectedly terminated the leases of the commercial fishing village heritage area located on Prince Edward Point National Wildlife Area. They even lived there through 1981 when this provincial or national park was named. But they've been told, and one of the reasons, which was incredible, that commercial fishing is just not viable, and those living there probably can find other ways to make it work. That is just unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from hundreds of members, and this has quite frankly made Prince Edward County residents, all of them, irate at this issue for Environment and Climate Change Canada kicking out these members, and the petition asks for the Canada Wildlife Act to set a precedent in accommodating the commercial fishing leaseholders without incident at the commercial fishing village at Prince Edward Point National Wildlife Area. These commercial fisheries are a vital part of the economy in Prince Edward County, and we under the side call on the Government of Canada to reinstate the leases for the commercial fishing village heritage area located in Prince Edward Point National Wildlife Area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation petition, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition that speaks to people's concern over the Federal Defense Department training exercises and the use of over 1,800 piglets being killed, stabbed, mutilated, and exposed to radiation or chemical nerve agents. The undersigned for this petition call upon the Minister of National Defense to end the use of animals in military medical training. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation petition, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure that I table today a petition signed by many, in particular healthcare workers, and it deals with the need for Ottawa to work with provincial jurisdictions in dealing with issues such as credentials of healthcare workers, in particular nurses and doctors, and making sure that they get recognized, to the overworked healthcare providers, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that we give better treatment to our healthcare professionals, in particular in the areas of retention, pay performance, and so forth. So it's with pleasure I table this petition today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation petition, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, and Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to present a petition once again on behalf of my constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 21st time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The people of Swan River are scared, and not because it's Halloween. The mask-wearing group they fear is not trick-or-treaters, it's violent repeat offenders who are out on bail thanks to this NDP Liberal government's soft-on-crime policies. The petitioners are calling for action with jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, présentation petition, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first one, the petitioners noted that Canada proudly proclaims that we welcome all refugees in need of safety in keeping with our mostly justified presentation of ourselves as caring, responsible people. The Safe Third Country Agreement with the U.S. has made it very dangerous for refugees to enter Canada in order to escape persecution, violence, and discrimination. And the petitioner further notes that the recent expansion of the Safe Third Country Agreement to 9,000 kilometers of the U.S.-Canada land border is forcing asylum seekers desperate for safety to look to even more dangerous pathways, and people will die. Therefore, they are calling on the government to, one, reverse the recent amendment to the agreement, and two, suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement altogether so that refugees could then enter Canada safely without risking their lives and be safe while their claims are being processed by the Immigration Refugee Board to determine whether or not they have a valid refugee claim. The second petition that I have to present, Mr. Speaker, the petitioner notes that Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the rule of law and respect for human rights and democracy. They noted that the former Minister of Immigration said, and quote, family reunification is an essential part of Canada's immigration system. And the petitioner notes that some Parliament members also acknowledge that reuniting parents and grandparents with their families in Canada provides immense contributions to our communities. Nonetheless, the family sponsorship program is a lottery system that has many flaws and is essentially closed since 2020. For 2021, 2022, and 2023, the applications that won those were chosen from the 2020 pool of interested sponsorship. The lottery system is unfair to permanent residents and citizens who were contributing to Canada's economy throughout their stay and would love to reunite with their loved ones. And a super visa, another option to relocate parents and grandparents to Canada, allow them to have multiple entries to Canada for 10 years. However, they cannot get an open work permit and in general have no rights. The petitioners are therefore calling for the government to, one, open up a submission for interest to sponsorship forms in 2023, lift the arbitrary caps on both invitations to apply and accept applications, 3, increase the annual levels planned allocation for this stream, 4, implement processing standards to ensure that families are reunited in a reasonable period of time, and finally, develop a better system for the family sponsorship program where eligible applicants could apply to sponsor their family.
Of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 4 more petitions signed by residents of the North Okanagan and Shuswap who are concerned with the Liberal NDP government's attack on natural health products. These petitions call on the Minister of Health to work with the natural health products industry and adjust Health Canada's cost recovery rates to accurately reflect the size and scope of the industry, and only implement changes once the self-care framework is adjusted, backlogs have been cleared and operations run efficiently, and there are policies and procedures in place to ensure the stable operations continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a number of petitions to present today. The first petition is from Canadians from across the country that state that free and fair trials, judicial independence, and the rule of law are cornerstones of Canadian democracy. And since 2019, protests for democracy, freedom, and universal suffrage and regional autonomy have been occurring in Hong Kong. On many occasions, these peaceful protesters of Hong Kong are charged and convicted of penal offences through a judiciary that's neither impartial, free, or fair. The people of Hong Kong have been arbitrarily charged and convicted with pro-democracy movements related to the penal offences for political purposes and are at risk of being deemed inadmissible to Canada. Therefore, the folks that have signed this petition are calling on the Government of Canada to recognize the politicization of the judiciary in Hong Kong and its impacts on the ability of Hong Kongers to come to Canada. They want to reaffirm the commitment of the national, or they want to affirm that render all national security law charges and convictions irrelevant as it pertains to Hong Kong political dissidents, and it wants to create a mechanism. They want Canada to create a mechanism by which Hong Kong people from the pro-democracy movement with related convictions may be provided an expansion or maybe provided admission to Canada if they need to. Work in Canada, work in the UK, the United States, France, Australia, New Zealand, and other democracies to waive this, the criminal inadmissibility of Hong Kongers has been happening around the world, and they would like Canada to follow suit. All right, Mr. Speaker, I think that's all the petitions I will have for today.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder to all members, all colleagues, to try to keep our petitions succinct when we're presenting them to the floor. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Very good. Is that agreed? Great. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Business of supply consideration of the motion, immigration threshold and integration capacity.
Madame Normandin.
Ms. Normandin, seconded by Mr. Garon, moves that the House call on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure, all with a view to successful immigration. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by telling you that I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for Mirabel. And I know that he's such a good speaker, it's a bit difficult to speak before him. And I am speaking also about all of my colleagues who will speak after me as well. Anti-immigration, intolerant, racist, xenophobic. Mr. Speaker, it's often said that insults are the arguments of those who have none. As I'm the first to speak today on our Opposition Day, I'm going to take the liberty of expressing a wish, namely that everybody who speaks after me, regardless of the political party that they represent, should submit arguments to the House. Let them raise the level of debate. Let them encourage reflection. Mr. Speaker, what the Bloc is proposing today is to have a serious discussion, a responsible one. What we're proposing is to put back at the heart of the immigration debate what should have always been there, but which I believe the government has lost sight of. What should be at the center, the foundation and pillar, in fact, of any discussion on immigration is the immigrant himself or herself. And if the immigrant is at the heart of our discussion on immigration, one of the logical consequences is that our ability to offer that immigrant all the necessary tools for a successful immigration journey should also be part of our discussion. And that's exactly the aim of our motion today. Mr. Speaker, let me make something clear right at the start. If we're asking the government to review its immigration thresholds, it's not because we are not welcoming. I'd like to say that Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu has been talked about quite a bit in the press, including last week. It's reported that many new arrivals choose Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu over Montreal, in some cases after having lived in both cities. This is the situation, in fact, for a number of asylum seekers who have arrived through Roxham Road and stayed with us before leaving for the big city. Many of them have decided to come back because Saint-Jean is calmer and Montreal is too hectic, according to the article, because it's a little bit easier to find somewhere to live and the cost of housing is a little bit lower, because it's a little less difficult to find work, and also because we're welcoming and word gets around among newcomers who share Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu's reputation. But as the article also mentions, nothing is perfect and far from it. And I will quote, "This regionalization of care has repercussions on the host communities, which have less experience with immigration, and above all, do not have the structures in place to properly support these newcomers. Local organizations are doing exceptional work, as is the case with Ancre and its director, Lynn Laplante, whom I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate. But there aren't enough resources to ensure that immigration, which would continue to increase, will be successful. If we want to properly welcome people, we can't be satisfied with being less bad than Montreal. Our resources and infrastructure simply do not allow us to increase these thresholds as envisioned by the federal government. In Saint-Jean, at the height of the arrivals on Roxham Road, I remember there were foster families or host families who had taken in Ukrainian nationals under their wing, telling me they could no longer find a place for them to learn French. Asylum seekers themselves were on the waiting list, and without that enculturation, finding work was much harder. In the case of asylum seekers, in order to find work, the government had to grant them their permits in the end. The article also mentioned that services for children were crucial. And again, I want to quote the article. Asylum seekers are synonymous with sometimes very difficult migratory journeys. These students or children have seen and experienced things that can leave lasting scars. Some have trauma and have significant delays in their schooling. So not only do we have to teach them French, but we have to offer them support services that are tailored to their experiences. With regard to integration capacity, the Liberals simply tell us that all we need to do is bring in immigrants with qualifications in the construction industry and they can build their own houses. Well, I hope I never get invited to dinner at a Liberal's house. I understand that I'll have to cook my own lunch. All joking aside, apart from the fact that that proposal is utterly ridiculous, if we follow the logic that newcomers will have to provide the very services they themselves need, we understand that in addition to these qualifications in construction, they should also be teachers, speech therapists, nurses, doctors, early child educators, French as a second language teacher, and so on. If we look solely at the housing shortage, which we know is critical, CMHC predicts that 1.1 million additional housing units will be needed in Quebec over the next 6 years, and that's if the federal government reverses its decision to raise immigration thresholds. The Liberals' magic thinking about bringing more construction workers here won't solve the problem. On one hand, we have unfortunately seen that many times in the past, and as my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert has often demonstrated, the federal government is nowhere to be found when it comes to providing its share of funding for housing. Quebec has to constantly fight to get the funds promised by the federal government. It took years for the $1.4 billion from the National Housing Strategy Agreement signed in 2017 to be paid. And again, it took everything recently for another $900 million to be finally released. On the other hand, you can't build new housing if the infrastructure, particularly health infrastructure, isn't ready. And that's the case here. And developers may be ready and willing to build, but the pressure on infrastructure won't allow it. And once again, the federal government is to be feared when it comes to infrastructure. As recently as last spring, you'll recall the excellent work of my colleague from Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, who had to really go after the federal government to prevent it from unilaterally pocketing no less than $3 billion owed to Quebec, with a signed agreement to back it up for the funding of infrastructure projects.
Mr. Speaker, all day today, my colleagues will talk about various aspects of our capacity to resettle, upon which successful settlement is reliant. Housing, French enculturation and language teaching, education, infrastructure, healthcare, all of these are the parameters for new arrivals to Quebec and the provinces, for this to be done responsibly. So it's crucial that the government consult Quebec and the provinces in order to fully understand what their capacity is. But consulting is just the first part of our motion today. Some say that consulting is really just about seeking approval for a project that's already been decided on. But Quebec is in a position that would tend to belie that suggestion, because Quebec has already consulted with a view to planning immigration for the period 2024 to 2027. A number of briefs were filed on a number of aspects of immigration, including French enculturation, integration, and regionalization. So there's a healthy debate going on, and it will be useful for future planning. In this case, when it comes to federal targets, the consultation cannot just be about keep talking. It has to be a real revision of the immigration levels based on what Quebec and the provinces can handle. The leader of the Bloc says you can't claim that something was unintended when it was your intent all along. If Quebec and the provinces tell the federal government that for 2024 the planned targets are simply too high to successfully resettle everyone, and if the government stubbornly pushes ahead with those targets or even increases them, we will only be able to conclude that all the government wants is more immigration for its own purposes, period. And we will understand that successful settlement is simply not a priority of this government. And ultimately, those who pay the most, those who pay the highest price, are those who have been lured into thinking that they would be well settled here. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the mid-90s, Manitoba was in a difficult position in terms of immigration, as Immigration Canada was seeing immigrants coming to Canada but avoiding the province of Manitoba. The creation of the Manitoba Provincial Nominee Program allowed the province of Manitoba to really grow through immigration. And if it was not for immigration, the population of Manitoba would have actually decreased. So immigration has been so critically important to the province of Manitoba. Manitoba has a certain amount of control. Nowhere near as much control, let's say, as the province of Quebec has. I have never heard anyone from the province of Manitoba saying that we have too many immigrants coming, in terms of government officials, saying that we have too many immigrants coming to the province of Manitoba. My question to the member is does she feel that there's too many immigrants that are going to the province of Quebec? It seems to me that the province of Quebec has more jurisdiction in terms of handling the numbers coming into the province of Quebec than other provinces.
The Député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. The debate we're having today is not about setting the immigration levels. It's about trying to start a conversation with Quebec and the provinces, which wasn't done even though the federal government is under an obligation to do just that. So in the case of Manitoba, I commend the fact that there's greater latitude, and Quebec too enjoys greater latitude when it comes to immigration to Quebec. And there's the whole question of language issues. And so when it comes to the levels, it's important to consult, because another aspect to be considered is interprovincial immigration, which can have an impact on Quebec, even though the people arrived via a different province. We still need to be able to house those people, and we know that the federal government is underfunding healthcare. That has to be part of the discussion. Their indexation is at 3%, but the current need is for a 6% increase. All of that has to be taken into account, and that's why we're asking, at minimum, for there to be a consultation, which hasn't happened. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saint-Jean for her speech today. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, there have been dozens of cases of newcomers every week, and I'd like to salute my staff in my riding office who are working hard on this, and they're doing a great job. And I assume that it's not just happening in my riding, because according to the statistics from September 30th, there are more than 2.2 million immigration cases awaiting processing. From my point of view, that's due to Liberal mismanagement. They're focusing on the wrong targets. They need to make sure that those who do come here are well taken care of. But unfortunately, there's over 2 million cases awaiting processing. I'd like my colleague to comment on that. The honourable member. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Yes, the government seems to be trying to build the aircraft while in flight. So these are human beings. These aren't numbers or files or cases or even clients. These are human beings. So that's being lost sight of. The levels are being set without really thinking about our true ability to offer decent resettlement services to these people. The work has to be done in the right order, Mr. Speaker. We need to make sure that those who are already here have all the services they need. I'm talking about everyone. There's a labor shortage that's not just affecting newcomers, and a housing shortage, it's affecting everyone. So we should be taking care of the people that are already here before we bring in even more. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for her comments. One of the things that people often do, of course, is to point fingers at newcomers when there are challenges in our communities. We know that there is a housing crisis, but I want to say very clearly, newcomers are not to be blamed for the housing crisis. The people that should be blamed for the housing crisis is the government. Both successive and Liberal governments have failed to ensure there's a proper housing plan to address the housing crisis. So my question to the member is this. From Quebec's perspective, what does Quebec need for the government to do to ensure the housing needs of Quebecers are met?
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. A quick answer, please. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And just to be perfectly clear, I never singled out the fact that immigration was causing the lack of housing. There is a housing shortage. And because of that shortage, we cannot adequately house the newcomers. That's the point I made. They're not the cause of the problem. Maybe that could be a subject of another opposition day, but the federal government should be, when it promises to invest in housing, there shouldn't be strings attached. We shouldn't have had to wait 3 or 4 years to use the $1.4 billion in investment. Precious time was lost because the federal government insisted on attaching strings to that funding. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague on her excellent speech. That sets the stage for an opposition day that's going to be very serious. We're here today talking about federal immigration targets because this is a unique point in time in recent history. We need to talk stats, and it needs to be done seriously. If the federal targets for 2024 are met, that means 1.21% of the Canadian population will be added to our population. And that's so. If this continues, it'll go even higher to 1.24. The last time this happened was in 1928 and 29. The last time immigration was such a heavy percentage of our population. Back then, Montreal was a small town, and Toronto was a cornfield. There was barely anyone living there at the time. So if we're talking about resources and resettlement capacity, let's look at what the situation is today. In Canada today, there are some 500,000 people awaiting their permanent residency applications approval, and if you add family reunification and business immigration, we're talking 3 million people waiting for their applications to be processed. And we're talking about human beings, people, not cases. So this is historic, and Quebec was never consulted. They never called Quebec City and asked, what do you think of these levels? But there is consultation going on in Quebec City, and there is a way of doing this that meets the needs of the immigrants. And I'd like to talk about this from on a more personal note. My wife came from another country to this country, made all kinds of sacrifices, and her family, they left everything behind, their home, their friends, and so on. They were like really at the bottom of the ladder when they got here. They lived in very humble housing because newcomers rarely live in the fanciest places. They take what they can get. And my father-in-law and my mother-in-law at one point decided that they wanted to buy property. It was too expensive in Montreal, so they went to the suburbs, the distant suburbs, and they got a house built. So they had access to home ownership for the first time to provide for their family. And I asked my father-in-law recently, if you had come in 2023, what would have happened? And his answer was a long silence. He said their dream would have been broken. They would have had to give up on that dream of home ownership. So these are the people we're thinking about today. In 2011, a scientific study was done, an academic study, and it showed that the health status of immigrants deteriorated subsequently to their arrival in Canada. And in another study, it shows that immigrants report that they wouldn't have decided to come to Canada in hindsight. So that shows that these academics are concerned about the number of people coming. They think that the government's concern is short-term, short-sighted, that it's just about to fill an immediate labor shortage. But these people come to Canada long-term. They're going to stay here 80 or 90 years. They're going to have children. They're going to participate in society. They're not just here short term. They're not just here to deal with a short-term labor shortage. So there's an incredible disconnect here. And today we're speaking to the government, the federal government. We're reading what reporters are saying. The federal says, well, the federal government says newcomers can build their own homes. It's hard to describe this. It's hard to put words to the absurdity of that. People always talk about the housing supply as if we could build like millions of units every year, and as if it's going to be straightforward to provide them the same quality of life as we have. When you talk to people in the housing industry, they said that in Quebec, if all construction workers, if everyone worked full time, we could build 75,000 housing units in 1 year. And last year we hit a record of 68,000. This year we're on track to build 30 to 40,000 new units. And the CMHC said we need at least 100,000. So when there's a shortfall there, that means people living in the streets. And people accuse us of being anti-immigration and racist and so on. But suddenly in Toronto, they're saying they have a homelessness problem, a lack of resources. So we want to offer these newcomers equality. And so suddenly this is a national crisis. Now that Toronto's on board, nobody's accusing them of being xenophobic when they raise the same alarms as Quebec. When someone comes here and they can't, from Morocco, and they can't get a space in childcare like Mrs. Tremblay can, there's an inequality problem there between newcomers and people who are already here. So when people say that there's no scientific definition of resettlement capacity, that's what people argue. But an economist from Waterloo did a study on immigration, and I will quote their findings to you. They say the absorption capacity is defined as the speed at which the economy can increase its investments. And raising immigration levels too quickly can have an impact on areas such as education, housing, and healthcare. So I would table that study by economists from the University of Waterloo. I am quite happy to file that study, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? Immigrants are not just cases. They're not just numbers. They're not statistics. When we're talking about immigration targets, we're talking about settlement capacity. We're talking about successful integration. We're talking about enculturation, language services, education, and so on. And we shouldn't operate on the false premise that there's an us and a them, because immigrants are in the best position to understand what it takes to successfully settle and integrate. People who've been here for generations, Mr. Speaker, have never had to go through the process of leaving their families and homes and loved ones behind. When I speak to the groups that resettle immigrants in Mirabel, when I talk to students at UQAM, where I was recently still a teacher, those are the people who best understand what we need to do to resettle people successfully. So what do we want? We want immigration to be successful. We want each and every human being who comes to this country to succeed. We want the best for everyone, regardless of their origins, the reasons that they've come here. We plan immigration for ourselves, for them, because they are part of us. This is a collective project, not just numbers, not just stats. And those who are treating them like numbers currently are the federal government and the chambers of commerce, who want to fill a short-term labor shortage. And we want everyone to do better. Immigrants are not voters. They're human beings. They're people. They're the people we live with every day. They're full-fledged participants in Quebec society. And, Mr. Speaker, in that context, where immigration is part of our social construct, that is why Quebec has to be heard from. Quebec has to be involved in the discussion where we set immigration targets. And that's why we've made this the subject of our opposition day today. And I commend everyone who's had the courage to come to Quebec, and I want them to know they're welcome. We love them. They are our fellow Quebecers, Mr. Speaker, and we are here to defend their full equality. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc want to personalize it to the immigrant that's coming to Canada, and I think that's great. I think that we should all put the immigrant first that's coming to Canada. One of the greatest frustrations I have is recognizing the immigrants that come to Canada, and they're coming to Canada as healthcare professionals. Yet through provincial jurisdictions primarily, their credentials are not being recognized, which puts a huge obligation on those immigrants to get going through education facilities and so many other barriers that are put into place. That's why one of the reasons I would love to see a resolution similar to this, but dealing with issues that would have a positive outcome for immigrants. And I'm wondering if the member, when he talks about targets, should we not be incorporating the need to recognize the credentials that individual immigrants are coming to Canada with, and that all provinces need to do more in getting rid of some of those barriers so those immigrants that are coming to Canada are able to use their educational and their experience from back in their home countries.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the member is telling us about these frustrations. We often hear from him, and he was talking about Quebec jurisdiction. And funnily enough, for once we might be in agreement, because here we're saying that Ottawa should consult Quebec. It should consult Quebec. Now, we're in a bubble here. The federal government isn't really a government. It's a bureaucracy. It's a paperwork government. It's a government that creates targets and gives orders, Mr. Speaker. but it essentially doesn't do anything for integration. That's why we need to consult Quebec. It's very important. And we also need to ensure that we are recognizing everything that needs to be recognized among immigrants. And when we have all this money and we start interfering with provinces and their jurisdiction, then we really need to think about what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague for Mirabel for his speech. Unfortunately, the member for Winnipeg North doesn't seem to have properly listened to my colleague's speech. I think he showed a lot of common sense, because we need to have consultations and be accountable. We need to be accountable when we welcome immigrants, but we also need to be accountable as a country and ensure that we're ready to properly integrate people arriving. I'd like to hear from my colleague on liberal hypocrisy. How can we trust the Liberal government? Our government, when we were in power, met its targets the very year when we modernized the Official Languages Act. Or rather, the Liberal government did that. That's the only time. And it's really quite a spectacle. What does my colleague think of that? Mr. Speaker, I don't trust either the Liberals or the Conservatives. We need to understand that Quebec is in control of economic immigration, which has gone up to 50% over the years, and that shows the importance of having consultations. And this is nothing new. Increasing immigration thresholds in an ongoing way, regardless of the state of the economy, started under Mulroney. It started under Mulroney and it went on under Conservative and Liberal governments. The lack of consultation is a federal problem, regardless of political stripe, and I think my colleagues should reflect on that.
Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments as well. On the issue around providing supports to provinces and territories to support newcomers is absolutely critical. There's no question. Even during the time with the Liberals, with the Syrian Refugee Initiative, there was much fanfare. I met families who were not able to get language training. Take, for example, a husband and wife team. They had to choose which of the family member would be able to enroll for language training because there wasn't enough spots. So the issue around the lack of resettlement services has existed for a very long time, not this moment in time, but for a very long time, and that's wrong. The NDP has called on the government to properly support newcomers when they come to Canada. So from Quebec's perspective, I would be very interested to know the kind of resources that are necessary for Quebec to be successful in supporting newcomers, especially on language training.
L'honorable député de Mirabel avec une...
A very quick answer from the member. Well, when we look at the situation, Mr. Speaker, Quebec has never invested so much in francization. But we need to remember that there is supply and demand for services. We need to ensure that they're balanced. We need to responsibly focus on both sides of the equation. And the part of that that's up to the federal government, because there's a great deal of interprovincial migration, even for people who settle elsewhere and then come to Quebec. That's up to the federal government. And I think we need here to focus on matters that are actually a federal jurisdiction. And if the other parties don't seem to want to live in an actual federation, well, there's a simple solution: Quebec independence. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today to share information with members about the immigration levels set by the Government of Canada and how we can continue to support Quebec, in particular on immigration. As members in the Bloc know, our immigration levels are presented to the House on November 1st every year, and we will respect the deadline set by the government. I can assure the House that we have carried out in-depth consultations on immigration levels for 2024-26, as we do every year. We remain determined to meet the needs of all of the provinces and territories, as well as the needs of employers and communities throughout the country. The federal government consults with its counterparts at the provincial and territorial level to set immigration levels and determine appropriate amounts to be earmarked under the provincial candidate program, among others. Canada's immigration plan is based on comments from employers, communities, provinces, territories, and it is based on data in order, among other things, to do something about the labor shortage that still exists in Canada. Under the Canada-Quebec Immigration Agreement, Quebec has rights and responsibilities having to do with the number of immigrants going to Quebec, as well as selecting, welcoming, and integrating these immigrants. We work closely then with Quebec on everything having to do with immigration. Canada sets an annual number of immigrants for the entire country while considering the number of immigrants that Quebec wishes to receive. Under the agreement, Quebec is the only party responsible for selecting humanitarian and economic immigrants and applying federal selection criteria for family reunification. The motion before us today asks the government to consult the provinces and territories and explicitly Quebec. But our government has done a great deal more than that in its consultations. This year, we carried out in-depth consultations on immigration levels throughout the country, as we do every year. We gathered commentary from each province and territory on their needs and priorities under programs such as the Provincial Candidate Program. These conversations are not a one-off. They are a permanent dialogue throughout the year. It's a dialogue that's held with public servants at different levels, politicians, and others. And it is done through planned consultations, including with ministers, in order to directly hear from all stakeholders about their challenges, needs, and potential improvements in the area of immigration. As we were planning immigration levels this year, I spoke directly with various provincial and territorial partners, including Minister Fréchette in Quebec. I also met with the Refugee Centre to discuss how we can best support refugees and asylum seekers when they arrive in Canada. I also met with the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities of Canada to guarantee that we will be strengthening Francophone communities outside Quebec through immigration. Well, Mr. Speaker, we consult Quebec like all the other provinces and territories when we create new programs and policies. And in fact, some of the measures are born from Quebec's desire to see certain provisions applied. For example, the public interest policy enabling some work permit holders to study without a study permit. That's based on something that Quebec proposed in order to allow some foreign workers in Quebec to improve their skills by studying. Last year, Quebec requested that we create a program which will enable people from outside Canada, but selected by Quebec, to enter into a permanent residency program in order to obtain an open work permit. In addition, thanks to our consultations with Quebec and at its request, we harmonized access conditions for postgraduate work permits for some programs. We harmonized these conditions with what was going on elsewhere in Canada. The Canada-Quebec Agreement of 1991 had already laid out consultation mechanisms for Quebec and Canada, and public servants often meet at the highest levels in order to discuss the common objectives that we have with the province of Quebec. In addition, we ask partner organizations, like the many settlement organizations in the country, to share their challenges with us, both at the global and local levels. We hear the reports about the communities they serve, about new arrivals entering the work market, who are trying to get their qualifications recognized, and who are ensuring that we are held up to date on how new arrivals are integrating and how the programs are functioning in their communities. We often meet with municipalities throughout the year to hear from them and to hear about their challenges and concerns. This year we have held more in-depth consultations, in fact, and we have taken into account various aspects when it comes to our strategic immigration exam review on the future of immigration in Canada. We have also held in-depth consultations on the future of immigration in Canada and on the programs and services that we will need to support it. We can support employers in all sectors, especially in sectors that are considered priorities by the provinces, such as housing, healthcare, and technology. This was a significant part of our consultations. In addition, we organized in-depth sessions, including one in Montreal, with experts on key questions such as housing, rural immigration, social cohesion, and various credentials that are needed in the market. We also heard from people throughout the country. We heard from new arrivals. We heard from other Canadians through an online poll. And under consultations called An Immigration System for the Future of Canada, we heard from nearly 17,500 people, more than 2,000 organizations, and more than 2,100 former clients who told us what they hope the immigration system will look like in future. We met with Indigenous representatives, business leaders, young Canadians, and opinion leaders in order to gather a large number of comments and in order to understand their perspectives. We saw that overall Canadians understand the meaning and value of immigration and how it will support our future. They understand the value brought by new arrivals and how diversity strengthens our communities. We also heard about the challenges facing communities and new immigrants. We heard from the provinces, territories, and employers about the fact that they continue to need skilled workers. And they also said we will need more trades workers in order to build more housing. And that we also need more healthcare workers for our hospitals and long-term care. Without immigrants, it would have been very difficult for the Canadian economy and Quebec's economy to meet some challenges that we faced over the last 2.5 years. Many of our temporary and permanent residents in the country are working in key sectors like healthcare, transportation, agriculture, and manufacturing. Permanent immigration is essential for long-term economic growth in Canada. It represents nearly 100% of the growth of our active population. And by 2032, it will represent 100% of our demographic growth. 50 years ago, when I was born, there were 7 workers for each retiree in Canada, but now that number is close to 3. And it might fall to 2 by 2035. If we do not change the path on which we are now by welcoming more people to Canada, we will have future conversations that have nothing to do with the labor shortage. They will actually be whether we can even keep our schools and hospitals open in the first place. So our government is working with all partners to find a balance between supporting our employers, our economy, respecting our long-term humanitarian commitments, and our guarantee that our immigration plans will be aligned to the needs of each community. We also consider operational realities, like our service standards, program complexity, immigration results evidence, and settlement and integration costs. The 2024 immigration levels will reflect needs that have been brought to our attention by Canadians throughout the country. They will also consider our humanitarian commitments, for example, when it comes to immigrants from Afghanistan and Ukraine. All of this will support growth in Canada and reduce impact on national systems like housing and infrastructure. We know that we need to find a balance between our humanitarian commitments and our economic needs. We need to help new arrivals succeed. We know that Canada has an infrastructure deficit, and we all agree that we need to invest a large amount in order to do something about this. But immigration is not the cause of our housing shortage, which has origins going back decades. All levels of government and the private sector need to work together to do something about the housing crisis. We will continue to consult the provinces and territories, who have jurisdiction over many aspects of this challenge. In the federal government, we will align our immigration policies on the various measures taken to reduce the challenges in housing and infrastructure. Immigrants are part of the solution to the housing crisis. That is why we are giving priority to workers who will support the housing sector. Thanks to our economic immigration stream, we are targeting candidates who could help us to do something about the labor shortage in construction. That way we will be able to build more housing. Without immigrants, the Canadian and Quebec economies would have had a great deal of trouble meeting the challenges of the last few years. We know that many temporary and permanent residents work in key sectors like health, transportation, agriculture, manufacturing, and of course, construction. And one of these programs was created with the help of Quebec leaders for the healthcare sector.
And it's essential that all governments commit to meeting the needs of the people we serve, whether in Quebec, Nunavut, Nova Scotia, or British Columbia. We're not looking to determine immigration levels for decades to come, but we are looking to understand where the needs of the employers, industries, communities, provinces, and territories are going, so that we have the operational capacity and a modernized immigration system to support those needs. We have listened to and worked with Francophone communities outside Quebec on the challenges of declining population size in Francophone minority communities. And in the coming days, I will have more announcements to come on this. We have worked with the Minister for Official Languages to support the implementation of the Action Plan for Official Languages, which includes strengthening Francophone and bilingual immigration through the Francophone Immigration Strategy. In 2022, we reached the target of 4.4% of French-speaking immigrants admitted outside Quebec, but that's not enough. We all know that. Not only did we reach that target, however, we reached it, and it was the first time we reached it. We reached it a year ahead of schedule. Last year, we welcomed more than 16,300 French-speaking newcomers outside Quebec, 3 times more than in 2018. This is the highest number of French-speaking immigrants admitted to Canada from outside Quebec since we began collecting data in 2006. This increase coincides with the introduction of our Francophone immigration strategy at the end of 2018. Canada has a long tradition of welcoming newcomers, and Canadians are justifiably proud of their immigration heritage. It's also through immigration that our country has grown strong and has been able to continue moving forward, not to mention forging strong ties between people by diversifying our communities and acting as an economic engine. With the 2024-2026 Immigration Levels Plan focused on attracting skilled workers who will contribute to Canada's economy, we are more confident than ever that we can maintain our world-class immigration system, which is the envy of almost all countries around the world. We will reduce waiting times for applicants, promote family reunification, and continue to support the world's most vulnerable people with one of the best refugee resettlement programs in the world. This year's plan is well supported by a strong immigration system, which we are making great strides to improve even further. Our focus remains then on economic growth and immigration, as these are essential to our country's short-term economic recovery and our long-term prosperity. I will conclude on that note, and we are delighted to support the blog's motion. Questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I spoke in my speech about the fact that Quebec had a real consultation before announcing its thresholds, and I think the federal government did exactly the opposite. It was part of the Century Initiative. They already announced the intention of some people to have 500,000. We asked the government, did you take into consideration the impact on housing? And they said, well, the 500,000 was already an idea that was important. So I would invite the Canadian government to review its immigration thresholds over coming years, given new statistics, because when it gives us figures that seems exaggerated, it's not taking into consideration the integration capacity, and would ask the government to consider that in its goals. I don't think there was a real consultation and that the minister was really informed with regard to the 500,000. What will the government do after a real consultation, if there is one, and if the minister notes that the integration capacity is not sufficient to have 500,000 people come in? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of hypotheses in that question posed by the member for the Bloc. Clearly, she did not listen to what I said, particularly with regard to the consultations that we had, with regard to our review of our strategic plan that will be announced in the coming hours. I find it a bit unfortunate because she knows full well that Quebec decides in large part following the Quebec Accord Agreement, as I mentioned in my speech, by the way. This has gone back to the 1990s. I think there's a refusal to some extent to listen to what I've said. Communication and coordination can be improved, of course, but we are not always in agreement with Quebec. That's the nature of a relationship. But first, she didn't listen to my speech, or she's acting in bad faith. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to the Minister of Immigration, we're debating this motion about wraparound services for immigrants and newcomers coming to Canada. He was just in Calgary, so he would know that the Centre for Newcomers in Calgary and the Catholic Calgary Immigrant Services has had their funding cut. They need another $3 million in order to provide those key on-the-ground services for newcomers coming to Canada. They've estimated about 8,000 Ukrainians have come to Calgary on a CAWID visa, and they have about 6,000 Afghans they're helping to resettle. The situation has gotten so bad that Calgary Police Service is actually dropping off government-assisted refugees, the responsibility of the federal government, into the lobby of their downtown location because they have nowhere to go. They have nowhere to go, and this is the last place where they can find refuge. And winter is coming, so as many of these service providers are talking about, they've had to let go of 65 staff members between these two agencies. Thousands more are expected to need that type of frontline help. So why isn't the minister providing that critical support? Why isn't he there? And when he was in Calgary, why did he do nothing about this, knowing that there's going to be this shortfall for this important frontline service to be provided in Calgary?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, first I would thank the member for his comments. I would invite him to speak to the organizations that I spoke to, because that was not the tenor of the conversations we had. Certainly, we did have conversations about planning and making sure that we are more coordinated. And I think there's this false impression that the federal government is responsible for everyone that crosses the border. This is a shared jurisdiction. Immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers, they all enrich this country and will enrich the tax base of the country. And to sit there and say that suddenly the federal government is responsible for people that come into this country simply because they cross the border is again, an operation in bad faith. Provinces know, and we transfer monies under the social transfer to provinces to make sure that they are doing their job. So when I see these issues, and they're not limited to Calgary, and in fact I had some very productive conversations in Calgary. What Canadians are telling us, what organizations are telling us, is that we need to be more coordinated, whether it's at the municipal level or at the provincial level. But I need to note in this context, Mr. Speaker, that in the last few years we've seen massive transfers of money from the Canadian government to provincial governments. It's also time that they stepped up and they did jobs for future Albertans, future Canadians.
Jerry Kamal-Terre, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We heard earlier from the former Minister of Immigration point his finger at international students for Canada's housing crisis. I'm glad to hear from the Minister of Immigration today that he says the housing crisis Canada faces, newcomers are not to be blamed. My question to the Minister is this. What Canada needs to do is to ensure that there's a proper housing plan to address the housing crisis that includes international students. So will the minister take it up and ensure that his government provides leadership in this regard and partner with institutions, provinces, and territories in a one-third cost sharing to ensure that international students and students, for that matter, would have access to proper housing?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I won't do is commit to NDP funding formulas on the floor of the House of Commons, but clearly what I've heard from the MP, and I would note that in her home province, some very good work has been done to clean up some of the designated learning institutions that have been in fact responsible for creating false hope abroad with respect to international students, have attracted people here on a false promise of hope, false premise. You don't need to spend $40,000 in fees to end up driving an Uber. But it is something that we need to work together with provinces to make sure that they are actually doing their jobs in their jurisdictions to rein in a lot of the designated learning institutions, which they sanction, they back, they get the funds for directly. The federal government doesn't get any money, and then ask us at times to rubber stamp applications from folks whose hopes have been entertained and sometimes falsely about coming to this country. International students are a huge credit to this country. On the vast majority of them will contribute in their own countries when they return to being soft ambassadors for Canada, and even increasing the productivity in Canada when they become permanent residents or eventually Canadian citizens. Is not a guaranteed pathway, but clearly there's been some fraud. Clearly there's been an ecosystem that's been created that has been very, very lucrative, and people are taking advantage of that. We're willing to work. We've instituted last Friday a model for the federal government to start doing its job a little better, but we expect provinces to do as well. It depends on the province, but we're willing to, we have open arms with them to work with them and get it done.
You're here. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Francophone immigration is very important to British Columbia, and BC Association of Francophonies does great work when it comes to helping the Francophonies coming into British Columbia. And I have a school, which is a Francophone school in my constituency. Minister has mentioned that government has achieved 4.4% outside of the Quebec when it comes to Francophone immigration, and he said more work has to be done. Could Minister elaborate what more steps he would take to make sure that we have more Francophone immigrants coming into British Columbia?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
To transfer myself from a minister to a deputy minister in this context, but I think the devil is in the details and the logistics in which my department administers a program that we haven't done a very good job in the past in doing in increasing Francophone immigration in our own sphere of jurisdiction. It's lended us to a lot of rightful criticism about making sure that we are doing immigration in a proper way to reflect the bilingual nature of this country. The 4.4% that we reached represented an increase of 450% rather of those numbers. But again, it's not enough. If we need to make sure and reestablish some level of parity in Canada with respect to the communities, that we need to get up to a permanent number of about 6%, which will require increases of 6, 7, 8%, perhaps even more over the next years. What we need to put in place are the mechanisms in order to ensure that this is something that's permanent, including making sure that we have funding, making sure provinces are providing funding, making sure that we are putting in place structures that favor Francophone speakers as they come to this country, perhaps moving from a situation where Francophone students could go and have a pathway to permanent residence, making sure that we're going and doing missions abroad, and that we are tackling the challenges to get French teachers. That's a need that exists outside Quebec as much as it exists inside Quebec. But it's work that we haven't done as structured and as well in the past. So I think I look forward in the next year to be able to show the House of Commons and our colleagues in government and Canadians that we actually can do this job, and we can actually put in place a system that favors and encourages Francophone migration. I can't conclude my comments without talking about the importance of combating systemic racism. We know that systemic racism has impacted our ability to recruit French talent in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly in West Africa, and that needs to be fixed as well.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm glad to be joining this debate. Just right off the top, I will say I will be sharing my time with the member for Edmonton Mill Woods, my colleague from up north, also the deputy leader of the Conservative Party. I'd also be remiss if I didn't start just addressing an issue that is top of mind for many of my constituents and top of mind for Canadians coast to coast. I want to remind everybody, because it's on my mind again, the Prime Minister's carbon tax flip-flop that he committed, and that the Prime Minister has effectively created two classes of Canadians. One class of Canadians gets a carbon tax exemption on their home heating, while another much larger group of Canadians, including constituents of mine, will get nothing. They're not in this class of individuals. This gimmick that the Prime Minister come up with has resulted in 97% of Canadians are excluded from getting any type of relief on their taxes. Any relief should apply to all regions of Canada, not to one region of Canada only, for electoral purposes. And there's only one answer on this, is that home heating should have all carbon taxes removed off of it, and that common sense Conservatives will axe the tax entirely on all home heating, gas, groceries, and all on farmers who grow the food, people who ship the food, people who process the food. Everybody deserves the same tax break that one region of Canada's got. So just off the start, I wanted to mention that, Mr. Speaker. We're debating a motion from the Bloc today, which, so if the Bloc will indulge me, I'm going to go all over the immigration system to different parts because I want to indict the former immigration minister, who's now the housing minister, on his performance. And having now heard the current immigration minister, I see that we're basically repeating the same mistakes of the past. We've gotten to a point where many Canadians are emailing me, calling me, direct messaging me. There are more articles being written about people's confidence in the integrity of the immigration system. And is it delivering on the expectations of Canadians? And that's, I think, the substance of the motion that the Bloc has put forward, which is are we achieving our goals through the immigration system? Many members know this. I'm an immigrant. I came to Canada in 1985. My kids are all born in Calgary. I've lived in different parts of Canada at different times. And when I look at our immigration system today, it is not the promise. It's not fulfilling the promise it did decades ago for immigrants who are landing here. And when you look at the immigration system as it functions right now, and I've had these exchanges with the immigration minister now, it's telling when you have a summer cabinet retreat about housing, and then you confront the immigration minister because you're trying to hold him accountable for those same numbers, and he can't even answer the basic question of how many construction workers have they brought in this year so far, last year, the year before that, and doesn't know, and then makes a ridiculous claim like he's not the minister of knock codes. Well, that's the number one way of tracking immigrants who come to Canada, is what type of occupations they're in. We have an entire database system at Statistics Canada which tracks exactly that one important statistic. What occupation do you have? What occupation are you in? And then as you get more seniority, like what type of occupation classification is it? And it's, in a lot of ways we say this, and even the Minister of Immigration alluded to it. The Minister of Immigration in this country is also responsible for jobs, because a lot of immigrants who come here want to work. We want to make a contribution to the country that has greeted us as become our new home. And not to have that number is a real indictment. And the previous immigration minister, when he became housing minister, then expressed a great deal of regret. And I want to talk about international students first, and I'll go to the Federal Skilled Trades Program, the Federal Skilled Worker Program as well. But on international students, we have almost record numbers of international students who are going to Canadian institutions. Some of them are going to U15, U21, going to get postgraduate degrees. We're not so much concerned about their experience in Canada, although it is much more difficult finding a place to live, and with the cost of living as it is today, what they're being told from their country of origin when they come to Canada, how much funds they will need annually just to get by is very, very different. But then you have a lot of these plaza colleges that are not providing an opportunity. First of all, many international students who come to Canada have a desire to seek a postgraduate work permit to continue making a contribution in the workplace. But now you have stories upon stories where people are living under bridges. You have stories of people struggling and going to food banks. Canadians, but also international students. I don't think these international students expected to have to go to a food bank when they came to Canada. So during the summer, the now former immigration minister, current housing minister, then said, it wasn't his fault. It's an uncapped program, and therefore it's a limitless amount of applications could be accepted. Don't look at him. It wasn't him. He wasn't responsible for 2.5 years. We've reached a point today because of him. That housing minister, when he's immigration minister, just didn't pay attention to his file. And the same thing, now we can go to the Federal Skilled Trades Program. The primary way to bring in construction workers should be this program, a program that even the OECD has criticized as not being the expectation. And the correct number is 80. Last time I checked, the September number was 80. That's how many construction workers had been brought to Canada. Now, there are other programs that construction workers can make it in. And again, the previous now housing minister, who says that we need construction workers to come from elsewhere. We need to train them in Canada. We need to find people who want to retrain, so we can there's a zoning problem, there's a construction problem. We know we have the least amount of construction permits being issued. But we need construction workers, people in residential construction who want to build homes. We're not bringing those people in anyway. In fact, when you look at the numbers generated by the previous immigration minister when he was there, over 7 years worth of construction workers. That's how much in 2 years we've brought in retail supervisors. Where were his priorities of the previous immigration minister? Where were his priorities in the immigration system? What was he focused on? Why didn't he pay attention to this? He saw the numbers coming. He saw it and said, that is not my job. That's literally what the immigration minister just told me when I asked him a very specific question about 2 immigrant service centers in Calgary who provide frontline services to government-assisted refugees. And unlike what the minister said, that is his responsibility. There are resettlement dollars being provided by the federal government expressly for this purpose. You can't download that to the provinces. I think this is a commonality that hopefully the Bloc will agree with me. You can't download that service onto a province and expect them to just, make it happen. He said, not his job. That's not his responsibility. In fact, after they met with the Minister of Immigration, they came to see me because they were shocked at the answer they got. So I did get the feedback on how that meeting went. And so I find it just galling that we'd have an immigration minister who would say, the current one, who would say, not my problem, not my fault. Previous immigration minister says, after looking at the numbers, I have now regrets, and had a bunch of ideas that he floated out and then left it to his replacement to try and figure out what was going on. Like, we know how bad it is. Like, I have a document, its header is International Students, Repatriation for Sudden Deaths. That's how bad it's gotten. Repatriation for sudden deaths. It's been circulated by the World Sikh Organization, who I met with many months ago, who provided me this document of a crematorium and funeral home in Brampton that's had to create a document specifically for international students because that's how bad it's become. The number of suicides in that community has risen greatly. And this is just one of them. This is just one of those documents. And it goes on in quite a bit of detail to help these families have their loved ones return to their country of origin. That is the immigration system. These 2 immigration ministers, 2 housing ministers, it's hard to follow which title they prefer now, have left us with today. Maintenant, de retour un peu sur la motion que le Bloc, bien sûr, a déposée.
Coming back to the document before us, we have a system today that has a backlog of 2.2 million cases. We were always told that there would be an online portal that would bring the number of applications in the backlog down, but it hasn't gone down. It was 2.2 million last year and 2.2 million again this year. It was 1.9 million just before the pandemic. And so the backlog has been in the millions for years. People have been waiting for a yes or a no from the government for years. And many of those people are already here working. They could be here as students, and they're just trying to change their status from temporary to permanent. So they're in a precarious situation. It's hard to live your life here in this country when you have to wait year after year after year and call on your MP for assistance. All our riding offices are overwhelmed by calls from people who are having problems with Immigration Canada. There are more and more people 144% more than in 2013. So at the EX level or management level, there are tons of people waiting for this kind of application to get processed. So I'll be supporting the Bloc's motion, and I'd be delighted to take any questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke at length about the housing situation and referred to experts in the industry who could contribute to the solution when it comes to housing. But underlying that problem, there's an infrastructure problem. There's a lack of municipal infrastructure. And without that infrastructure, you can't just build more housing. The infrastructure to support housing has to be there too, municipal infrastructure. So does my colleague think that bringing in more builders is the solution? Is that going to be enough to solve the problem, including the problem of municipal infrastructure? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. Obviously, there's the question of housing and industrial office building and construction in all those areas. You know, in Alberta, we have the second highest level of immigration within Canada. So a lot of people who are already in Canada choose to move to Alberta. Alberta is their ultimate destination. So it's hard for me to believe that even with all the information we have at the federal level, how do you ask a newcomer what city they're ultimately going to settle in? Like in 1 year, in 4 years, 5 years, where do you see? It's hard for anyone to answer that question. Where will they be in 5 years? Because newcomers often have very little information about Canada before they come here. And I'll give you my personal example. When my father came to Canada, he didn't know which province he was going to settle in. So he came to Canada and he worked at the shipbuilding site in Sorel. He didn't know he'd be working in French.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments. We've been hearing a lot about comments in the public realm, even from the minister, the former Minister of Immigration, who is throwing newcomers under the bus and blaming them for the housing crisis, particularly as it relates to international students. So my question to the member is this. Isn't it the case that Canada has a housing crisis because successive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed Canadians? Because successive Liberal and Conservative governments have cancelled the co-op housing program in the case of Conservatives and the National Affordable Housing Program in the case of Liberals. That has actually attributed to the housing crisis that we face today.
Here, here.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
The simple answer, Speaker, is no, that's not it. Pre-2019, I didn't have constituents coming to tell me that they were worried about being able to purchase a home, being able to find rent. It wasn't a problem until the Liberal government with their NDP allies decided that it was a good idea to overspend $600 billion during the pandemic, $205 billion of which had nothing to do with addressing the pandemic losses to our economy and jobs and housing issues and making sure our healthcare systems across the provinces. That overspending then led to a massive increase of the money supply. You know who warned those two political parties not to do that? The member for Carleton. For 2 years, kept warning that if you drastically increase the money supply without having new housing supply come on market, you would double the price of homes. You would then double the price of rent. This was perfectly foreseeable, and they voted for it.
Here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've always cautioned some members not to throw stones in glass houses. The member talks about processing times. And when I was in opposition, the processing times, and I'm sure he doesn't have the paper for this, for people getting married, 3-4 years, easy. Those are the type of calls that I was getting. Talk about sponsoring parents and grandparents. The Conservatives actually killed the program. They ended the program. And then when they started it, look at the numbers. And processing times at the time when they ended it, 8-9 years. My question to the member isn't related to the processing times, but rather in regards to the provincial government's roles in identifying people that are coming to the provinces. In Manitoba alone, through the Provincial Nominee Program, which was a Jean Chrétien creation, provides more immigrants, economic immigrants, coming to the province than any other program. Does the member not recognize that provinces also have a role to play when it comes to the type of immigrants that are coming to Canada?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
My response will be about processing times, and I do actually have a paper on that. Funny it is, the Auditor General's report found that on average, privately sponsored refugees waited 30 months for a decision. Some of them waited 2 years before their file was even touched. And I have the 2015 numbers, so I'd like to refresh the member's memory. Study permits in 2015 took 31 days to process. They now took 88 days as of just a few months ago. Work permits took 42 days. These are IRCC numbers. Work permits took 42 days in 2015. Now they take 62 days to process. Temporary resident visas took 13 days to process back in 2015. And today, I have the number for April 2022. It took 72 days. They have nothing to teach us on immigration processing times.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Mill Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will just take a minute to address something that I've received a number of calls on just in the last day or so, that with this Prime Minister's carbon tax flip-flop, the Prime Minister has effectively created two classes of Canadians, one who...
We have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Mr. Speaker, we witnessed it yesterday, and once again we're starting to see it again today, where members of the Conservative Party will stand up and they will start off their speeches by dialogue in terms of the price on pollution, the thing in which they actually supported back in the last election, and being critical of the government. It is not relevant to the debate at hand, and I get the feeling that we're going to see more and more of that throughout the day, and members should be cautioned in terms of staying relevant to the debate at hand.
I'll run a couple of cautions. One, when we're doing questions and comments, that we try to keep them in concise and the answers keep them concise as possible, because we were running over time on doing that. But also, we normally give a little bit of allowance for that first minute to make sure they can talk about the things that they are important to them in their constituencies. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know they don't want to discuss their flip-flop and how they're hurting Canadians right across the country, but the fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister's carbon tax flip-flop, the Prime Minister has effectively created two classes of Canadians. One who gets the carbon tax exemption that they announced on their home heating, and another massive group of Canadians who doesn't, like my constituents in Alberta, Mr. Speaker, where it's also cold and they will need to heat their homes.
Another point of order. The member should explain the connection between immigration and the carbon tax. If he's able to do that, then fine, but otherwise I think he's off topic. I think he's trying to pollute an opposition day by shifting the debate to what he'd like to talk about. I don't think that's allowed here. I think he should show more respect and speak to the topic that's before us today. I think it's important for everyone to have the opportunity to present their ideas initially.
It's time to get to the crux of the discussion that we're having today. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Millwoods.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important to address the fact that this government's incompetence is not only in one area, Mr. Speaker, and that the Prime Minister's carbon tax gimmick will not help 97% of Canadians, much like Canadians in Alberta. It will only help in one region of the country. And there is only one answer, Mr. Speaker, on home heating. We need to remove the carbon tax from all forms of heating. But I will, Mr. Speaker, also address another incompetence of this government, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about the countless families, students, skilled workers affected by the Liberal government's poor mismanagement of the immigration system. As a Member of Parliament, I regularly meet with constituents in desperate situations due to the current state of our immigration system. I hear about the endless backlogs, years of separation from loved ones, and businesses in urgent need of skilled workers. Immigrants contribute to our economy not only by filling gaps in our labor force and paying taxes, but also by spending money on goods, housing, and transportation. In fact, more than 40% of newcomers to Canada between 2011 and 2016 who were working in the healthcare sector were employed in the important areas of nursing and residential care facilities, as well as home health care services. According to the International Education Strategy, international students contribute more than $21 billion to the economy every year through student spending and tuition. Their spending amounts to more than Canada's exports of auto parts, lumber, or aircraft. Many international students will stay and build their careers in Canada, enhancing our capacity for innovation and helping us build a stronger economy for the future. Mr. Speaker, we are a nation of immigrants. I'm the son of immigrants. My father would always say that in Canada, there's value in hard work. That if you can provide for your family, you can buy a home and provide for your family, but not after 8 years of this government and their mismanagement of this system. Many new Canadians are struggling. International students are struggling. Canadian businesses are struggling, Mr. Speaker. Everything is broken, including the immigration system. The failures of the former immigration minister has hurt our immigration system. But I also say it's completely unfortunate that the same minister has now been promoted to being housing minister to address our housing crisis. The staggering backlogs and delays in the immigration system that he oversaw have created a profound human crisis where families are left in limbo and the skilled professionals who came to Canada to work here and contribute to our country are forced to wait around without as much as an answer. The toll of these delays is immeasurable. Families endure emotional turmoil, financial strain, and the crushing weight of uncertainty, all while awaiting a decision that holds their future in the balance. Mr. Speaker, those who want to come to Canada deserve a plan that provides clarity and certainty. Every person deserves a process that treats them with dignity, compassion, and respect. But the Liberals' record when it comes to immigration is one of failure, mismanagement, and backlogs that last for years. Common sense Conservatives believe in a common sense immigration system that is employer-driven. That is why the number of immigrants coming to Canada contribute to the skills will naturally fluctuate and should not be driven by arbitrary government targets. Instead, it should be driven by labor shortages and workforce needs. Immigration numbers should depend on demand by businesses to hire new Canadians for unfilled jobs, by charities to sponsor refugees, and by families to bring loved ones to Canada. Because of this government's failure to process applications and provide work permits for skilled workers to address urgent labor shortages, provinces are having to step up and ask for more powers to deal with the problems the Liberals haven't solved, problems that they created. Skilled workers that Canada needs today are forced to leave because their work permits expired and they don't get a new one in time. The current IRCC application backlog is 2.2 million as of September 30th, 2023. In September of 2022, the department introduced an all-digital application system, promising the application backlog would be reduced. Mr. Speaker, it has not reduced. This is just another failure by the current Minister of Housing and the former Immigration Minister. Processing times at IRCC are not even close to meeting service standards. According to a recent report by the Auditor General, privately sponsored refugees waited an average of 30 months for a decision on their file. Overseas spouses or common law partners waited 15 months to be reunited with their partners in Canada. You may think that things will be better for trained professionals and skilled workers that Canada needs, but this is not the case, Mr. Speaker. Only 3% of applications for the Federal Skilled Worker Program were processed within service standards. According to Globe and Mail, thousands of highly skilled immigrants who in previous years would easily have qualified for permanent residence in Canada are being forced to return to their home countries as their work permits expire as a result of the Liberal-made backlog. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Liberals took over a Conservative-led immigration system. Processing times were as followed. Study permits were at 31 days. Work permits were 42 days. Temporary resident visas, 13 days. In April of this year, processing times, study permits, 88 days. Work permits, 62 days. Temporary resident visas, 72 days. These numbers are even more shocking when considering that 144% increase in IRCC personnel since 2013. Executive management went from 135 people to 227 people in the same time span. Because of this government's failures and under the watch of the current housing minister and former immigration minister, dishonest immigration consultants and plaza colleges, Mr. Speaker, these are colleges that popped up in strip malls, are allowed to flourish in Canada. This is due to the breakdown in operations and system integrity across IRCC. These plaza colleges take advantage of international students, charging them tens of thousands of dollars to enroll, and some of them enrolling 10 times the more students than they have capacity, that their buildings have capacity for. International students in Canada are being taken advantage of and subject to poor living standards. This has led to international students living under bridges or sharing a floor mattress in a basement for $500 a month. Community organizations have also raised concerns about students' mental health and suicide rates in the international student population in Canada. Sadly, one crematorium in Brampton has a pamphlet for families of international students outlining the process and cost of repatriating a body after sudden death. And yet, after completely mishandling the international students file, the government is shamefully blaming the students for the current housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. And this is the same minister who was in charge and broke the immigration system, who is now responsible for addressing the housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government's failure to put forward a real plan to ensure a fair, orderly, and compassionate immigration process has real consequences for those hoping to call Canada home. They are not just file numbers, but real human beings. Behind every statistic lies a deeply personal story of someone yearning for a better life in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Millwoods did not mention one category of immigrants, which is a key here to bring brightest immigrants to Canada. That is the parents category. I know the reason, Mr. Speaker, because under the previous Conservative government, it was taking 7 years for parents to come and join their families. Spouses, it was taking 4 years. And under Liberals, it is down to 2 years for the parents and 12 months for the spouses. The parents and grandparents, I will only focus on that, Mr. Speaker, because the Conservative gutted that system, and in the last year of their power, they brought in only 5,000 applications and decreased the age of the dependent child from 21 to 18. When Liberals took power, I can give you the record, Mr. Speaker, that over the last so many years, we brought minimum 20,000 applications every year, so as more parents and grandparents can come in. I would like to ask through you, the honourable member from Millwoods, if that parents category that I talk about is also important to his constituents.
Honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, that is an important category for Canadians to be able to reconnect with their loved ones. I actually did talk about that in my speech, and that's an important part of our plan. But one of the biggest problems here is that the Liberals introduced what they call a lottery system for parents and grandparents. So instead of knowing, when having some certainty for families of when their parents and grandparents would be able to come and get through the whole immigration process, the Liberals introduced a lottery system. And if you talk to Canadians who are part of this lottery system, they have no idea. They've been waiting for years. They have no idea when they're going to reconnect with their parents or grandparents, because they have this ridiculous lottery system that is failing families, where families are waiting and waiting and waiting, and they just don't get the lottery, Mr. Speaker. The reconnection with the loved ones should not be left up to a lottery.
Un commentaire, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, my colleagues for Saint-Jean-Mirabel pointed out how important it is to center immigrants in the process that we have today. Unfortunately, with the wait times and other difficulties, and also the housing crisis, it's increasingly difficult to do this. I would ask my colleague about whether we indeed need to think deeply about whether we need a better way to welcome immigrants over the next few years.
L'honorable député de Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely important that when new Canadians come to Canada that they have an opportunity to succeed, that when they come here that they have an opportunity and the availability of jobs for them to be able to provide for their families, the opportunity to purchase a home and provide, have the opportunity for their children to go to school and be able to access the healthcare system. It is absolutely imperative that all of that is in place when we ask immigrants or allow immigrants to come to Canada. Unfortunately, what's been happening under this Liberal government is that infrastructure just is not there. They have not done the hard work to ensure that when new Canadians come to Canada, that they have the necessities, the basic necessities of life, that all of that needs to be in place. The Liberals have not put that in place. They announce a lot of numbers, but don't put in the hard work to get it really done and to help new Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's truly remarkable watching Liberals and Conservatives argue over housing. It's kind of like watching two arsonists argue who burned the house down. The Conservatives want you to magically think that these problems all started in 2015, when in fact what we are seeing today is the natural conclusion of decades of Liberal and Conservative-backed policies that have gotten us to where we are. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, a simple question. Do my Conservative colleagues support the call by housing advocates to stop the financialization of housing by implementing a moratorium on the acquisition of affordable housing units by financial landlords and the creation of a non-profit acquisition fund? It's taken a long time to dig this hole from Liberals and Conservatives. It's going to take a sustained effort to get us out of it. Does he support that?
Honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods. We're almost out of time, but let me answer your question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely imperative that we do build more homes in Canada, and what we support is actually a private member's bill that we have by the Conservative leader right now to build more homes and not Bureaucracies Act, Mr. Speaker. This bill would help to build more homes so new Canadians can move into homes. Canadians who are already here that can move into homes, Mr. Speaker. We need more homes in Canada. We need to work with municipalities to ensure that they remove the gatekeepers, that they remove the red tape, and build more homes for Canadians to move into.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to enter into this debate. First, let me thank the my bloc colleagues for bringing this motion forward. They're absolutely correct to say that the federal government needs to consult with provinces and territories with respect to Canada's immigration plan. There's no question about that, and I do believe that the Canadian government is doing that. But that said, though, what needs to be done, of course, is for the federal government to show the necessary leadership to support provinces and territories so that they have the necessary resources to support newcomers. But not only just to support newcomers, but to support all communities, for us to be healthy communities. I am an immigrant. I am one of those people who came to Canada. Now, back in the day, my family struggled to survive, but we did survive. We also had a housing crisis at that time. A family of 8 lived in a basement suite. For 8 people, a 700 square feet basement suite. That's all that we could afford. Fast forward to today. Where are we at with respect to the housing crisis? We now have a situation where, in Toronto, newcomers are sleeping on the street. The weather is getting colder and colder all the time. And where are they at? They do not and cannot even access a shelter. The city of Toronto is left holding the bag on their own. The federal government, the Liberals, promised that they would transfer money to them. Well, that money has yet to materialize. All talk, no action, continuously. What do? They disappoint. They don't actually deliver on what they say. Now, when we talk about the housing crisis elsewhere, because it's not just newcomers who are struggling with the housing crisis, all Canadians are struggling with the housing crisis. And then what does the government want to do? The former Minister of Immigration is pointing at newcomers, pointing at international students, as though somehow they are responsible for Canada's housing crisis. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Who is responsible for Canada's housing crisis? It is successive Liberal and Conservative governments who failed Canada, who failed Canadians. Whether you're a renter or whether you're someone who wants to buy a home. What happened in the last 30 years between the Liberals and Conservative governments? Canada lost more than 1 million units of housing that was being rented at $750 or below a month under both the Liberals and the Conservatives. And what else happened? The Conservatives canceled the co-op housing program. The Liberals canceled the National Affordable Housing Program. They gutted funding for housing, downloaded it to provinces and territories and to the city and say, good luck to you. And then when they did that, when they walked away from their responsibility, now we have a housing crisis. Who do they point their guns at? The Conservatives. The leader of the Conservatives are pointing their guns at municipalities as though it's all their fault that there is a housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. Municipalities are not to be blamed. The federal government, Liberal Conservatives, are to be blamed. They are responsible for this housing crisis. And as if that's not enough to blame people when they walked away from their own responsibility, they actually emboldened wealthy investors to get into the market to buy up affordable rental apartments, to buy them up and then to displace people, to rental evict people, to demo evict people, to throw them onto the streets and then jack up the rent. Rent has gone from $750 a month to now, in Vancouver, $3,000 a month. And then when you ask them the question, will they take responsibility for that? Will they take action and to say no more for the wealthy investors to get in there to displace people? Not the Liberals, not the Conservatives will take up that fight. They won't even speak about it. My goodness, who is to blame? Not newcomers, let's be clear. Conservatives and Liberals should look at themselves in the mirror and know that they are the ones that are responsible. Mr. Speaker, before I go on, let me just say I'll be dividing my time with my colleague from Elmwood Transcona. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious question. We are seeing the rise of hate and division in our community. I am experiencing it directly as someone who is an immigrant, who came to Canada many decades ago as a young child. And it has never been worse. And I understand this, Mr. Speaker, that when people are faced with tough times, and they are faced with tough times, with high inflationary costs, with food insecurity, being actually thrown out of their homes, people unable to move forward, people who grew up in communities are being displaced because they can't afford to live in the neighborhood that they grew up in. People who are professionals in a family who's making a decent income, but they cannot make enough to afford rent, let alone to hope to buy. Families are having to move back home with their parents in order to survive. There are people, and I was just at a community event for Thanksgiving where I was serving Thanksgiving meals to people, and I met people who are working, construction workers who are working, who could not afford rent, and they're living in a shelter. They're living in cars. That is the reality. And so when we see the situation and the seriousness of the situation, the government needs to understand that it is their job, it is parliamentarians' job to stop trying to divide communities, stop trying to prey on people's fears, and come up with real solutions, and take responsibility for their own actions. Their words matter. Equally important, their action matters. What is the NDP calling for to address the housing crisis? We absolutely want to say no more for those wealthy investors who are coming into buying up affordable housing, affordable rental apartments, and then displacing people. We're saying no more. That has to stop. We need to put a ban on that, Mr. Speaker. In addition, we need to ensure that the government puts forward investments to support the nonprofit sector. so that they can go in and buy up the units that come onto the market, to create a nonprofit acquisition fund. This is something that the NDP has been calling on for a very, very long time. It is time for the government to act. We also want the government to also take action and to say that those who want to access government support, such as CMHC's insurance guarantee or low-interest mortgage supports, to say that for the private sector, if you want to access government programs, there has to be a return to the community. They have to reduce the rent for the community in perpetuity for those units, not just for a year or 2 or 5 years, but for the life of that project. Because that is taxpayers' resources, and we need to ensure taxpayers' resources benefit the community and not line the pockets of wealthy investors. We need to make sure that the government take real action and to build social housing and co-op housing like we used to. Contrary to what the leader of the Conservatives says, building social housing and co-op housing is some sort of weird Soviet-style model of housing. The NDP believes in supporting people. And I invite the leader of the Conservative opposition to go visit a co-op, to go visit a social housing project, talk to the people there who are accessing that housing and how it's made a difference in their lives. I invite the leader of the Conservatives to not just do videos and selfies in the back lane to make fun of people and to call people's housing a shack. A proper house that they live in is some sort of shack, but rather look deeply into people's lives and the struggles that they have, and to understand that when stable housing is provided to them, the difference that it makes in their lives. Mr. Speaker, it is time for action. None of this nonsense that the Conservatives is talking about. The NDP supports the Bloc's motion. Absolutely, the federal government should provide leadership and support provinces and territories, including Quebec, with the necessary resources to support newcomers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Hamilton East, Stony River. Stony, I'll get this. I'll get the Creek River. Yep.
Yes. I do have a couple of rivers in the area, but Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot of the members' last speech focused on housing, and I think the speech largely ignored the $82 billion that we've provided through the National Housing Strategy, which is a 10-year plan, I'll remind members in the House, and we're halfway through that plan. Much of those resources go to nonprofits and municipalities that the member raised in terms of providing support. I'm well aware of that as a longtime city councillor in Hamilton. My question would be, lots of criticism towards the private sector, and for as much as we have issues related to financialization of housing, the private sector is key as it relates to getting us out of this housing crisis. They are going to be a partner in this space in terms of providing all the homes we need in terms of building supply. My question through you to the member is, why does she see fit to demonize the private sector when they are an important part of getting us out of this housing crisis?
I want to apologize to the honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Brook. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, first off, I invite the member to actually look into their own government's national housing strategy. The vast majority of that money is actually not real money for people. They actually count money from provinces and territories and other partners towards that amount of money. The other thing is they slow walk the money. They slow walk the money so the projects don't get built. We've been talking about it since 2017. What do they have really to show for it? Not that much. And the other thing I want to actually point out, I invite the member to read the Auditor General's report that says the government themselves, CMHC themselves, don't even know what they're doing and whether or not their housing program is meeting the needs of the most vulnerable. Yeah. Now, let me actually get into this other question that the member has asked. Mr. Speaker, on the issue around supports for people, the government needs to understand that the private private sector is in it to make a greater profit. We do have to partner with them, but we have to make sure that we put measures in place so that there's a return back to the people. And we have to say no more displacement of people and sending them onto the streets, because they are contributing to the housing crisis, and the government, with their policies, is aiding and abetting them in that regard.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I serve with the member on the Immigration Committee. I wanted to bring it back to that particular issue, which is the substance of the block motion. There's an Auditor General's report that just came out on the immigration backlogs, on the 8 immigration PR systems that the Auditor General was reviewing. In the report, it mentions that there are 2 programs for permanent residency for privately sponsored refugees and government-assisted refugees that do not have service standards set for them. This is in violation of Treasury Board guidelines and directives to the Department that every single stream and service provided needs to have a service standard. So I'd like to hear from the member her opinion on why the government is continuing to allow IRCC to violate Treasury Board guidelines.
The member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That was a question that I asked last week of the minister in question period. I asked the member to actually check the NDP website, check my website, especially on all the different comments I've made in the processing backlogs and the government's own violation of their own policies. It is shameful, and it is time for the government to take the necessary action to respect newcomers, to process the applications in the way in which they deserve, and to establish processing standards and to abide by the processing standards of no more than 12 months in processing.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for IC2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the colleague for the question. She really understood the spirit of the motion, which is that in Quebec we want to take care of each of our people. It's not about demolishing the private sector. There's housing that needs to be built. It can be cooperative or under the private sector, but we are the only province that has social housing programs to be built. But the money takes a long time to get there, and ultimately people aren't getting housed. So I think that the colleague agrees that other provinces should take their inspiration from the Quebec model, but we need to ensure that we understand the specific and unique nature of Quebec to allow for the building of housing rather than putting a maple leaf in the corner of the check, but help Quebec move forward.
Vancouver East, we're almost out of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Quebec and British Columbia, we're the 2 provinces that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting, even without the federal government at the table. And he's absolutely correct. What we need the federal government to do is to invest and partner in a true partnership with provinces and territories in the development of housing. The way that they're doing it is shameful. They often will go to a project that is already under development, offer a couple of $1 million so that they can be part of the announcement. That is wrong. Provinces are leading the way. They need to actually ensure that they provide the necessary resources to match the resources for provinces and territories so that the provinces and territories can address the housing crisis and expeditiously get housing built.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to make a contribution to today's debate, and I want to thank the member for Mirabel for his leadership and the motion today, as well as my colleague from Vancouver East for her speech and all her work on the issues relating to immigration and housing. As NDP, we recognize the important role that immigration plays in our economy and even more important role that immigrants play in our communities. We recognize the cultural influences and the various skills that immigrants bring to Canada is part, or are part, of our strengths and our successes. If we want to integrate and welcome more immigrants to Canada, we need to do this in a way that gives them the greatest chances for success. Because of failures by previous governments, be they Conservative or Liberal, we're no longer in a place where we can say that we're providing the necessary resources to the provinces and to the immigrants themselves in order to be successful. We are hearing stories from newcomers to Canada, newcomers who cannot find housing. We need to assume responsibility for this. I think there needs to be greater collaboration between the different levels of government and ensure that we adopt the right approach, because if the provincial governments are not consulted, if they don't know far in advance what the immigration targets are, the federal government's immigration targets are, it's difficult for them to provide and predict all the services they will have to provide in order to ensure the success of these immigrants. So we can talk about the healthcare system, of course, but I'm also thinking at this time of problems, intense and significant problems in the area of housing. In 1992, there was a Conservative government that canceled a housing program, a cooperative housing program. The Liberal Party in 93 that ran an election campaign on the promise that they would start that program back up again. Instead, they canceled the entire national housing strategy, and during the successive years, had we had that program in place, that strategy in place, we would have been able to build 500,000 more additional affording housing units. So we lost all that potential. Furthermore, because at another time, approximately around 2010, there were mortgages that matured, and there were operational funds coming from the federal government to provide more affordable housing. And the Harper government, in power at that time, decided not to renew those resources. So we started to lose not only affordable housing potential, but actual affordable housing units, because the nonprofit organizations were no longer getting the resources to continue to provide affordable housing. There was an election in 2015. Once again, the Liberals promised to repair the damage done by the Conservatives, but like in the 1990s, once in power, instead of deciding to continue with that policy, we lost even more housing, affordable housing units. This means that when we talk about the need for more immigrants in order to meet the needs of our economy, we don't have any room to integrate these immigrants. And immigrants play an important role. Provincial governments play an important role in building affordable housing. They rely on funding from Ottawa in order to build those housing units, particularly affordable housing units. There needs to be adequate collaboration to ensure that housing is built. So we do need to ensure closer collaboration between the provincial, territorial, and federal governments in order to ensure that the crisis that was created by Liberal and Conservative governments that agree on a significant point when it comes to housing is that it should mainly be and not even mainly, but only mainly, a market issue that led to the crisis. So I believe that the voice of the New Democratic Party in this House is extremely important. We are the ones talking about committing to renewing a commitment to build affordable housing units and social housing units, and we recognize that this crisis won't only be resolved by the private market or the private sector. We're not talking about demonizing the private sector at all. We need to be able to say when there are stakeholders and corporations that move people out and take affordable housing units and then raise the rents, we need to be able to talk about that, because that is one of the problems. It's not the only problem, it's just one. And we need to address that issue if we want to resolve the housing crisis. We also recognize that there is a major and important role for the private sector to play. If we talk only about solutions within the market itself, we'll never address all the aspects of the housing crisis itself, and we won't resolve those issues. And that's why it's extremely important to put the focus on social and affordable housing, cooperative housing as well, because the two major parties in the House of Commons never really talk about those things. And even if the Liberals do talk about it a little bit, they don't act. So that's why we are here, to stress and highlight this aspect. I apologize. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm eager to answer any questions. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, the Liberal government, in order to promote housing construction, gave a GST rebate, and this will help the construction of housing in 2030, 2035. It takes time to plan housing. At the same time, it's announcing their immigration targets for 2026. That's right around the corner. They're going to tell the provinces, here is how many people we want to have, while recognizing in their own bill that it's going to take 3, 5, 7, 8, 10 years to plan the housing. Am I the only one here who thinks there's an inconsistency here, deep inconsistency, and not respectful of newcomers who are coming here? Or is it a general understanding in the House that there's inconsistency within the government's policy and planning and the role of the provinces and Quebec in the construction of housing? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. I want to thank the member for the question. I think this is a classic situation of the right hand that doesn't know what the left hand is doing. That's why I think that this is an important motion to encourage the federal government to consult the provinces. But consultation that will make a difference requires the government to do it far ahead so that the provinces have time to prepare and to announce immigration targets for 2026. Now, in 2023, when there is a housing crisis already, and we have to build those immigration targets along with the housing to ensure that it's available in time, I think it's a little bit still like the left hand and the right hand not knowing what each other is doing. Thank you.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as I'm sure the member is aware, the Manitoba Provincial Nominee Program has been absolute gold for the province of Manitoba. And one of the biggest concerns I have in the province of Manitoba today is with respect to international students. Provinces, through the nominee program, have an opportunity to ensure that they can maximize the ability of international students that study, for example, example, in the province of Manitoba, being ultimately given a provincial nominee certificate, which would ultimately allow them to become permanent residents. I'm a big advocate for that, and I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in regards to that aspect of the provincial nominee program and how international students could benefit by it.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, too, am a great fan of the provincial nominee program. It's been serving Manitoba very well in a number of ways for a long time. Just to the point of today's motion about collaboration between the federal and provincial governments, I remember a time when the Harper government unilaterally capped the amount of people that Manitoba could bring in under that program. That was not a helpful action, and it was certainly not something that the government of Manitoba of the day was on board with. Had they been consulted, it would have been an opportunity for them to make the case for how well the provincial nominee program and the immigration that occurs under it was serving the province of Manitoba. So I think that all goes to reinforce the importance of today's motion. I also think it's important when we talk about international students to be clear that the blame is not on them for the fact that they're coming in good faith to Canada to study. Canada needs to do a better job of ensuring that when they get here to study, that there's an acceptable place for them to live that they can reasonably afford. And I think too often international students, as many provincial governments defunded post-secondary education, were seen as a cash cow. And if governments were treating them with the respect they deserve, they wouldn't have seen them that way, and they would have been asking the questions, what resources do we have to invest in order to be able to support these students when they come to Canada, both for their education, but as the member says, beyond, so that they can become citizens and productive members of Canadian society.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments. Just to build on the issue around international students, you know, one of the things that the federal government has not done is to show leadership in partnering up with provinces, territories, institutions in creating a housing plan for students. And a viable option would be to ensure that there's a cost-sharing plan between those three entities to ensure that housing is in place, not just for international students, but also for domestic students as well. I wonder if the member can comment on that concept for the federal government to show leadership.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona, 15 seconds.
Thank you very much. I think that's an excellent idea. And what we need to do is stop defunding all kinds of important things, post-secondary education, housing, healthcare, in the name of lowering the corporate tax rate, which has really been the story of the 21st century in Canada. We've had a corporate tax rate that went from 28% to 15% today, just in the last 20 years alone. And a lot of these cuts in funding have been in order to pay for those corporate tax rates. Corporate Canada should be paying its fair share.
And we do have to resume debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to say to start that I will be sharing my time with my exceptional colleague from Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, the subject we're talking about today is a sensitive one. It's sensitive because we're talking about human beings who have had the courage to leave everything behind them, either voluntarily or through the force of events, human beings who have crossed the planet to start a new life. Many of them will never again see the land where they were born and grew up and the loved ones they had there. Many of these people have experienced traumatic events. We're also talking about human beings who want to offer the best possible welcome, who want to have a new and positive life that lives up to their highest expectations, who want a society where everyone is equal under the law and in reality. We're talking about immigration. When we talk about immigration, rather, that's what we're talking about, that and so much more. So today we're talking about immigration, but more importantly, successful immigration. There's an important question we absolutely need to answer, and that is, what is successful immigration? I could simplify it by saying that it means doing everything possible to ensure that the people who settle in a place contribute to the economic prosperity of that place, as well as to its linguistic, cultural, and social vitality, especially when that place represents a minority in North America, the French-speaking community. This definition leads us to two other questions. What is needed to ensure that those people coming to settle in Quebec and Canada are able to contribute to economic prosperity and its linguistic, cultural, and social vitality? Do the current integration conditions allow those coming to settle in Quebec and Canada to contribute to economic prosperity and its linguistic, cultural, and social vitality? And before I answer, I need to give an overview of the situation. According to Stats Canada, Canada welcomes nearly 500,000 new permanent residents every year. The Government of Canada's or nearly 500,000. The Government of Canada's objective is to reach or exceed 500,000 new permanent residents every year. 500,000 new permanent residents is the equivalent of having to build a city between the size of Halifax and Quebec City every single year. Have we built such a city in the last year? No. Will we build one every year in the future? No. Add to that students, asylum seekers, and temporary workers, and we arrive at a staggering figure of 2.2 million people for the period July 2022 to July 2023. I'm not making it up. These are Stats Canada figures. 2.2 million students, temporary workers, and asylum seekers means having the equivalent of a city almost as big as Toronto to integrate them every year and to accommodate them decently. Have we built enough housing units to house a new Toronto city in the last year? No. All these people need not only jobs, but they need housing and various services. We haven't built a new Toronto or a new Quebec City to the extent that the number of people without housing is alarming. Shelters are overflowing. Sometimes more than one family winds up in accommodation that is barely big enough for even one family alone. This leads to disappointment, stress, anger, and incomprehension. For months, we have been hearing economic players say that they need more workers. However, we have to admit that many immigrants end up with jobs that are below their skills and knowledge. We're talking about minimum wage jobs. Many of them have to hold down several jobs to make ends meet. Furthermore, like any other population group, immigrants need public services, be it education, healthcare, childcare spots, transportation, integration, and enculturation services, employment measures, and so on. All these are important services, and they're not the responsibility of Ottawa. They're the responsibility of Quebec and the provinces, with the exception of daycare centres outside Quebec, which were set up by the federal government. Everyone is entitled to quality services, be they newcomers, permanent residents, or citizens. It's easy to say we're going to welcome 500,000 new permanent residents every year when you're not responsible for the services that those people actually need. All the services I've just mentioned are services that people need, that allow people to integrate society and feel included, services that make them feel good enough to contribute to economic prosperity and linguistic, cultural, and social vitality. So we do know what is needed. These are the conditions to ensure successful integration and inclusion. These are the conditions for successful immigration, being able to offer the same services to everyone with the same level of access and the same quality of services. Now, are these conditions actually in place? All of these services that I've named exist. However, the demand is much greater than the supply. Not a single week goes by without me getting a call from a parent who needs a subsidized daycare spot. Not a single week goes by without somebody calling me to ask if I know of any doctors. I don't even have one myself. Every week I get calls from isolated mothers who don't have any family here and who need support. Every week I make referrals to different organizations in my riding for these mothers to be able to build a social life for themselves and have somebody to whom they can talk. This hasn't been caused by immigrants. It's the result of immigration targets that don't take into consideration current service capacity. People call me from everywhere, including Quebec. Everybody knows what the problems are, no matter where they were born, how old they are, the color of their skin, or their religion. And that makes no difference when we talk about the needs. You have to train for 2 years to be a carpenter, a plumber, a plasterer, a painter, 3 years of post-secondary education to train a nurse, 3 to train an early childhood educator, 6 for a teacher, an engineer, 7 for a general family doctor, 11 for a specialist doctor. These are only a few examples of people that we need now. And even if we have specialized immigrants, they need to adapt their knowledge to our legislation, our regulations, our geography, our culture, our community. We need people who work in these professions in order to ensure the success of our society and to ensure that everybody can contribute to the economic development and the social, linguistic, and cultural vitality of the community in which they live. These are conditions that are essential.
And basically, what the Century Initiative is calling for, it's basically what is in the interest of McKinsey and BlackRock. Dominic Barton himself says that it never occurred to them to think about the social consequences of a huge influx of immigrants. All they were thinking about was the economy. So what are the possible consequences of not meeting the basic needs of newcomers in order to settle them successfully? The lack of teachers would lead to lower quality education. Those most affected would be children with learning disabilities. Instead of getting ahead and overcoming their problems, they would be stuck and they won't get the skills that they otherwise could. The lack of hospital staff could lead to misdiagnoses and to avoidable deaths. The lack of construction workers means that we won't have all the housing we need. So, Madam Speaker, bringing in more people shouldn't mean cramming people into overcrowded apartments and with only one bed and expecting them to eat Kraft dinner. When newcomers come here to fulfill their dreams, they're accepting Canada's invitation for a better life here. Canada is collecting their application fees, but putting all the pressure on Quebec and the provinces when it comes to providing the services. There has to be thought and planning that goes into this. There have to be mature conversations about this sensitive topic. Quebec is mature and capable of discussing things as sensitive as immigration. It's mature and responsible to want equality for all and to help people achieve their full potential. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Oh, thanks, Madam Speaker. There have been a lot of comments today in the speeches about students and the lack of housing for students. And we haven't talked a lot today about support for colleges and universities. I know that in Hamilton, McMaster University just completed the construction of a 1,400-bed student residence in downtown Hamilton. But they've done that, I think, largely without financial assistance from any level of government. And I think it's important that we recognize there's space in the sector for us to contribute to student housing issues across the country. And so my question through you to the member would be, does she see any opportunity for our government and others to contribute to student housing pressures that almost all university and college towns are facing across the country today?
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. We know how many students apply every year, and we also know how many will be accepted. 79% of English-speaking applicants for Francophone institutions were rejected. We also know what the stats are for universities and what the funding has been cut. So it's all a matter of planning. So there have been some residences built, but the underfunding of universities in Quebec simply does not help when it comes to building housing. And it's not the students' fault. It's the fault of a lack of planning.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Donc,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member for her comments on the issue of online applications with the Immigration Department. 2.2 million people are now caught in the backlog. And a year ago, the government announced that with its online application portal, anyone trying to change their immigration status or to come to Canada to visit as a visitor or a student, all of those applications would now come in under that system. But the backlog hasn't changed in a year. So I'd like to hear what she has to say about this. There are people who are waiting for their children and their parents to come and join them here in Canada. Could she comment on that, please? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my office, I have over 1,000 immigration files, and I don't have enough fingers on my hands or even 10 hands to count the number of people who are waiting for a loved one to be able to come here. They call us in our constituency offices looking for information, for help. There are people from Brazil, from Côte d'Ivoire, from Afghanistan who can't get here. They can't get information on their applications. And once again, I think it's a planning problem. If even this going digital, making it online, it required planning to do properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do thank the Bloc for raising this important question in the House today. And I wonder if the member sees the same phenomenon I see in my riding, and that is through the pandemic, we know that in long-term care and in home care, lots of those jobs are filled by newcomers to Canada, and they make an important contribution to our healthcare system. Yet they're the very ones that are having a very hard time finding affordable housing so that they can fill those jobs. So I wonder if that's the same situation in the members' ridings as in mine, where these people who are newcomers are not causing the housing problem. They're actually victimized by the housing problem, and we actually need them to provide those services in the healthcare field.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I fully agree with my colleague. The immigrants aren't the ones causing the housing crisis. The problem was there beforehand. There was a lack of investment in construction and affordable housing, decent housing. So I agree. And I see mothers coming here alone with their kids. They need childcare and they can't get it, and they have to choose between putting food on the table and getting their children looked after. It's illogical. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Give me a minute here. So our motion essentially says that the federal government should revise its immigration targets starting in 2024. What the purpose of our motion, above all, is after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and the territories. So that's to come first. And let's look at the objective here. The goal is successful immigration, successful settlement. And, Madam Speaker, that means immigration that pays heed to our settlement capacity, our integration capacity, and takes a welcoming and humanitarian approach to immigration. Quebec is a welcoming place, and we need to be sensitive to the social and cultural context. Immigration is a source of wealth, but we also have a duty and a responsibility to do everything possible to make that immigration successful. That's the whole point of our opposition motion here today. If Canada is going to impose levels on Quebec, sometimes the motives are ideological. So Quebec is inviting the government of Canada to revise its immigration targets based on Quebec's capacity to resettle people. And this has been made quite clear. This debate must be held. It's healthy to have this debate, Madam Speaker. And the settlement capacity, the ability to house and care for newcomers must be considered. And to disregard that is to be wholly lacking in respect for Quebec and the provinces who will have to provide all those services. Immigration is a profoundly humane issue, and it needs to be handled delicately. Immigration is essential to Quebec because Quebec is in a unique situation. We have to protect our language, French, and our culture. In the geopolitical situation of Quebec within North America, we have expertise in protecting the French fact, and the federal government has to recognize and respect that. The federal government has done no studies on the effects of immigration targets on the vitality of the French language. Quebec controls immigration in part, but the declining proportion of French in Canada, the levels of immigration in other parts of Canada will affect, and in fact, water down Quebec and French's demographic position within Canada. The players in civil society, many of them, have taken part in Quebec's consultation on immigration for the period 2024 to 2027. This is not the first time that these consultations have been held. I myself have had the opportunity to participate in such consultations in the past as a member of civil society. This type of consultation contributes to the public debate on our vision of our collective future when it comes to immigration and what needs to be done to make sure it's successful. It can only be beneficial for social harmony to have this type of consultation. Quebec has its own values, language, and culture that define us as a people, and we have a duty to protect and promote that. In order for immigration to be successful, we need services, enculturation and French language services, French language education, second language acquisition, and so on, and other issues like housing, public services, education, health and social services, child care, justice, human rights, and many other areas. That's the challenge and the issue when it comes to settlement capacity. And disregarding that would be irresponsible for the federal government. There are legitimate concerns, but they seem completely unrelated to everything else. They seem to only see things from an economic point of view. They just see a labor shortage. And they think that by bringing people in, they'll make up for the shortage of construction workers and so on, that it's a simple matter of bringing these people in and they can build their own housing. No problem. It's basically whatever, as my leader would put it so well. And when it comes to the labor shortage, Madam Speaker, there are a number of statistics that show the positive impact of immigration, but these statistics have to be correctly interpreted, because the labor shortage is a bit of a catch-all justification. And to think that immigration will simply solve the labor shortage problem, well, that's a very short-sighted view of things. For example, education in the healthcare field. The labor shortage, sometimes it's not just a shortage of heads, it's not just a head count, but it's the working conditions in healthcare, and it's the same goes for other industries. Quebec has to rely not just on immigration to solve its problems. There are problems around training, skills acquisition, and so on. So immigration is not a cure-all. It's not a silver bullet. And there are studies that show that increasing immigration levels will have an impact in the long term, because if we increase the number of workers, there's going to be an increase in demand for goods and services. So, and that has to be met somehow. So taking an approach to immigration that's based solely on the economy is wrong-headed. To conclude, Madam Speaker, it's my sincere belief that immigrants are often the main victims of the federal government's excessive targets. There's a lack of services, a lack of housing. Housing is inaccessible and unaffordable, and this creates a lot of anxiety for many newcomers. It's high time Ottawa woke up and realized that excessive immigration does harm to everyone. The federal government's immigration targets are its responsibility, but they have to first, before setting targets, they must consult with Quebec and the provinces and ensure that they have the capacity to settle and integrate that many people and provide them all the high-quality services they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that I think needs to be said in regards to one of the areas in which under the targeted list is the provincial nominee programs. And through provincial nominee programs, it's the provinces that kind of lead the way in terms of recognizing the individuals that they'll be bringing into the country, Madam Speaker. And in Manitoba, for example, that is the majority of the immigrants in the last 10 years have come under that particular program. And I'm wondering if the member would acknowledge, even the province of Quebec has far more jurisdiction in terms of, or control over immigration and the type of people that are coming into the province. If the member could just provide her thoughts in regards to the provincial responsibility also to support the settlements of immigrants and the types of occupations that they're filling.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would say to the member that if Quebec had all of the powers on immigration that it wants, especially on temporary foreign workers, that would be the best solution. We just have to repatriate those powers. Yes, Quebec controls part of immigration. But it's the federal government that does not consider in its immigration targets, that does not consider that capacity. it's essentially making decrees and orders before even consulting. If we had that capacity to properly welcome immigrants, there's only one way to do that, as my colleague from Mirabel said. Either we become independent and we properly have control over this capacity on our territory. The capacity to welcome people will be living alongside every day. And we want the situation to be as good as possible for them.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la...
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Questions, I'm sorry. L'honorable, the Honorable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I am quite far away. Maybe hard to see. I want to thank my honourable colleague from the Bloc for her speech and for the Bloc bringing forward that the motion today. We certainly agree in terms of the questions that they raise. I would like to specify, New Democrats have been talking a lot in the House, but today as well, about the housing crisis. We believe that is a fundamental human right. She spoke about that welcoming of immigrants, that humanitarian side of what we do to create a home for newcomers to this country out of that respect. So to focus on that housing as a human right, to respect all human rights as we define them in the Charter, no matter what that means, no matter that's the right to religion, right to freedom of speech, and all of those things, would she agree that what we need to do is focus, as New Democrats have been proposing, on that profiteering of housing, that focusing on housing as a human right, and ensuring that people can afford the housing, and that governments build social housing, cooperative housing, all levels of housing that are needed to ensure that we have that human rights-based approach in terms of housing.
Honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, I completely agree with what my colleague said. Yes, as I said yesterday, housing is a right. People have a right to a roof over their heads and a right to be able to put food on the table. As long as we see housing as being based on the market, we will not be able to meet the realities of people, vulnerable people, and people on low incomes. Who need to spend less than 30% of their income on housing. Right now we're in a crisis and it's not possible. Our motion aims to send a message to the government. We're saying that continuing to take a blinkered attitude and just set immigration targets without considering our capacities throughout Canada, that would be very irresponsible.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today to speak to the Bloc Québécois motion. I will be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for Vaughan Woodbridge. I would like to speak about how our government is supporting new arrivals, as well as the various processes used by our provinces, territories, and municipalities, including Quebec. During the pandemic, we have seen that new immigrants are very important to our communities. Canadians and new arrivals have shown great resilience over the last few years with all of their challenges. As we know, our population is getting older, families are smaller, and our high quality of life enables people to enjoy their retirement more and for longer. But that means that the ratio of retirees to workers has gone from 1 to 7 30 years ago to 1 to 3 today. If we don't welcome more new arrivals, the ratio could reach 1 to 2 in the coming decades. That would endanger our basic infrastructure and programs, such as healthcare and education. Canada needs young families, students, and workers from the entire world in order to develop our economy. During our consultations with provinces and territories, including Quebec, of course, and municipalities, we saw that there is still high demand for new arrivals, especially workers in essential sectors like healthcare, the skilled trades to build new houses, and tech workers for our innovation economy. We need an immigration plan to support our economy and help communities thrive. With that in mind, Canada must continue to welcome new arrivals so that they can also thrive. Our government is actively engaged and has worked with provinces and territories in order to understand what we need for our annual plan on immigration targets. We have worked hard to create programs that will meet the needs of all provinces and territories, including Quebec. Madam Speaker, under the Canada-Quebec Immigration Agreement, Quebec holds responsibilities on the number of immigrants going to the province, as well as the selection, welcome, and integration of these immigrants. With that in mind, we are working closely with Quebec on everything having to do with immigration. We will be consulting Quebec, like all of the other provinces and territories. We consult them when we create new policies and programs. When we set annual immigration targets for the country, we also consider the number of immigrants that Quebec wishes to welcome. In consultation with Quebec and at its request, we harmonized criteria for postgraduate work permit applications with the rest of Canada. We work with all provincial governments and collaborate with them on immigration. We are paying attention to how new immigrants can contribute to Canada's needs, and we will make all possible efforts to support them, whether it be small francophone communities in BC, rural communities in Ontario, or hospitals in Nova Scotia. New immigrants need housing. Canadians need housing. And we also need more skilled workers who can build new housing. That is why we will continue to prioritize skilled workers and trades workers from the construction sector. In June, we invited 1,500 skilled workers to Canada, thanks to the changes to our express entry system, in order to prioritize the most highly requested skills. Over the last 5 years, 38,000 skilled workers obtained permanent residency in Canada, thanks to the Canadian Experience category, the Provincial Candidate Program, and the Skilled Workers Program. Many of them had experience in key construction sectors. These individuals have the experience we need in order to build housing throughout the country. We are continuing to harmonize our programs in order to better meet the needs of employers and provinces and territories. We are listening closely to the needs of Canadians and communities. We have spoken with provinces about needs for the next 2 years in order to fill jobs where there are no Canadians are available. We are also looking to the future in order to figure out how we will meet the needs starting now. These consultations are already leading to results. We have refined our express entry system to make it more targeted, in order to be able to invite candidates with skills in areas where we have a shortage, using selection criteria that are based on categories. The minister recently announced key reforms in the foreign students program. Foreign students bring a great deal to Canada's culture by promoting multicultural experiences and promoting campus life. These students are bright and talented and help grow our economy. We are also aiming to align our admission of foreign students to our current and future economic needs. That is why we have asked IRCC public servants to look into the program in order to ensure that the program meets needs. It is clear that new arrivals play an essential role. They help Canadians and help our economy. They work in important fields like construction and essential services. They are making those contributions thanks to the program that this government has implemented over the last few years. We will continue to improve our programs so that they better meet the needs of employers and in order to better harmonize the priorities of provinces and territories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech. Earlier, several members of my party said that the best solution, if we want to fix our immigration problem, would be either independence or having more powers in Quebec. But we're still part of the Canadian Federation, however we may feel about that, and I would like to come back to what my colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean said. She pointed out that recently there's been no continuity at IRCC. Ministers have been changing at a high rate of speed, perhaps even more quickly than the Conservatives have been changing their take on the carbon tax, which makes it hard to implement policies appropriately. I know that my colleague, like me, is facing multiple cases of people who are coming to see her because they're not getting answers from IRCC. Does she think that her government should do more on this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In my writing, indeed, I've heard from various people and I have various files to manage regarding immigration. And I constantly meet with organizations in my writing that make it easier to welcome immigrants. Just yesterday, I was at a virtual roundtable with a number of entrepreneurs from throughout the world who told me about the various opportunities that they've seen in Quebec and Canada to come here and help us benefit from their skills. This is a major issue, and I'm very glad that consultations have been held and will continue to be held to continue improving our system.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Madam Speaker, listening to the Parliamentary Secretary, it sounded like everything is just fine in this country. It sounds like everything is going just like the government intended. But we know that we have a backlog of 2.2 million applications. We know that this is creeping up month by month. And we see that now some foreign students are going to food banks on a regular basis. That was rare more than 8 years ago. And now it's very common. I'd like to hear from my colleague as to whether this is the immigration system that her government wanted. Is that what they wanted in 2015? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right from the starting gate, I'd like to rectify some of these statements. I did not say that everything is okay and everything's just fine. Immigration is a major file with many effects on various sectors. It's an area that we are closely looking into. The context has changed. Since 2015, things have changed. For example, with the wars we've seen, Afghans, Ukrainians who wish to come to Canada, everyone who needs to leave their country and flee violence, we need to adapt to these new situations. We need to bring forward new programs and measures, and that's what we're doing. We are consulting, we are listening, we are understanding the challenges facing our entrepreneurs and our settlement organizations, and we're doing our best to meet their needs and to adapt to the changing context.
L'honorable ministre des Services Publics.
The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for speaking so eloquently about the immigration context in Canada and Quebec. I'd like to invite her to give us examples of situations where, for economic or social reasons, whether it be childcare, nursing, hospitals, long-term care, schools, teachers. I'd like to ask her to give us examples of people who come to Canada from elsewhere in the world who are making a difference in her community. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'd like to thank my colleague. I really appreciate that question. Indeed, in my riding, we know that a lot of people come to Sherbrooke every year. It's a very welcoming place, and thanks to the organizations that are working so hard to facilitate their integration, and, well, we are managing to meet our objectives. When I visit hospitals, or when I visit someplace like the Maison of Lumière, when I visit childcare or the new bakery that opened, it's a Colombian immigrant who opened the bakery and is happy and proud to showcase recipes from her culture. It's really quite remarkable.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis heureux.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to the opposition motion. I think it's important to note several points. First of all, the government has carried out in-depth consultations on immigration levels, as it does every year, and we spoke with partner organizations like resettlement groups, provincial and territorial ministers for immigration, including Quebec, municipalities from throughout the country, economic stakeholders, including businesses that use our programs to fill positions, other federal departments with policies or related questions to review. This is not an exhaustive list, but it illustrates the fact that immigration levels consultations take place throughout the year, and indeed that at all times during the year we continue to support our plans through consultations. Madam Speaker, this year we held even more consultations. Over the last few months, our government organized consultations, both in person and virtually, throughout the country to discuss the future of immigration in Canada. There are many factors that must be taken into account when we are planning in order to set our immigration levels. Here are some of them. Our aging population. The 2021 census showed us that without immigration, our population might decrease. There is also competition for global talent. Many Western countries are facing challenges similar to ours. They are facing increasing demand for skilled workers in fields like technology, the trades, and healthcare. There have also been changes in the job market. Provincial, territorial, and municipal priorities may change from 1 month to the next and from 1 year to the next.
Pressure on our social infrastructure. Almost all provinces and territories need more nurses and healthcare professionals in order to meet the healthcare needs of Canadians. There's also a growing need for programs for refugees. With nearly 100 million displaced individuals around the world, Canada has the moral obligation to act and to respect its humanitarian commitments. That is why, in recent years, we have welcomed newcomers from Ukraine and Afghanistan. These are just a few of the priorities that guide our immigration level planning, many of which have been raised as concern during our in-depth consultations with our provincial and our territorial partners. The Department of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship conducted significant consultations over the past year. In addition to discussions in major centres such as Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and Halifax, we also organized regional dialogue meetings in Dieppe, New Brunswick, and Saskatoon. Additionally, we held a virtual session with the territories in order to better understand the challenges that Canadians in the Great North are facing. Senior public servants, including a number of deputy ministers and ministers with different portfolios, talked about the future of our immigration system and how we can adapt to respond to the rapidly changing needs of employers, communities, and immigrants who want to settle in these regions. I want to highlight the fact that Canada is working in close collaboration with Quebec in the area of immigration and to ensure that newcomers have the tools that they need to succeed upon their arrival. Under the Canada-Quebec Immigration Accord, Quebec has the rights and responsibilities over the number of immigrants coming into Quebec, as well as the selection and integration of those immigrants. We are working in close collaboration with Quebec, as well as with stakeholders, in order to ensure that the immigration targets in Quebec meet the needs of the labor market while guaranteeing that the province has the tools needed to integrate these newcomers. Under the Canada-Quebec Accord, Canada sets the annual number of immigrants for the country while taking into consideration the number of immigrants that Quebec wants to take in. In preparation for the Immigration Levels Plan, which will be presented by the Minister of Immigration no later than November 1st, the minister met with the Quebec Immigration Minister as well as key organizations in the province, such as the Refugee Centre or the Centre des Réfugiés. The government is working with the provinces and territories on immigration. We met with important social and cultural groups in order to look at how immigration meets their needs. For example, Francophone immigration has increased to reach 16,300 new Francophone newcomers, or rather Francophone newcomers, outside Quebec in 2022, which is 3 times higher than in 2018. But the demographic weight of these minority linguistic communities has continued to drop in the last census. In 2022, Madam Speaker, we achieved the target of 4.4% Francophone immigrants outside Quebec. Thanks to immigration, we are helping to strengthen and support Francophone communities throughout the country. Our government has committed to presenting another 5-year plan to support Francophone immigration in the coming years. We have increased the settlement services and investments for settlement organizations, and this strengthens capacity to support newcomers and communities. Through the improvements to accessibility and the expansion of settlement services coverage offered by Francophone service providers, the percentage of Francophone newcomers that were able to receive services through the Francophone organizations increased from 44% in 2018 to more than 60% in 2022-23. Rural and northern communities have also shared with us their economic and social needs when it comes to workers and newcomers. During our consultations, we contacted Indigenous representatives to learn their opinion on the future of immigration. Young people shared their unique opinions. We heard current and former clients of IRCC in total. There were some 17,500 contributions that were received from over 2,000 organizations, Canadians, newcomers, and clients across the country. What Canadians told us in general is that they appreciate what newcomers bring to Canada. That is their entrepreneurial spirit, their commitment to Canada and our communities as well. They know that immigration helps to support our economy, to fill jobs, and support social programs. That's why Canadians support immigration. They see the face of immigration on a daily basis, be it a neighbor, a friend, a member of their family, or a coworker. The minister recently recognized at committee that it was essential to examine the ability of communities to welcome newcomers and to ensure that they have adequate housing as well as access to social services. We have the obligation to ensure that newcomers are well prepared to succeed when they arrive in Canada. As the minister said, we know that housing problems we are facing today are rooted in much broader issues. The minister indicated that he was aware of the need to align immigration with other plans while respecting our humanitarian commitments. That said, Madam Speaker, it's important to note that immigration is part of the solution and not the problem when it comes to housing in this country. We need talented newcomers and workers from around the world to fill the labor shortages in the construction sector. I'm pleased to announce that through these programs, such as the Express Entry program, we are welcoming newcomers with the skills needed. I unfortunately need to interrupt the honourable member. It is time for questions and comments. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If we ask for consultations with Quebec, what I'd like my colleague to note is that there is a fundamental problem in the Canadian Federation, and that's the fiscal imbalance, which means that Ottawa has the means to fund major expenditures like healthcare and education, but it's up to the provinces to provide them. Bringing in more immigrants means that there is a education, healthcare, and access to housing system that is more robust, and the ability to pay is with the federal government. But if we look at the latest negotiations on healthcare, we see that the federal government is often not doing as much as it could. And is the member aware of this? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank my colleague for the question. We work together at the Natural Resources Committee. I would say that our government has supported all the provinces and territories when it comes to healthcare, as well as immigration in Canada. We are working together with the province of Quebec year after year to support immigration in his province. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm really glad that the member has gotten up to speak about this. What we've really noticed in our riding, Elgin, Middlesex, London, based in the midst of southwestern Ontario, what we have seen is extraordinary caseloads. And I recognize that the government tries to, go from one place to another. But I'm really wondering, I have a really weird file where in less than 8 months I had a citizenship approved. But unfortunately, the files were separated and the rest of the family, they can't even find these files anymore. So I'm just wondering what this member is going to say about his government when it comes to the fact that over the last 8 years, we have seen reunification more than double in some of these cases. I did immigration for 11 years. I can tell you from these times that immigration from in-country and outside of Canada has expanded and has grown significantly. I'm just wondering what he has to say about the fact that when they are being processed, some of them are not being processed together and we're having real issues there. What are they doing to fix that?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question today during this opposition motion debate today. When we came into government in 2015, we invested in immigration systems.
Cut. And the the waiting lines in the immigration system were very, very long. We've invested and we've reduced those waiting lines, and it's glad to see that millions of people around the world want to come to Canada. We are an attractive place to live. We are, I would say, the best country in the world, and we know that. And all MPs here have unique cases that we have to deal with day in and day out, and there are means of getting that assistance. And I encourage the member opposite to do so, and I'd be happy to help if I can. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I think it's very appropriate that my friend and colleague referenced our support for Ukraine. We're almost up to 200,000 refugees coming from Ukraine in terms of fleeing the war, Russia's illegal invasion. But we're starting to see some cracks in terms of support for Ukraine. We're seeing that with right-wing conservative governments across the world. The return of Trump, the possible return of Trump in terms of his obvious support for Putin, and his open declaration that he's not going to support and the Republican Party will not support Ukraine. The leader of the opposition, of course, has been very quiet on this subject. And so, through you to my friend and colleague, I wonder if he could speak to the importance of our government's continued support for Ukraine and its people.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I simply want to say that we need to support the people of Ukraine and the country of Ukraine.
Moral integrity, for the sovereignty. I know all Canadians will stand behind the brave Ukrainian people. They're not just fighting for their freedom and democracy, but they're fighting for ours and all democratic countries around the world. And those are values that we share as a country and a people. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Bloc Québécois, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, first I want to reread the motion because in its simplicity it carries the essential part of the message that we want to send today for Quebec, but through all the members represented by the Bloc in this House, that the House call on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories, based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure, all with a view to successful immigration. The key word here, Madam Speaker, is successful immigration. When it comes to this matter, I think we're in the same place as Quebecers here. If we look at recent polls and surveys, perhaps in the same place as Canadians themselves. I think that Quebecers don't see themselves in either extreme. I don't want to really get into those extremes because I want everybody to be in a good mood. But between those two extremes, there are people who aren't trying to get a lot of media attention, and we hope that these people will see themselves in the Bloc because it's a very consensual motion here. So I think that we have to talk about this issue calmly. The Bloc was talking about immigration, and we thought there would be some flames from the media, and I didn't want that when this motion was tabled to see that. It's the people who are speaking to us about this. A growing number, not a majority, but a growing number of constituents across Canada are more and more concerned. They're not against it. They're not taking a negative attitude towards immigration, but they're rather expressing a fear. Fear is being expressed because the process by which Canada brings in immigrants is going much faster, on one hand, and I'll come back to that, than its real capacity of the federal government and the provinces and territories to integrate these newcomers, but also to adapt to this new reality on a planet that has a bigger and bigger population and that is becoming smaller and smaller for these individuals, where in a few months every year the global population consumes everything that is renewable and lives on green credit for the rest of the year. With the growing effect of climate change, my esteemed colleague talked about Ukraine and Ukrainian refugees just a few moments ago. There will be migrations. There will be people who will have to move in the hope of a better life. And I would submit to the House this. The first goal of any immigration policy that is a decent policy would be to help people who have come to find a better life for themselves and their families. So we mustn't confuse hostility or mix in this hostility. Often there is this accusation. Toronto and other cities often talk about this, but they have to have the services and the public finances to support these newcomers. There is kind of a solid people. The federal government is putting its feet in cement. There's some uncertainty about what the citizenship is, but Quebec won't think along those lines. How can Canada claim that is the land where it welcomes people? It claims that it does when its ability to provide basic services is collapsing. It seems easy to look at it from Parliament because it's Quebec and the provinces that are left with the bill for vulnerable workers. Perhaps it's changing, but that the Conservatives and the Liberals shared. We have to see that it's a failure. Canadians and Quebecers are concerned, and this requires an acknowledgement of this failure. It also requires an ability to measure success. You can't measure immigration by the number of people coming into Canada and Quebec. You measure the success of immigration based on the success. And there's this new compulsion for the Bloc to talk about successful immigration, and it can be measured, except the tools for that don't exist yet. How many are adequately have found adequate employment that is fitting or appropriate for their qualifications? How many people who have decided to live in Quebec came through immigration and now can master or have a basic mastery of French in 1, 3, 5 years? How many people who came here as an asylum seeker will sleep on the streets of Toronto or the streets of Montreal or the streets of Vancouver this winter without having an address? These are measures that we don't have, but they appear necessary if we want to determine if we are in fact seeing successful immigration. Canada has no moral authority to talk about immigration or immigration thresholds when it talks about numbers instead of quality, as long as people within it aren't prosperous, live in safety, security, in ways that Canada is currently not providing. There is moral authority here that is at work that is, in fact, lacking. We can talk about numbers now. That's how you define, if you decide successful immigration that way, but I don't think so. So they continue to push this, though. Not so long ago, I said that if there were doubts about immigration, people were xenophobic, and I hope that this is something of the past. It was unhealthy and, in fact, a poor way of looking at the situation. But the thought is evolving in Canada, and we've moved on. In Quebec, there is a unique variable. It's the only society that, other than Canada and the U.S., that defines itself as a nation, a territory with a history, values, an economic model, and with a language, of course.
There's been a big paradigm shift. and that is to look at immigration from an economic point of view and shifting to looking at it from roles and responsibilities. So this plan to have 100 million Canadians by the year 2100. So Canada would be bringing immigrants in for selfish reasons, to keep our economy running smoothly, to keep it booming. Now, obviously, we need workers and people will be happy to have jobs. But should we be looking at immigration from this perspective through the prism of labor alone? I think immigration needs to be looked at from a different angle. As a nation, inviting people to come to Canada or Quebec from a planet that's all too small. We should be looking at those who are migrating, who are fleeing, who are dreaming of better lives, people who are migrants before they become immigrants. These are people looking for a better life, and we have a duty to offer them just that. We need to resettle people successfully in Canada and in Quebec. And the model in Quebec is different, so be it. The Canadian and Quebec models do have a certain amount of things in common, all the same. They're subject to the same risks. The planet seems to be getting smaller. People are migrating more and more. They're moving around, and they want to come here. And nobody wants to see their national culture or identity disappear. And so in order to avoid that, we need to have successful immigration. And the resulting community will not be entirely the same as it was before. The newcomers will have to adapt, and the receiving culture will have to adapt too. So there are a certain number of values, for example, in Quebec, state secularism and so on, environmentalism, and these are things that can be found to some extent too in the rest of Canada. But there's another thing that needs to be taken into account. We can't be disconnected from reality. Let's look at some statistics that are approximate. We understand that Canada wants 500,000 more immigrants by the turn of the next century. It's all a bit vague, but if you were to lower that by 30,000, that wouldn't make much of a difference, because people who come to Canada this year, including to Quebec, or people who don't have a permanent resident status yet, among those people, there are about 800,000 foreign students, 8,000 foreign students, for example. But if you're from a francophone African country, there's a lot of discrimination. There are some 80 to 90,000 temporary foreign workers in this country, and they're welcome, of course. But there are a lot of people that we've lost track of. Over 300,000 in Quebec alone. People who have simply disappeared. They have no status here. So there's a lot of people who are here without any status or awaiting their status. So if the targets were to be brought down by 30,000 of 500,000, the impact would not be all that great. And a lot of people are without status, they're unhoused, they're vulnerable. And there are companies who would exploit those vulnerabilities of people who have no legal status here. And there's an impact on healthcare, which of course comes under Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. And the necessary transfers from the federal government are still not forthcoming because Ottawa always wants to attach strings to its funding. And in the educational system, we know that there are a number of shortcomings that we're trying to deal with, but it's very much after the fact. And childcare, of course, that's another area. The social safety net, I mentioned this earlier, the number of unhoused people, the impact on public transit as well. And I'd like to add that Immigration Canada has over 1 million cases in its backlog. Why not give your workers a bit of a break and slow down the influx? And of course, there's the housing crisis. So there are some things that are under our control and some things that aren't. And I think instead of pointing fingers, the number of people in a country will contribute to a housing crisis, which was created or exacerbated by other causes. But there are things that we can't control. There are things that we can control. The speed at which we bring people in, the volume of newcomers, is something that we can reasonably control. The type of housing that will be provided to take pressure off the housing market, that's something that can be controlled. There's labor, but there's also prices or costs. I'll just briefly mention this. I imagine everyone's aware of this, but not so long ago, the immigration minister said, yeah, well, those people will come to Canada and they'll go to work and they can build their own houses. Well, I hope then the week after they'll build their own hospitals and schools too, their own sewer systems and so on. They're going to have to work hard to build all that. That's really no way to run a sensible immigration policy. And there's also an economic impact, and this has to be said, on inflation. And it would be far-fetched to blame immigration, to blame inflation on immigration. But it's a simple mathematical calculation. The more people you bring in, the more that's going to fuel inflation. So that's more that's going to fuel inflation. So, and then there's foreign credentials recognition. There are a lot of highly skilled, highly qualified people who want to come to Canada or Quebec, and their credentials go unrecognized, and they wind up in jobs that are precarious jobs. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. And when I talk about economic integration in Quebec, I always have to mention language. Our top duty, our main responsibility when we bring people to Quebec is to give them the fundamental tool they will need in order to integrate fully into Quebec society, and that is the ability to speak French. And the people from the Century Initiative or McKinsey or whoever's advising the Prime Minister on this fantasy of having 100 million Canadians by the turn of the century, they didn't consider French language acquisition at all. I asked that question and they said, no, we didn't think about it. It was not at all on our minds. But obviously that's important. And finally, for foreign students, I think we need to listen to the countries they come from. They're glad their students are able to come here for their education. They're happy that people are trained here and then they can go back to their countries of origin and help. And they do understand that some of those students will probably stay in Canada. But it's not for us to deal with that issue alone. We need to listen to the countries that these foreign students come from. They want some of those students back. So we have to stop pointing fingers. We have to stop taking a short-sighted view of things. We need to stop working in a vacuum, in silos and isolation. We need to consider the transfers that are necessary to provide services to newcomers. In Quebec, we need to, we have a model, and that needs to be paid attention to, and we need to be thinking about successful integration, successful settlement, and successful immigration. If Canada wants to avoid being considered irresponsible in how it resettles immigrants, well, Quebec does want to be seen as responsible and will be responsible. It would be so much simpler and so much healthier to have separate immigration policies otherwise, as well as in every other area.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not aware of any provincial jurisdiction in Canada that is saying that Canada needs to let fewer immigrants coming into the country. Not officially, at least I haven't heard that, and I'm curious to whether or not the leader of the Bloc Party is aware of any provinces in Canada that has taken the line that we're allowing too many immigrants into the country. What I do often hear, Madam Speaker, is that we have a huge shortage of labor, in particular in the healthcare field. The member talked about credentials. One of the greatest frustrations that I have is the barriers that are put into place, usually through provinces and organizations within the provinces, to prevent credentials from being recognized. So I'm wondering if he could expand in terms of what he believes is necessary in order to get those credentials recognized. And I'm thinking specifically healthcare workers, which seems to be in demand in every province in Canada. If he could provide his thoughts on that, and at the same time, if he could indicate to me any province in Canada that says that we should have fewer immigrants coming to Canada.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I'm a bit frustrated. I'd like to indulge my colleague with an answer, but he could have at least asked the question in French. It's incredible. Are there any other provinces in Canada that think we're bringing in too many immigrants? Well, let me just express a legitimate concern of Quebecers, not about the number of people. And there's a number of times I've said that let's not quibble about numbers. Let's talk about successful integration of immigrants in Quebec and in Canada. And then adding language as another variable in Quebec, that is measurable. And everybody shares this problem, and the government should pay attention to that problem. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to follow up on what the Bloc leader said, behind the figures there are families, there are people waiting for their applications to be processed so that their families can be reunited, as mine was once. But the numbers do tell part of the story. The numbers matter because since 2015, the number of workers working at Immigration Canada has been doubled to deal with the backlog, which back then was 1.9 million applications back in 2015. People wanting to come to Canada or change their status from temporary to permanent resident and eventually become citizens. So the number of workers at the department has been doubled. There are over 12,000 people working at Immigration Canada, but the number of applications in the backlog has gone up steadily in spite of that. There were 137. Now there are 227 directors in the department, and the backlog keeps growing. One of the basic goals we should have is if a person makes an application, there should be a service provided to them. They shouldn't have to wait years and years in a precarious situation. I'd like to hear what the Bloc member has to say about that. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I'm not sure the member wants to hear what I have to say about this because he expressed his own opinion there. But what we can see with the department is that the backlog is very real. It's a very significant problem. All of these people who want a better life by coming to Quebec or to Canada, all these people have to wait a ridiculously long time because the machine is so backlogged They have to train people. There are so many instructions they have to follow. There's just more and more pressure on the machinery. And that's another reason why the federal government should take a big step back and control the flow, slow things down, and get it right for people who choose Quebec or Canada. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague on his work and on his speech, the Bloc leader. The immigration minister often simplifies things, oversimplifies them by saying that immigrants can build their own houses. But I have a bit of a problem with that. It's not just about labor. In my riding, there's one town where there's no water. There's been a moratorium. They haven't been able to build a single new housing unit. So construction is one thing, but there's the infrastructure that can't be neglected. You can't overlook that. That's part of the settlement capacity. There are areas that are green zoned, if you will. It's agricultural land. You're not allowed to build in those zones. So, and there are other areas that are called white zoned where no construction is allowed. So how are you supposed to build more when you're not allowed to build in so many areas? What about the municipal infrastructure, the water and sewage and so on? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We have to talk about everything. Everything has to be taken into account. The impact when you have 40,000 people living in an area without status, with no legal status. The municipalities get their knuckles rapped if their zoning is not compliant with federal regulations, even though the municipalities don't report, they don't come under federal jurisdiction at all. So if there's more and more pressure on the system, who is in the worst position to deal with these problems? We need to have a holistic view of the situation when it's something as fundamental as a country's immigration policy. And Canada obviously has a far different demographic situation than Quebec.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and today's motion. Where I'm from, in Châteauguay-Lacolle, I'm very proud of the work that's being done in the area of immigration. And of course, we have a labor shortage, and everyone's very thankful for the work that's being done. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the following problem. Quebec has imposed its own limits on family reunification. And I have people in my riding who are Francophone Quebecers who are waiting for their spouses to be able to come. Obviously, though, they often already have housing and work, and they'd be very happy if their spouses could join them. But there's a quota, and that quota has already been filled for 2023. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The question should have been addressed to her federal colleague, but I'd like to say yes, among the criteria that the immigration criteria, then obviously family reunification should be one of the top priorities. It's a fundamental thing. And so to answer my colleague's question, yes, there are labor market issues, and in agricultural riding, obviously that's an issue. But it shouldn't be as simple as bringing as many people as quickly as possible without consideration for all the other factors.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would love to wish all the kids and families in Surrey Newton and from coast to coast to coast a happy Halloween. Enjoy the tricks and treats. Madam Speaker, as an immigrant, I would support this motion brought forward by the Bloc Québécois. I'm pleased today to rise in this House and share my time with an honourable member who I believed in before he got elected in the by-election. And I remember that snowing in Manitoba, and I was there helping my dear friend who's one of the hardest working members of Parliament, and particularly when it comes to immigrant communities, the work that he does is unparalleled, and that member is honourable member from Winnipeg North. So I'll be sharing my time with him, Madam Speaker. Let me share some of the key facts with regards to Canada's immigration levels, as well as consultants with Quebec. Tomorrow, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship is set to share with the House the immigration levels for upcoming years. When it comes to welcoming newcomers to Canada, we know that they support our economy and contribute meaningfully to our communities. Madam Speaker, our population is aging and our workforce is aging. To ensure that we can maintain the social services Canadians rely on, we need more people working to address current labour shortages across the country. As such, permanent immigration is vital to Canada's long-term economic growth. It accounts for almost 100% of our labour force growth. And by 2032, it is projected to account for 100% of the population growth. And with countless newcomers currently working in the healthcare field, construction, or filling important roles for small and medium-sized businesses across the country, we cannot minimize the importance of immigration and newcomers, Canada's economy, and that we need for the Canada's economy and for future growth. With regards to the opposition motion at hand, we undergo consultations every year with provincial and territorial partners, including Quebec, employers, and relevant stakeholders, to ensure that our immigration levels plan is aligned with the current realities of the labour market, while also ensuring that newcomers have the resources and tools they need to thrive and contribute meaningfully to their new communities. Of course, that includes working with our colleagues in Quebec government. Under the Canada-Quebec Accord on Immigration, Quebec has the responsibility of setting the number of immigrants destined to Quebec and the selection, reception, and integration of those immigrants. To be very clear, we work in close partnership with Quebec on all things related to immigration. In addition to conversations with the Minister of Immigration had with his Quebec counterpart, the Minister of Immigration has also had conversations with his colleagues in provinces and territories, including Quebec, throughout Canada. Ultimately, the success, arrival, and integration of newcomers to our country requires a Team Canada approach. The dialogue on immigration happens with officials from different orders of government through events and conferences and through official consultations. Madam Speaker, every year after these broad consultations and considering the data at hand, the government tables a levels plan. It used to be that the levels plan was just for 1 year, but the current 3-year level plan allows the federal government and provincial partners, as well as those in our settlement sector, a better planning horizon. This allows us to respond to the current needs of the country while adapting for the future. In addition to our annual levels consultation, we have recently been receiving input from provinces and stakeholders under our strategic immigration review, which is looking at what changes we might need to make to ensure we have an immigration system that meets the current and future needs of our country. Those consultations have stressed the need to work in close collaboration with many partners on immigration to ensure we are meeting the needs of the economy and our communities. Madam Speaker, the federal government, provinces, and territories all agrees that bright and the talented newcomers are essential to Canada's current and future economic growth. That means we align our immigration priorities with critical services such as housing and infrastructure. I would like to share with the members opposite that we have made historic housing investments in Quebec. Since 2015, we have invested to help more than 445,000 Quebecers obtain affordable housing, and thanks to bilateral agreement between Canada and Quebec, we will see a combined investment of an additional $3.7 billion over the next 10 years to improve housing in Quebec. Madam Speaker, these are the critical investments we are making to not only ensure that Quebecers have a safe and affordable place to live, but it also helps to ensure that when newcomers arrive, they have resources they need to build their new lives in Canada. But make no mistake, newcomers are not the cause of our current housing situation in Canada. They are part of the solution. In order for these investments to manifest into real, safe, and affordable housing, we need bright, talented, and skilled newcomers to come to Canada and build homes throughout the country. And that is exactly what we are doing. Thanks to changes made to our express entry system, we have invested in the immigration system to invite 1,500 trades workers to Canada just this past June, and thanks to Canadian Experience Class, the Provincial Nominee Program, and the Federal Skills Trades Program, that brought nearly 38,000 tradespersons that has obtained permanent residency in Canada. These are individuals with valued experience in construction who can help address the current labor shortages in the construction industry so that we can build the homes we need. Madam Speaker, we are listening to the current challenges of Canadians, newcomers, and communities. We are also working alongside provinces, territories, and municipalities to strengthen our immigration system so that we can all benefit from immigration. We continue to align our immigration levels to be more responsive to the needs of labor market while working closely with provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure newcomers can succeed when they arrive. Madam Speaker, as my remarks are highlighted today, Canada needs newcomers in order to build a strong, reliable economy, and that we all can count on it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de la Pointe-Lille.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I'd like to know whether the government considers that it's important to consider the capacity to welcome immigrants in Quebec and Canada. For example, when it comes to federal language policy, it aims to support English in Quebec. And for at least a third of new immigrants to be able to access services in English, whereas Quebec needs to integrate and francisize 90% of new immigrants in order to maintain its demographic weight. Does my colleague consider that Quebec's capacity to integrate and francisize is a factor that should be considered?
Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Each year when the targets are revised, the government consults with the provinces and territories, including Quebec, as I mentioned. And we put resources in so as the immigrants can settle. And there are many, many organizations that do help. And when it comes to Francophonie immigration, and particularly outside the Quebec, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that BC Francophonie Association has always advocated to have more and more Francophones, settle in British Columbia. And our government has achieved that 4.4%, and we are willing to go up to 6% and making sure that they have the resources, not only the English-speaking people that are coming to Quebec, but also the French-speaking that are coming and settling outside of Quebec.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just before I get underway with my question, I recall the 2010 by-election, and the member would be wearing his shoes even through snow, recognizing how important it was to go and visit actual homes, and I appreciated it then. And I've learned a great deal in regards to immigration from the member, because the member is a very strong, powerful advocate in regards to immigration policies. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to how it is that it goes back to Jean Chrétien, where we developed the provincial nominee program, which enabled provinces to have more say in regards to immigration. And if he could provide his thoughts in terms of why it's important for Canada and the federal government to work with provincial jurisdictions to ensure that we further advance the interests of immigrants.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is very important because we have the say of the provinces and territories and municipalities, of course, because the needs vary from one province to the other province and one part of the country to the other part of the country. I can give you an example, Madam Speaker, in British Columbia, particularly in the city. We have a housing market that needs construction workers. We have a hospital and healthcare that needs health workers. So this is up to the province to decide which particular trades that those provinces should be welcoming. And that is why it is very important that the provinces and territories, including Quebec, should have a full say with the Minister of Immigration on a national level to bring in new immigrants and make sure that we have resources to settle them down in a very efficient and good way.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député de la Pointe-de-Lille.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague mentioned organizations to support French outside Quebec, but within Quebec, there is no group for promoting French that receives funding under the Official Languages Action Plan. Can my colleague tell me what he thinks of that?
Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to Quebec, Quebec has exclusive powers to select the majority of their immigrants. Under the Canada-Quebec Accord, financial compensation is given to Quebec annually to ensure that the Francophonisation of newcomers is there. The total funding included in 2023-24 estimates for the grants to Quebec is $726.7 million. and Quebec's immigration jurisdictions are always respected.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has 5 minutes to start his
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to be able to rise and talk to an opposition motion that actually has a great deal of substance and I think is relevant in terms of what is happening today. Immigration is a very important, and I would suggest to you, a critical file. And it's something in which I'm very comfortable in talking about because it has meant so much to me throughout my 30-plus years as being a parliamentarian, Madam Speaker. I understand and I appreciate the many contributions in every aspect of life immigrants play in our communities. Large and small, every region of the country has benefited by immigration. And as a government, the government is committed to, and it's demonstrated in the past, to working with provinces, municipalities, different stakeholders in order to try to deliver the best possible immigration suite of services possible, Madam Speaker. Take a look in terms of some of the things that we've been able to accomplish in a relatively short time span. We can talk about the Syrian refugees, the Afghanistan refugees, the displaced people from Ukraine, Madam Speaker. Not to mention when the members talk across the way about processing times, and they like to be critical of processing times. This is a government that straightened out a conservative disaster that was in place going into 2015, 2016, Madam Speaker. I was the immigration critic when the Stephen Harper government actually literally canceled the sponsorship of parents and grandparents, not recognizing the many contributions to our economy and to our society that parents that come as immigrants to our communities, Madam Speaker, let alone grandparents, whether it's assisting in the business world, whether it's continue to work or provide the supports and the rock of support in homes, Madam Speaker, enabling others to be able to participate. I was there when the Conservatives actually completely deleted 1 million plus files of individuals that had files in the system, Madam Speaker. I can recall waiting lists of 3, even up to 4 years in order for marriages. I can imagine, Madam Speaker, sponsoring a parent before they closed it down, waiting 8 years to be able to be processed. We have accomplished a great deal, even with the crisis that we witnessed around the world, even having gone through a pandemic. We have increased and seen substantial increases by the hundreds of thousands of international students, Madam Speaker, for a wide spectrum of reasons. It's not to say that there's not problems within immigration that need to be resolved. We have a current minister that is saying that we are going to continue to work with provinces and specifically in dealing with the issue of international students. I am very much concerned about the plight of international students, as I know my colleagues are, Madam Speaker. And we have a minister that's committed to working with the different stakeholders and our provinces to try to straighten out the issues that are taking place today with international students. The issue of temporary working visas, visiting visas are always issues in which not only myself but my colleagues give a great deal of attention to, because we see the value of those temporary visas, whether it's to work or employment here in Canada, to the need to have visitors, family coming over for celebrations, whether they're weddings, graduations, or at times, sadly, for funerals, Madam Speaker. There's a wide spectrum of immigration services, and a part of that is ensuring that we get the targets right. And this is a government that is focused on ensuring, and part of that focus means working with provinces. As I posed the question to the member, the leader of the Bloc Party, is he aware of any province that is saying, we don't want any more immigrants? It's actually the opposite when it comes to healthcare workers, where we want to see more. I'll be able to continue after questions.
The honourable member has 5 minutes and a half to complete his speech. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert.
Speaker, today marks the 15th anniversary of Satoshi Nakamoto's white paper that gave birth to the Bitcoin network, a fully decentralized peer-to-peer and permissionless way to exchange value. In the words of Twitter founder Jack Dorsey, the Bitcoin white paper is one of the most seminal works of computer science in the last 30 years. It's poetry. In the words of SEC Chairman Gary Gensler, Satoshi's innovation potential to spur change is worth pursuing to lower economic rents and to promote economic inclusion. I couldn't agree more. In fact, over the last decade, we've seen Bitcoin empower the underbanked as well as those living in oppressive regimes. Women, for instance, who use Bitcoin all over the world to evade unjust restrictions on their financial freedoms. It's also helped thousands of families avoid the tragedy of currency debasement. Now, in full disclosure, Madam Speaker, while I do own Bitcoin, I'm not advocating for anyone to buy it, but for everyone to study it, progressives in particular, because after all, Bitcoin was born in the midst of the great financial crisis as an alternative to big banks' greed and the system that never failed to bail them out. It stands for a truly progressive ideal. So today, Madam Speaker, let me thank Satoshi Nakamoto, whoever that may be, and wish a happy 15th anniversary to Bitcoin's white paper. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Sarah, a mother of four from Whitehorse, told me yesterday how expensive life has gotten because of a carbon tax. Sarah spent $240 to fill up her truck last Friday. That tank of gas will only last her 1 week going back and forth to work along with some kids' activities. That's $1,000 a month. Sarah also said her food bill is up 30% and is now forced to spend $1,300 to $1,400 per month as carbon tax has doubled transportation costs. From local Yukon MLA Stacey Hazard yesterday, Yukon has the highest cost of living in Canada. Quote, tell the federal government about the impact of the federal carbon tax on the cost of living here in Yukon. And the North has been more affected by the carbon tax than any other region in the country. Meanwhile, today, the Minister for Northern Affairs denied he'd heard any concerns from Northerners about the unfair carbon tax stunt. My question is to the Liberal Member of Parliament for Yukon. Will he stand up to this Northern Affairs out-of-touch minister and demand that the carbon tax be permanently removed for all Yukoners?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, I had the honor of attending the Kindred Radiant Ladies' Night organized by the Coalition of Muslim Women. October is Islamic History Awareness Month, and this event was a platform for raising funds in support of the Coalition's vital advocacy work and their services dedicated to assisting victims of gender-based violence, discrimination, hate, and Islamophobia in our community. As we bid farewell to Islamic History Month, which celebrates its theme this year as Celebrating Muslim Women in the Arts and Sciences, we are reminded to appreciate the significant contributions of Muslim women throughout history and in Canada. They have left a lasting impact on the fields of arts, sciences, and society. As we move beyond Canadian Islamic History Month, let us continue to actively engage with and celebrate the rich history and culture within our diverse Muslim communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was a school principal, and so I have a great deal of respect for workers who work in education, coaching students, encouraging them to excel, to believe in their strengths and in their abilities. This could not be more important. So today, I would like to pay tribute to Constable Jessica Bonneville of the Town of St. Eustatius Police Department. She has been awarded the National Youth Justice Policing Award. Her exemplary dedication to the community, we respect her enormously. She has been involved also as a police officer educator in the Toucher le Sommet, Reach for the Stars project. She has encouraged many students experiencing difficulties to persevere and reach new heights. Jessica Bonneville is not only a source of inspiration to her students, but also to all of us in this house. To Jessica, thank you and congratulations. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is critically important to acknowledge and celebrate the cultural wealth of our rural regions. It is an important vector of social and economic development. That's why, today, I would like to congratulate Yann Proulx and Danny Monette of Production Les Deux Vallées for their excellent work. They are starting their third season. These passionate men are very dedicated. They have worked tirelessly to make Canadian and Québécois culture shine in Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, in La Chute, and in Papineauville and elsewhere. They offer our people amazing shows, really high quality, right in our towns where we live. So I thank them from the bottom of my heart for their important contributions to making our regions thrive culturally. Thank you, and keep up the great work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, food insecurity is on the rise everywhere in Canada currently. In Quebec, 1 in 10 people use food banks on a regular basis due to a lack of money. The problem now affects working people with modest incomes, single mothers, and people with high mortgage costs. Thousands of volunteers support our food banks across the country. We owe them our gratitude and our thanks. But now, our society needs to do more and be more generous. We all need to take a hard look at how lucky we are to be able to support a friend, a neighbor, or a family member. Let's rise to this challenge together. Let's share, let's show empathy, let's be civic-minded, and let's care for one another. Today and tomorrow, what could be better than sharing a good meal with your loved ones? Let's all be generous towards those who reach out to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Lévis-Lotbinière.
Malprononciation.
I apologize for having mispronounced his writing name. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, my family and I, along with my riding of Humber River Black Creek, lost a close friend in Sam Rousseau, the husband of Louise Rousseau. Sam is survived by Louise and their children. Sam was always a vital member of our community and played an integral role in supporting Louise's advocacy against violence and gun control after being shot in a random shooting. Last Saturday, friends and family of Sam held a memorial in his honor, presenting a bench, plaque, and planting a tree in Louise Rousseau Park. Sam was a wonderful person and friend. I will always remember him for his kind heart, dedicated spirit, and infectious smile. He will truly be missed by all. On behalf of my husband Sam, my family and staff, I send my sincerest condolences to my friend Louise, their children, their family, and all who had the pleasure of knowing him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a meeting with over 60 Ottawa-based Afghan Canadian community leaders to listen to them and to discuss the issues affecting their community. Everyone expressed their condolences for those who lost their lives due to the earthquake in Herat province and recognized the significant impact it had on the affected communities and requested more Canadian humanitarian aid to them. They expressed grave concern on the degradation of the fundamental human rights of women and girls, from right to education to work. All speakers conveyed their concern for the Afghan nationals currently in Pakistan who have no legal status and today's deadline for them to leave that country back to Afghanistan. They also expressed concern that Afghanistan would again become a safe haven for the global jihadi groups. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I could ask members for their attention. I'm certain we all would like to listen to the different declarations by members, especially the member from Peterborough, Kawartha.
Hear, 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 hear. Yeah. The Liberals continue to double down on what Canadians already know. Their agenda isn't about helping all Canadians. It's about holding on to power and keeping their seats.
That's right.
This Prime Minister came out admitting his carbon tax is punishing Canadians and making life unaffordable. That's right. His solution? Temporarily removing a small portion of the carbon tax just in Atlantic Canada. The Liberal minister from Newfoundland and Labrador said on national news the decision was based solely on votes.
Unreal.
Political science, not real science. She said only people who vote Liberal matter. Another Liberal minister said he's sick and tired of people talking about the cold winter. Heating your home during a Canadian winter is not a luxury.
That's right.
The common sense Conservative promise is simple: fair and equal treatment for all Canadians. We will end all of the inflationary causing carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the 2023 Poppy campaign is in full swing, and it is a way to remember and honour Canadian veterans. No one better embodies the heart of the Poppy campaign than the Dion family in St. John's. Rod Dion was a veteran of the Second World War and was part of the Normandy D-Day invasion. He passed away this summer at the age of 102 and was involved in the Poppy campaign for 50 years, right up until he was 101. Now his daughter Jen is carrying that legacy and tradition forward in his and other veterans' honor. A Poppy is a way of saying thank you to those who served, like Mr. Dion, and I know it's a sentiment that everyone in this House shares, lest we forget.
All right. Then I have
the Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, the cost of living is skyrocketing. People just can't get by anymore. Instead of giving people a break, this government, with its bloc allies who support the drastic imposition of a second carbon tax that adds 17 cents to the price of a litre of gas, it's costing a lot of money to vote bloc. And unlike what bloc MPs are trying to make people believe, this second tax does apply in Quebec. But last week, the Prime Minister finally admitted that his carbon tax is hurting people and making life unaffordable, Mr. Speaker. He gave the Atlantic provinces a break. One Liberal minister even said that the Atlantic got this break because they vote for the government. Mr. Speaker, it's appalling. This is an affront to Quebecers who are also suffering from the impacts of the carbon tax. The Prime Minister needs to show some fairness, some common sense, and drop his costly carbon tax for good, not just temporarily, and for everyone, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 miserable years, it's clear that the Prime Minister and this Liberal NDP coalition aren't worth the cost. A desperate Prime Minister in total freefall finally admitted that his carbon tax is punishing Canadians and making life unaffordable. But this weekend, the Minister for Rural Economic Development admitted this exemption wasn't granted to Canadians across the country because they don't vote Liberal. Meanwhile, today, the Minister of Northern Affairs denied that he'd heard any concerns from his constituents about their unfair carbon tax stunt, which I don't believe for a second. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I can help the member for St. Boniface St. Vital, because I have spoken to Manitobans. I've talked to seniors, families, and small business owners who despise the carbon tax and want it axed. The minister had a chance to stand up for Manitobans and remove the carbon tax from our home heating. Instead, his government is creating 2 classes of citizens, those who pay the carbon tax on home heating and those who don't. Will the Manitoban Liberal Minister for Northern Affairs stand up for his constituents and all Manitobans and finally axe the tax?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
In Canada today, nearly 1,000 patients are in need of life-saving stem cell transplants.
But less than a quarter of patients find a compatible donor among their family members. The rest rely on volunteer donors who aren't family members to save their lives. Patients are more likely to find a compatible donor within their own ethnic group. That's why it's so important for our stem cell registry to become as diverse as our country is.
Tomorrow, Wednesday, November the 1st, Canadian Blood Services will host the Hope on the Hill event from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., where parliamentarians, staff, and the Hill community will have the opportunity to join the stem cell registry in person. For those who cannot make it, I encourage you to visit blood.ca to discover how you can join the stem cell registry and save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
New Democrats condemn the Hamas terrorist attack on innocent children, women, and the elderly. Now, people who have nothing to do with Hamas are getting killed. Right at the outset, New Democrats call for a ceasefire, the release of all hostages, the protection of all civilians, and an end to the siege and bombardment of Gaza, and for humanitarian aid to reach civilians urgently and without restriction. We condemn all acts of anti-Semitism, anti-Palestinian racism, and Islamophobia, including any glorification or calls for the killing of innocent people, Israeli or Palestinian. As the siege and bombardment continue, a whole population could be wiped out. Humanity must be at the forefront of this war, any war. We must support ICC investigations into all war crimes. Canada must end the arms sales to Israel and condemn settler attacks in the West Bank. We must invest in building a just peace for Palestinians and Israelis and put an end to the occupation.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to commend the many years of dedication and loyal service of Jean-Luc Barthe, who has been the mayor of the municipality of Saint-Ignace-de-Noyeau-la. Municipal government means being close to the people. To remain mayor for a long time, you have to be close to people. He had a career in Bombardier and in the marine industry. First, he was municipal councillor for 21 years, and now he's been mayor for 14 years, for a grand total of 35 years of public service. His exceptional involvement in our community deserves to be commended in this place. Mr. Barthe, I'm very proud to congratulate you for your hard work, your perseverance, and your strong sense of responsibility. You have been loyal and you have worked nobly. Your dedication to your region, which you hold so dear, deserves the utmost respect. Congratulations.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years, rampant corruption and gross mismanagement of taxpayer dollars is being exposed at the Prime Minister's billion-dollar green slush fund at Sustainable Development Technologies Canada. A friend of the Prime Minister, who is chair of the board, has funneled millions of dollars to her company and even had executives pressure and mislead staff into approving millions more. Recent reports reveal that of a small sample of companies that received funding, 3 of them were ineligible, but they still received a staggering $53 million. The companies didn't need the funding. The external reviewers recommended against funding them, but they got tens of millions of taxpayer dollars anyway. Because under this NDP Liberal government, insiders get paid and Canadians pay the price. Conservatives have alerted Canada's Auditor General to the corruption at the Liberal Green Slush Fund and have called for a full forensic audit. Canadians deserve answers because this Prime Minister, well, he's just not worth the cost. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kelsey.
Mr. Speaker, last week in member statements and question period, Conservatives made 179 statements they knew were not accurate or factual. Now, you can put this down to political hyperbole, but link it to other things Conservatives have been doing, and a dark picture emerges. Since they named their latest leader, Conservatives have consistently worked to tear down Canada's democratic institutions, government agencies, the CBC.
I'm going to interrupt the member from Port Moody, Fort Kells, to indicate that any honourable member in this House deliberately made false statements is against the rules of the House. If the member is able to, I will encourage the member to start his statement again, but understanding what I've just said, and would conduct himself accordingly. The honourable member from Port Moody, Fort Kells, from the top in an amended fashion.
Last week in member statements and question period, there were 179 statements that were not accurate or factual. You can put this down to political hyperbole on the part of the Conservatives, but link it to other things the Conservatives have been doing, and you get a very dark picture. Since they named their latest leader, Conservatives have consistently worked to tear down Canada's democratic institutions, government agencies, the CBC, to diss our economy and attack our courts, and to disrespect the Speaker as well. Everything is broken, promotes distrust. They feed the public a steady diet of anger and doubt. Is this a setup to create citizens' willingness to elect a strong man who'll take away some of their freedoms in exchange for an illusionary sense of protection? Is this the Conservative leader's agenda? If so, risky and reckless. If not, then he should follow the advice from Cicero. When some speak ill of you, live so that none would believe them.
Order. À l'ordre. Colleagues, once again, I will encourage you to please reread my statement that I made from the chair almost 2 weeks ago now in regarding trying to bring more decorum to this House. It's really important, not only for ourselves, but for all Canadians to understand that we understand that each member of Parliament who comes here with the best of intention to serving her or his country, to do so with honor and to do so with integrity. There are statements which we can make, which can certainly reflect a point of view that people have, but let us make sure that we do not cross over that line into calling into question the dignity and honor of all members. The honourable member, questions orales, l'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The honourable leader of the opposition. The Prime Minister's flip-flop with regards to carbon tax causes issues with Canadians because there are now two categories, those that are temporarily exempted and those who will have to pay the second carbon tax as applicable to Quebec. It will continue to increase the price of gas, diesel and food for Quebecers.
Minister of Rural Affairs said that Prairie Canadians are going to have to continue to pay the carbon tax because they didn't vote Liberal. Will he denounce her divisive comments or admit that he's hitting Canadians with higher taxes as punishment for not voting for him?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are people throughout the country who are facing very high prices because they heat their houses with oil. They don't always have the choice to switch to better options like heat pumps. This decision focuses on switching to heat pumps, which is good throughout the country. We're here to work with all provinces who want to make sure that low-income households receive heat pumps for free so that they may finally put an end to their dependency on oil, which is more polluting, more expensive, and that doesn't help families at the end of the day. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Flip-flop on the carbon tax for oil heating proved everything he said for 8 years about the tax is wrong. It's not worth the cost. He said that the tax would make people better off. He's now admitted that that's not true. Yep. He said it's about the environment, but he leaves the tax on lower emitting and more environmentally friendly natural gas, and now he's dividing Canadians based on where they live. So will he stop creating two classes of Canadians? Will he take the tax off all so Canadians can keep the heat on?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the goal from the very beginning of our fight against climate change and the price on pollution was to put more money in people's pockets and encourage protecting the planet. And that's exactly what we've seen over the past number of years. As a step, one of the things we are targeting right now is home heating oil, which is used right across the country, primarily by lower income residences, and they pay more for home heating oil than you do for natural gas. And it's dirtier and more emitting than natural gas. So we are going to provide free heat pumps for low-income families in provinces that are willing to participate with us and drive down emissions.
Here, here.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition
admits that he's keeping the tax on cleaner and lower emitting natural gas. This is clearly not about environmental science, it's about political science. And that political science with him is always divide and conquer. Tear the country apart to serve his own narrow personal interest. Does he not realize that what he is doing is not just bankrupting Canadian households, 14% of whom are living with unsafe temperatures because of higher energy costs, but he's actually tearing our national unity apart.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we see from the Conservatives yet again is misinformation. The price on pollution applied to natural gas does put more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians across the country. That is what the Leader of the Opposition refuses to recognize. When Canadians receive a climate action incentive check, that more than compensates for 8 out of 10 households across the country than what they spend on carbon price with natural gas. It doesn't apply that way. That math doesn't apply on home heating, which is why we're phasing out home heating oil by replacing them with free heat pumps for low-income Canadians.
The Leader of the Opposition.
That he continues to contradict the parliamentary budget officer who said that 60% of Canadians pay more in his carbon tax than they get back in the rebates. What now he's doing is contradicting what he said on Thursday, wherein he admitted that Canadians are made worse off on a net basis by his tax. That's why he's having to put a pause until after the election. Already, 14% of Canadians are living with unsafe temperatures in their homes. 1 in 10 have missed a heating bill in the last 12 months. Will he, before people go cold and hungry, axe the tax so that people can keep the heat on?
Home heating oil is more expensive, more emitting, more polluting, and is in households that on general are lower income and don't have the means to support it. That's why we're putting forward a program that is going to give free heat pumps installed right across the country as long as the provinces step up and partner with us the way 3 provinces already have. We know the best way to support families is to have them save thousands of dollars a year on heating. That's what they're going to be able to do with a heat pump. That's why we're delivering it right across the country as provinces step up.
I'd like to thank, before I pass on to the honourable member from the opposition, I'd like to thank the whips for signalling to their members to try to keep the noise down. I'd ask all members to please take a look at their whips and to make sure to follow their example. The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So he admits that natural gas is cleaner and lower emitting, and that's exactly why he's going to penalize Canadians for using it. Mr. Speaker, he says he wants to bring in a pause for some people in some places. I want to get rid of the tax for all people in all places and forever. But wait, why don't we let Canadians decide? Why doesn't the Prime Minister pause the tax across the country until Canadians go to the polls so we can have a carbon tax election and Canadians can choose his plan to quadruple the tax or my plan to axe the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is amazing to me that after 3 failed elections in a row by the Conservatives, they still want to fight another election on denying climate change, on denying the costs of climate change. After the summer we've had, they continue to say no plan against climate change is what's good for Canadians, good for our economy, good for businesses. They are wrong, and Canadians are going to show them that once again.
Again, I'd like to thank the whips for encouraging members to please to be able to exercise a manner of self-control, especially when we're listening to somebody providing an answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister still has 15 seconds on the clock. I'll let him continue.
Mr. Speaker, in homes across the country that heat with natural gas, the carbon price delivers more, the carbon rebate delivers more than the carbon price costs in 8 out of 10 homes across the country. That is why and how we are fighting climate change and putting more money back in people's pockets. With home heating oil that is dirty, more expensive, we're phasing it out and replacing it with free heat pumps if the provinces sign up.
The Honourable Member for Baillieu-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for the Environment published certain guidelines, but made no new announcements for immigration targets. He will announce them tomorrow, but he's almost admitted that he did not know what they were going to be. So does he know today the numbers that he will announce tomorrow? That's worrying. This isn't a last-minute university essay. He needs to consult before he decides to choose a date upon which he will make his announcements. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that immigration is a strength for Canada, for its economy and for its diversity and for our communities from coast to coast to coast. We shall continue to welcome people from throughout the world, and we'll continue to do so and always do so in a responsible way, taking into account the needs of our businesses and our families and our communities, but also the needs of the world. We'll continue to do so in a responsible way, and I'm looking forward to seeing tomorrow's announcement. The Honourable Member for Baillieu-Chambly. I'm afraid that I don't know more than that. We're debating a motion on successful immigration that would ask the immigration minister to consult Quebec, provinces and territories, which is a healthy approach for everything, in order to establish targets for 2024. Could we harbour hope that were the House to adopt the motion, the minister will not announce a target tomorrow, because he can't reach targets before he consults provinces and territories? This would be a gesture of goodwill. It would be a responsible thing to do, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we completely agree that we need to consult provinces, we have to work with municipalities, we need to consult various groups of Canadians to have good targets, and that is exactly what we have done for the past years. We work hand in hand with provinces, we work hand in hand with organizations, we work hand in hand with municipalities to set good targets for our country, and we'll continue to do so. This is a very reasonable proposal, and we will support the Bloc's motion today. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister's own cabinet minister already admitted that this Liberal government only wants to help people that vote for them. We already have a climate denier Conservative leader who pretends to help people. Now we've got an out-of-touch Prime Minister who only acts when it's in his own interest. New Democrats have proposed taking the GST off of all home heating, a measure that would help all Canadians. When will the Prime Minister stop dividing the country and put in place a measure that gives relief to all Canadians?
Hear, hear.
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, a number of years ago, we made the decision to phase out coal because it was dirty and inefficient in how it powered our country. We are now making the decision to phase out home heating oil because it is more expensive, because it is more polluting, and because it is disproportionately relied upon by lower-income Canadians who need extra support. That's why we have created a program that 3 provinces have already bought in on and agreed to replace and give free home heat pumps to low-income Canadians across the country. We look forward to having more provinces sign up and deliver heat pumps to Canadians who need it.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Prime Minister is delivering a program that divides the country. L'annonce sur le chauffage domestique.
The announcement on home heating is cynic and divisive. We have a disconnected Prime Minister who just wants to help regions where they are losing popularity. And we also have a Conservative leader who denies the existence of climate change. The NDP has asked for a very long time that the GST be removed for home heating to help all Canadians. Will the Prime Minister finally do this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member across the way knows full well that there are Canadians who use home oil heating throughout the country, and our programme that will be applicable from coast to coast to coast will be here to help them to make a change towards a more efficient, a less expensive, and a better for the environment heat pump. We are here to work with provinces. We are here to deliver heat pumps for free for Canadians, low-income Canadians. We will be here to fight against climate change. We'll be here to help families in order to build a better future for all.
L'honorable député de Regina Capel.
After 8 years, the Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. He's desperate and in total freefall. So he announced a gimmicky plan to give a temporary pause to just some families in mostly Liberal-held ridings. Now, the senior Liberal Minister for Newfoundland is proud that this exemption only applies in her region. She even called out Liberals from other parts of the country for not protecting their communities. The Minister for Prairie Development is a Liberal Member of Parliament from Manitoba. It gets cold in Manitoba. So why was he so useless in protecting Canadian families in his area?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we discussed in the House yesterday, the focus of this program is enabling affordability, getting people off of heating oil, which is more than double on average the cost of natural gas in this country. It is about reducing carbon emissions at the same time. It is an important step forward for climate. It is an important step forward in terms of addressing a key affordability issue, and certainly it is good public policy.
L'honorable député de Regina Capel.
The carbon tax is a complete failure. It drives costs up, hasn't allowed the government to hit their own emissions targets, and now the Bank of Canada confirms that the carbon tax alone is responsible for 16% of the extra inflation plaguing Canadians. And now with this announcement, families who heat their homes with clean Canadian natural gas will be punished just for living in areas where the Prime Minister is massively unpopular. He once said a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. So will he stop his divisive tactics and take the carbon tax off of home heating for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, the focus going forward is ensuring affordability and addressing climate change. The honourable member is entitled to his opinions, but he's not entitled to make up his own facts. At the end of the day, 80% of people in this country get more money back in a rebate than they actually pay in terms of the carbon price. This is a program that is focused very much on addressing both climate change and affordability. It is something that my honourable colleague across the way would not understand because they simply don't have a plan to address climate change at all.
L'honorable député de Simcoe Nord.
Mr. Speaker, this government's recent announcement is a comedy in the making. The Liberals said that they could not deviate from their carbon tax plan. They said that extreme weather, hurricanes, floods, and fires demanded that they quadruple the carbon tax. They challenged anybody. They said anybody who challenged it was a Luddite. They said people get more in rebates than they pay, except last week they said when they pause the tax, it's actually making life more affordable. Canadians are realizing this Prime Minister's not worth the cost. So why won't they just cut the tax on all forms of home heating for everybody this winter?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind this House that before we came into power in 2015, emissions projection by 2030 were going to be 80 million tons above our 2005 levels. We've now brought this down to 50 million tons below our 2005 levels. That's the equivalent of removing from our roads 20 million gas-powered vehicles, Mr. Speaker. We have the best record in the G7 for reducing greenhouse gas emissions over the last few years, and we will continue to work for Canadians to fight climate change and to help with affordability.
L'honorable député de Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, as inflation continues to remain, Canadians are realizing the Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and the Bank of Canada is concerned that the soft landing that it once projected is now much narrower. That's because economic uncertainty is increasing while inflation still hasn't been tamed. Two things the government could do to help the Bank of Canada tame inflation is cancel the carbon tax and reduce its spending. So why is the government not taking these two very simple ways to make the Bank of Canada's job harder to bring inflation down for Canadians?
Here, here.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to hear the Conservatives quoting the Governor of the Bank of Canada, someone that they wanted to fire a few months ago. But it's surprising and it's wonderful because if we actually listen to what the Governor of the Bank of Canada said, he said that carbon pricing was contributing 0.15% to inflation and that cutting carbon tax would have no long-term effect on inflation and no effect past that 1 year. So if the Conservatives are serious about helping Canadians, let's get supportive of what this government is doing to increase affordability and stop peddling whatever it is that they're trying to peddle.
I'm sure that everyone would love to hear the question from the Honourable Member from Mégantic-l'Érable. You have the floor. Last week, the Liberal Prime Minister looked at the polls and panicked. After 8 years, he realised that the common-sense Conservatives were right to say that the carbon tax was creating inflation and increasing the cost of absolutely everything. Once again, the Liberal Prime Minister has completely forgotten Quebecers who are also racked by the stress of not being able to feed their families. We know that the Bloc Québécois wants to radically increase the carbon tax, but that's certainly not what Quebecers chose. It's expensive to vote for the Bloc. Does the Prime Minister understand that he's simply not worth the cost? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what surprises a lot of people in this House and those who are watching us at home is that a party that wants to be government has absolutely no plan to fight climate change, no plan to adapt. Yesterday in La Presse, we heard that floods in Quebec this summer cost our farmers and producers $150 million. That's a direct impact of climate change. The Conservatives want to make polluting free. They want to make the climate crisis even worse, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Do you know what's even more shocking, Mr. Speaker, is that after 8 years, every month, 1 in 10 Quebecers used food banks in 2023. After 8 years of this Liberal regime, the Bloc wants to continue to punish the middle class by radically increasing the inflationary carbon tax, and the Liberals are picking and choosing who will see their bill reduced according to the colour they voted for. This is unacceptable, divisive and unfair to Quebec families. Will the Prime Minister finally understand that he is not worth the cost and announce the complete and permanent withdrawal of the second carbon tax, which will punish Quebecers? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what is shocking is that there are at least 4 members of the Quebec Conservatives who in the past voted for carbon pricing. And today, the weather vane has shifted because the wind of the leader has changed to be against climate change. And so they want to do nothing to help Canadians fight against the impact of climate change and to reduce our pollution, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in the Toronto Star, we read that Ottawa will establish its immigration levels based on provinces' intake capacity with healthcare, housing and infrastructure. So they have to consult Quebec before announcing new immigration thresholds. But on the 4th of October, Christine Fréchette, Quebec Immigration Minister, said that the federal government had ignored Quebec's intake capacity, so Quebec had not been consulted. Can the minister publish documentations saying that Quebec has actually been consulted? The Honourable Minister for Immigration. Once again, the Bloc Québécois refuses to understand. The Quebec-Canada agreement has existed since 1991, so it's as old as the Bloc Québécois. But mysteriously, they forget how it works. Quebec has its word to say, Canada has its word to say. We are in constant communication with Quebec and other provinces. We set our thresholds, we respect our jurisdictions, but the Bloc Québécois seems to forget and ignore what the issue is. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, consultation is a thing that happens with two people. Tomorrow, there will be new thresholds announced by the government. In the media, they said that they would take into account intake capacity for healthcare, education, infrastructure. They also said that they would vote for the Bloc Québécois motion that adds education and francization as two factors to be taken into account. As far as we know, they don't know Quebec's intake capacity. Will they delay and finally consult Quebec and provinces? The Honourable Minister for Immigration. What is clear is that when we evaluate various pillars and thresholds, Quebec's intake capacity and Canada's intake capacity are taken into account. Consultation doesn't happen between two people, it happens between 13 people. We need to talk about this with the country as a whole. We need to understand immigration. We must understand that it's the future of our country. So I invite the Bloc to see what we will propose. Quebec knows it already. They've been consulted, and they've been consulted constantly. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has announced that tomorrow he intends to do two contradictory things. On the one hand, he announced that he would vote in favour of our motion asking him to consult Quebec before adjusting his immigration thresholds according to our capacity to receive immigrants. And then there's a contradiction. He is going to announce immigration thresholds for 2026 without having consulted Quebec at all and without having the slightest idea of our intake capacity with regards to healthcare, education, francization and infrastructure. He will vote for one thing, then vote for the opposite the very same day. Why not consult Quebec before announcing thresholds? The Honourable Minister. I'll repeat this once again because I don't think the Blocistes are listening. One, consultations are underway. Two, people, they're very frustrated because we're voting for their motion.
The Honourable Member from Lambton, Kent.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, a desperate Prime Minister is in total free fall, and he has admitted that his carbon tax is punishing Canadians. The Prime Minister has announced his re-election platform. Vote Liberals to increase the carbon tax on your home heating, gas, and groceries. Even the Minister from Long Range Mountains admitted that the exemption wasn't given to all Canadians because they didn't vote Liberal. What about the Liberal MPs from London? Why are Liberals so incompetent and so ineffective at getting an exemption on home heating for folks who are struggling in Ontario?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, thank you very much. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, this government has always taken a regional approach, whether it's to economic development, whether it's to our climate plan. And Mr. Speaker, let's just be very clear, whether it's billions of dollars in St. Thomas, Ontario, for Volkswagen to set up and have batteries and be able to support the supply chain for Canada, Mr. Speaker, price on pollution, is a market mechanism that is the best market mechanism we have. It's producing results unlike anything the Conservatives could actually put on the table. It's putting more money in the pockets of the middle class, Mr. Speaker, and it's reducing emissions.
The honourable member from Lambton Kent.
Mr. Speaker, this government is living in a fantasy land. The Liberals have finally said the quiet part out loud and have admitted that all Canadians are not equal to them. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to pay their bills. The gimmicks that the government is offering is not going to help families who are stressing over how they're going to afford to heat their homes this winter. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So will the Liberals listen to the Leader of the Opposition and introduce legislation today to axe the tax on all forms of home heating for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard words like gimmicky and various kinds of things coming from the other side of the House. I would tell you that the person who actually has heating oil in their home will save upwards of $2,500 per year. It is an enormously important affordability measure. We are going to ensure that we are addressing affordability while we are concurrently fighting climate change. It is a shame in this House that we still have a political party in this country that does not believe in the reality of climate change. It doesn't exist in any other G7 country around the world. It's appalling, and Canadians should be shocked at that.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Liberal Prime Minister gave Atlantic provinces a gift by reducing the carbon tax temporarily. But Quebecers and the rest of Canada must continue to pay for it. I read that some families have had to cut back on their spending recently just to get by, while still they're having to change their habits just to survive. Today, on Halloween, Bloc Québécois MPs have dressed up as Liberals and are dipping into Quebecers' wallets. Will this time-worn government extend its plans to Quebecers and the rest of Canada and stop dividing our country? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's rather ironic to hear this member speaking up against the carbon tax because he worked for a government, the Jean Charest government at the time, who was seen as a champion in North America in the fight against climate change. Arnold Schwarzenegger said that Jean Charest was the best premier of a province or state when it comes to fighting climate change, and the honourable member was part of that government. He voted for that measure, and now the weather vane has shifted just because there's a leader who is against fighting climate change. I find that unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
I imagine that all members want to hear the question and the answer. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know what they think of this minister. It's more costly for Quebecers to have voted for the Bloc because they want to add a second tax to the tax so that Quebecers pay even more. They've stated loud and clear here in the House that the government should increase yet again, more drastically, the carbon tax. Will the government hear reason and be more reasonable than the Bloc and extend the reduction of the carbon tax to Quebecers and all Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. What's drastic, Mr. Speaker, is that my colleague from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier came with me to Baie Saint Paul in July to observe the how the public there was affected by climate change. And so their official policy still in 2023 for the Conservatives is that climate change does not exist. And yet we have a policy that is their policy is pro-pollution and doesn't help Canadians. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
I asked the Minister of Immigration if he would expedite existing immigration applications to help get families out of Gaza. He said he had instructed his officials to be as flexible as possible. Yet Global Affairs is outright telling people only immediate family members are eligible, parents and siblings are excluded. Clearly, the right hand does not know what the left hand is doing. Will the Minister of Immigration officially commit to expediting existing immigration applications and include extended family members?
The Honourable Minister.
What is happening in Gaza is absolutely catastrophic. And it is one of the worst places to live on earth right now. Now, we've been clear. 400 Canadians are stuck in Gaza right now, and they need to leave. Time is running out. We'll be putting pressure on all parties, Israel, making sure that we do so, working also with Egypt, working with Qatar, who's speaking to Hamas, and making sure that our Canadians are coming back home and brought to safety. Thank you.
Great job.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
This Liberal government is all talk and no action when it comes to protecting the rights of workers. In the past, they've used back-to-work legislation to force workers off of the picket line, and now they're dragging their feet on introducing our NDP anti-scab legislation. Meanwhile, the Canadian Olympic Committee has just hired a company that has locked out their employees, and Canada Post has just produced a non-union commercial with a union-busting company. So, trick or treat, Mr. Speaker, will the minister finally do the right thing for workers and commit to bringing in our NDP anti-scab legislation today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're making sure that collective bargaining process is as free and fair as it can be. We've wrapped up consultations. We're going to take feedback that we receive from unions, employers, Indigenous groups to inform legislation which will be tabled by the end of this year. This is the latest evolution in policy to protect the collective bargaining process. We need to strike a balance between doing it quickly and getting it right. Thank you.
The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, is our student program. In Brampton, I know many of them have come to my constituency office and asked for help. They become victim of fraud. Unscrupulous consultants have taken advantage of them. Mr. Speaker, this is not right. We have to protect the integrity of our program. What are we doing to combat fraud and protect the victims?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member of Brampton South for her question and her advocacy in particular. Our goal really in this announcement that we made on Friday is to punish bad actors without punishing the good actors that are having a welcome home for international students in this country. These people are a real credit to our country, and we want to make sure that we are properly accompanying to them. What we announced on Friday is making sure that we are verifying that the letters that are issued by designated learning institutes are properly verified so that we nip fraud in the butt, but also making sure that we're moving towards a recognized institution model to make sure that we are really ensuring that those institutions are actually doing their jobs and making sure that student experience is comprehensive. Thank you.
Honourable member from Costa Bay Central and Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister finds himself rapidly falling out of favour with Atlantic Canadians. They're not stunned. They know he's not worth the cost. With a short 3-year reprieve from Carbon Tax 1, Carbon Tax 2 is still cleverly buried in oil bills. Why is this government misleading Atlantic Canadians about removing carbon tax when Carbon Tax 2 remains? And how much will they pay if they vote Liberal again?
L'honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, as I've said a number of times in this House, the focus is on addressing affordability challenges, particularly as they relate to heating oil. Heating oil is by far the most expensive way to heat your home. The investment in heat pumps will actually save people significant amounts of money, but it will do so in a manner that will continue the battle against climate change, a battle that is an existential threat to the future of the human race, is an existential threat to the future of our children. It is a shame that political party offside or over there has no plan nor any belief in the reality of climate change.
The honourable member for Coastal Bays.
Looking across at the member from Avalon, I can tell by the look on his face that that answer is just not good enough. Those that heat their homes with oil think they received a treat. But if they vote Liberal again, they're going to find out that it's a trick. As an Atlantic Canadian, I ask, will the Prime Minister stop dividing the country and remove all carbon tax from all forms of heating fuel for all Canadians and give them a goodie this Halloween?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government adopts thoughtful approaches to public policy. We are addressing affordability concerns in a manner that is consistent with fighting climate change. But the honourable member, I am amazed, is somebody who actually is opposing one of the greatest economic opportunities of our time in Newfoundland and Labrador, supported by the province, developed by the province, developed by companies in Newfoundland and Labrador to ensure that they develop an offshore wind industry and a hydrogen industry that's going to create jobs and economic opportunity in his riding and in ridings throughout the province.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Speaker, last Thursday the Prime Minister admitted two things. One, that his carbon tax is making life unaffordable for Atlantic Canadians. That's right. Two, that if re-elected, he will impose the full quadrupled carbon tax on Atlantic Canadians, regardless if they can afford it or not. After 8 years, Atlantic Canadians can't trust or afford these Liberals, and the Prime Minister's not worth the cost. When will this Prime Minister quit playing games, axe the carbon tax permanently so that every Canadian can keep the heat on?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, you know what? In this House, one thing is clear. What is clear is the Conservative Party actually has no belief in the reality of climate change and no plan to fight it. This government actually is focused on ensuring we are addressing affordability challenges in a thoughtful way while concurrently addressing the climate issue. It is a shame in this House, it is a shame in this country that we have a political party that denies the reality of climate change and is willing to give up the future of our children.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, our desperate Prime Minister, while in total freefall, is now trying to fool Atlantic Canadians by pushing the quadrupling of the carbon tax till just after the next election. It's clear now more than ever that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost, and after 8 years, everything is more expensive. The government should listen to Premier Higgs of New Brunswick when he told them that they should just cancel their unaffordable carbon tax altogether. Will this NDP Liberal government finally listen, get off the backs of Canadians and axe a tax for all Canadians from sea to sea?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and through you, I would certainly suggest to my honourable colleague that perhaps he talk to his constituents about the $2,500 a year that they will save through the installation of a heat pump, that they are going to be able to do that in a manner that will enhance the affordability for their family, but also do so in a manner where they can assist in the fight against climate change. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives in other G7 countries around the world marvel at the fact that in Canada we still have a political party that questions the reality of climate change and has no plan to fight it.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, small businesses are not asking the federal government for much. They just want it to be flexible by pushing back the reimbursement of the CEBA debt without losing their grants. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about multinationals here. It's where your daughter works at the corner restaurant, or it's business people at home in our ridings who are working hard to create employment in their region. It could be a future Bombardier. The government is patient and generous with American multinationals, so why is it not being flexible with our small businesses? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government listens to small business, and the qualification for the exemption was in 2022. The small businesses asked for our help, and that is why our government extended the deadline of eligibility until January 18th, 2024. We have also announced an extension, a full extension of this date until the end of 2026. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, it's a double standard here in Ottawa with regard to the needs of big oil and those of small business. Neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives are challenging the $83 billion in subsidies to the oil patch over the past two budgets. According to them, that's responsible. But giving an extra year to the local small businesses to pay down their pandemic debts, for them, that's just too much. Mr. Speaker, when will this government get its priorities straight and postpone the payment of CEBA? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to correct what my colleague just said, because Canada is the first G7 country to have eliminated subsidies on fossil fuels 2 years sooner than our 2025 deadline. And we went even further because we also eliminated public support for fossil fuels, and no other G20 country has done that. We're the first. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
The carbon tax has made life unaffordable for Canadians, proving what we already knew. After 8 years, Canadians know this desperate NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. On top of this, a member of this Liberal cabinet let the veil slip and admitted that people living in Eastern Ontario were denied an exemption on heating oil because they voted the wrong way. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if my neighbour, the member from Kingston the Islands, shares the sentiment and can explain why the Liberals are refusing to cut the tax on all forms of home heating to all Canadians.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to a recent study by the Public Policy Forum, offshore wind could be for Atlantic Canada what oil was to Texas or hydropower to Quebec. This is monumental, as the study quotes. The region could supply 6.5 million average homes, so twice the electricity currently consumed in Atlantic Canada. I guess many Canadians are wondering why are Conservatives standing in the way of clean energy power that would benefit all Atlantic Canadians and Canadians across the country, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
After 8 long years, a desperate Prime Minister in freefall has finally admitted his NDP Liberal carbon tax punishes some Canadians more than others. The Prime Minister sent his election platform recently. He said, if you vote Liberal, you'll increase taxes on gas, groceries and home heating after the next election. Canadians know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. In Saskatchewan, it gets pretty cold outside. We use 90% natural gas to heat our homes. It's greener and cleaner, but we don't get the exemption. Will this NDP Liberal government finally listen to our leader and axe a tax for all Canadians?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage my honourable colleague to do a little bit more reading. Home heating oil is 2 to 3 times as expensive as natural gas. It is imperative that we actually enable people to implement heat pumps to be more affordable, to ensure that they actually can save the $2,500 a year and do so in a manner that is consistent with fighting climate change. But, Mr. Speaker, we also have programs to encourage the displacement of natural gas-fired furnaces through the Greener Homes program, through the Greener Loans program, and to see the implementation of heat pumps. And certainly folks in Saskatchewan, where I grew up, are very, very, very much able to access those programs.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Speaker, with his government in free fall, the Prime Minister dropped his tax on home heating, but only for certain voters. After 8 years, all Canadians are feeling the pain and know that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. His minister then admitted this exemption wasn't granted to all Canadians because they don't vote Liberal. What about the Liberal member from Calgary Skyview or the minister from Edmonton Centre? Just 1 year ago, these Alberta MPs voted to keep the tax on home heating. Is the Prime Minister ignoring his Alberta colleagues, or do they agree that Albertans should be taxed more for heating their homes than other Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Calgary for his question. We have always worked to respond to regional needs as a government. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We put billions of dollars in the last budget for carbon capture, use and storage that predominantly will go to Alberta and Saskatchewan. We have put flexibility in our clean electricity regulations, an exemption, Mr. Speaker, that will take us out to 2035 burning natural gas. Mr. Speaker, if the Premier of Alberta and the Premier of Saskatchewan want to scope this in, they can join us and help low-income Canadians to get heat pumps and get off of heating oil.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, my riding of Laval-les-Îles has the largest Armenian community here in Canada. Many of my fellow citizens are very concerned by the humanitarian crisis, further to recent military activity on the part of Azerbaijan. How will the new Canadian embassy in Yerevan, opened by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, contribute to improving relations between Canada and Armenia, as well as resolving the conflict in the long term? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. Yes, I have just come back from Armenia, where we opened for the first time a Canadian embassy in Armenia. And I think, yes, it's good news for everyone. And I'd like to say that we have also I joined the EU mission that monitors the border to ensure greater safety and stability in South Caucasus. The leadership on the part of Canada is how we do diplomacy, and I will talk about this tomorrow in Montreal. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are hurting more than ever before. And this government's solution is actually to divide our country by picking winners and losers. For some Canadians, they'll save $1 on the carbon tax with regards to their home heating because, of course, it'll be temporarily paused. But for those in Alberta, they're not given the same benefit. They'll continue to pay the carbon tax. The Minister of Labour and Seniors had this to say. He said, "This is purely an affordability issue." Direct quote. Conservatives believe that that is true. It is an affordability issue for all Canadians, not just some. And so can the Minister for Labour and Seniors tell me why the seniors in my community don't deserve the same break as the seniors in his community?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question. Let's look at the facts. Child poverty in this country cut in half thanks to the Canada Child Benefit, which the Conservatives, how do they vote, Mr. Speaker? They voted against. An affordable childcare system that is saving Alberta families up to $10,000 a year and creating 65,000 new spaces. How did the Conservatives campaign, Mr. Speaker? Against. Mr. Speaker, a pipeline to Tidewater. And what did the Conservatives do as we were getting TMX ready to be built? They argued against. Mr. Speaker, we're here for Canadians. We're here for Albertans. We're going to make sure that our climate plan works. They can argue against. We're here for Canadians every step of the way.
Not even your side likes you.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
After 8 years, this desperate NDP Liberal Prime Minister in total freefall finally admitted his carbon tax is punishing Canadians and making life unaffordable. But today we heard from the Minister for Prairies and Northern Development that he's never heard pushback against his party's carbon tax. Well, I have news for that minister. Canadians from every corner of the country have been desperate for someone to listen to their plight. Will that minister admit that that Prime Minister is not worth the cost and join Conservatives in supporting our call to axe the carbon tax on all home heating?
The Honourable Minister.
Conservatives like to talk about axes, and it's clear that they've been working with the Premier of Alberta, because what does she want to do? She wants to axe renewables. She wants to axe low electricity rates in Alberta by doing a 6-month moratorium that's cost us already $12 billion in investment and $30 billion more probably leaving our province. Mr. Speaker, they want to slash supports for students and seniors and working class Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And you know what the icing on the top of the cake is, Mr. Speaker? They want to pull Albertans out of the CPP. Shame on them. We're going to move forward on climate change and protect Albertan pensioners.
Oh, my God. Before we move on to the Honourable Member for questions, I'd like to remind all Honourable Members, please, to not intervene while the floor is being occupied by somebody else. I know I don't have a clear view of what happens in the latter half of the aisle, but I can hear the voices of certain members, perhaps, and I would just ask members to please try to listen to their whips so that we can hear the questions.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivi, Zulu. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, Quebecers are fed up. Food bank use is at a record high, with 1 Quebecer out of 10 using them monthly. And this government, with the Bloc support, wants to worsen things with its carbon tax. It's not worth the cost to vote Bloc. The Prime Minister gave a break to the Atlantic provinces, but not to Quebecers. Will the Prime Minister announce the complete and not just temporary rollbacks of this second carbon tax on all Quebecers? The Honourable Minister for Climate Change and the Environment. Given the enthusiasm of at the questions, I was not able to answer the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier what they thought of my work as the Environment Minister. The representative of Greenpeace said that I was the best environment minister in the history of the country.
L'honorable député de Don Valley.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, the late Nelson Mandela once said, "Sport has the power to unite people in a way that little else does." A great example of this are the Pan Am and Para-Pan Am Games. Earlier this month, Team Canada began its 2023 Pan Am journey, and in a few weeks from now, it will begin its Para-Pan Am journey. I think I can say with confidence, Mr. Speaker, that all members of this House are proud of our Canadian athletes. Can the Minister please update this House on our athletes at the Pan Am Para-Pan Am Games?
The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Don Valley East for his question. I was recently in Chile to support Team Canada.
470 Canadian athletes are participating in these games, with another 127 slated to compete at the Para-Pan Am Games in a couple of weeks. These include 3 athletes from my home riding of Delta. So far, Canada has won 105 medals and is on course to exceed its all-time medal count at these games. Thank you to all the athletes, thank you to the coaches, to the parents, to the trainers, to everyone who makes it possible for these athletes to compete and succeed. On behalf of all Canadians, I'd like to wish our athletes well and say, go Canada, go!
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The cost of living is creating a crisis in northern communities, and the Liberals are making it worse. Federal employees rely on the subsidy to help them with their housing expenses, and the Liberals are trying to cut that subsidy, a move that will cost workers between $6,000 and $8,500 a year. This will force people out of their homes and cut services that Northerners rely on. Will the Liberals reverse this decision and stop punishing workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank the Honourable Member for that important question. And it's an important question. It's one that we're fully engaged in. I know I'm working with the Treasury Board. I'm working with the MPs from Nunavut, the MPs from Northwest Territories and Yukon on the question. And as soon as we get clarification, I will get back to the MP from Nunavut with the answer.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Speaker, it's no secret that Canada's in a housing crisis. We've heard from builders, bankers, economists, policy experts that significant public investment in housing is required in order to get out of this crisis. What does the Finance Minister say? What about what the Bank of Canada will do? What about the rating agencies? Well, good news. At the Finance Committee yesterday, the Governor of the Bank of Canada said that investments to increase housing supply in Canada would not be regarded as inflationary spending and might actually help bring down inflation. So the path is clear to replenish the co-investment fund, the Rapid Housing Initiative, and start a nonprofit acquisition fund. Is the government going to do it in the fall economic statement, or will they be missing in action? Yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker. The point on the acquisition fund is one that he and I have discussed in the past, and it does merit further consideration. But I also point to the various other programs, the other programs that are part of the National Housing Strategy that he mentions, the Rapid Housing Initiative, the National Co-Investment Fund. These programs combined, added to others, have lifted 70,000 people off the streets. They now have wraparound supports that help them make a transition towards something better. 122,000 people, Mr. Speaker, who are near homelessness are now housed because of this strategy. We have more work to do. We will do that work in cooperation with partners.
That brings us to an end of question period. I see that there are 2 points of orders. The first of which with the member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct the record. I misspoke during question period, and so in the interest of accuracy, I just want to make sure that my comments were accurate. I said that the Bank of Canada governor testified that the carbon tax added 16% of the extra inflation. It's actually 16% of total inflation and 33% of the extra inflation above target.
Appreciate the precision that is bordering, if not crossing into the line of debate.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, you often mention that we have to improve the House of Commons decorum. And so in answer to the second question from the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean, the Minister for Immigration said, on the Bloc Québécois, there is an obstinate refusal to understand. This is non-parliamentary language, so I demand that the Minister retract his statement and that he offer an apology.
Je remercie le député.
I would like to thank the member for La Prairie for his intervention, and I would like to encourage there be decorum here in the House. I note that the minister is not here. I appreciate my colleague's intervention. I will take it into consideration, and in due course, I will report upon it if pertinent to the House. I see that there is a point of order. The member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, earlier during question period, I made a mistake, and I admit to my mistake. I asked the Minister for the Environment to ask a question to his old organisation, but it wasn't Greenpeace, it was Équiterre. I would like him to consult Équiterre so that we can know Équiterre's opinion on the Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. This seems to be more of a point of debate rather than a point of order, however. Any other points of order? Seeing none, it being 3:24 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mrs. Gray to the motion to concur in the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Call on the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Aitchison, seconded by Mrs. Gray, moved that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on Monday, June 12, 2023, be concurred in. Mrs. Gray, seconded by Mr. Lake, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. I quote, "The 11th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, may I dispense? Presented on Monday, June 12, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, with instruction that it amend the same to include reference to recent Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation data that indicates housing starts are decelerating quickly, with housing starts in Vancouver on a seasonal basis down 17% in just the last month. In Toronto, housing starts in September have dropped 10% when comparing September 2023 with September 2022. Canada's national numbers show an 8% decrease in September 2023 compared to September 2022. And on a provincial level, Ontario and British Columbia continue to be hit hard. And September 2023 saw a 24% drop in Ontarian housing starts, with British Columbia showing a 26% drop from September last year. Roughly 4,000 less homes than were begun last year in just Canada's two least affordable provinces, and accordingly, that it recommend that the Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities take responsibility for the extent of the failures of the National Housing Strategy, the scale of the housing crisis and the Liberal record on housing since 2015, and further recommend that the government bring in measures to address the housing crisis, including measures similar to the proposals contained in Bill C-356, Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. End of quote. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Albutev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Monsieur Loud.
Monsieur Loud.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Miss Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Monsieur McKinney-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinney-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame de Boutier.
Miss Jazzy.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoubi.
Monsieur Elkoubi.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Maloney.
Correction, Mr. Maloney. Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Maltec.
Mr. McDonald Maltec.
Monsieur Thérien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attend.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote électronique est terminée. Si les députés...
I wish to inform members that the electronic voting has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Lewis, I see your hand is up.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against. Nay.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga, nay, contre.
Madame Valdez, I notice your hand is up.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mrs. Valdez, nay, contre.
Madame Latanzio, je vois que votre main est aussi...
I see that your hand is raised, Ms. Latanzio.
Hear you, Madame Latanzio.
No.
Ms. Latanzio, nay, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The clerk will now compile the results of the vote. I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Aitchison, seconded by Ms. Gray, moved that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on Monday, June 12, 2023, be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I recognize the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd request a recorded vote, please.
De 10 minutes pour les députés votant par vote.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Duclos.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmidt.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Albultaev.
Mr. Abultaev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cramp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mrs. Harder. My apologies. Mrs. Thomas. Please go ahead, Ms. Thomas. Or if you could give us a hand signal as to how you would like to vote.
No? Okay. Mrs. Thomas, nay contre.
Madame Valdez.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
I heard you, Madame Valdez. Can you repeat again, please?
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mrs. Valdez, yea pour.
Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yea. For.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, yea pour.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green, yea pour.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 205 205, nays contre 117 117.
I declare the motion carried.
Deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 29 minutes. If I could ask members to quietly take their leave of the House as we will continue with the business of the House. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion concerning immigration threshold and integration capacity, standing in the name of Ms. Normandin.
A point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on the amendment standing in the name of the member from Brantford Brant relating to the motion number 38 to concur in the 6th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, November 8, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
All those opposed to the member moving the motion, please say nay.
D'accord.
Carried. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. You have 5 minutes remaining.
Speaker, and you know, when I take a look at the opposition day motion, the crux of the motion is dealing with the important issue of the targets that are established by the Department of Immigration and the impact that those targets actually have on the country as a whole, Mr. Speaker. And what they're hoping to see is that there's consultation with the provinces and ultimately territories and others, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we get the numbers right. And much as the Minister explained earlier today in question period or in responding to the motion earlier this morning, is that there is a great deal of effort that involves a consultation and working with not only provinces but all sorts of stakeholders and individuals, whether it's labor, business, and so many others, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of work that goes into establishing the immigration targets for Canada. And I always find it interesting when I look in terms of the province of Manitoba. I talk about immigration, and I've been following the immigration file since the early 90s, and the impact that it has had not only on my city of Winnipeg, but the province of Manitoba as a whole. And suffice to say, as one part of the country, I have recognized the true value of immigration. In many different ways, our communities, big and small, have benefited through immigration. In the province of Manitoba, for example, all one needs to do is to take a look at the city of Winnipeg and its growth and its prosperity, compared to communities like Neepawa, Steinbach, the community of Brandon, Winkler, Morden, Selkirk, and so many other communities, in the way in which a solid immigration policy has helped those communities in many different ways. The biggest and most important immigration program, from my perspective, that has contributed to Manitoba's success is the Provincial Nominee Program. It is a program now that is accessed by all provinces and territories. It sets an example in terms of just to the degree in which provinces work with Ottawa in dealing with immigration issues. And Quebec has even a more detailed program that allows for more independence within the province of Quebec in making a determination of target numbers and the people that are going to the province of Quebec. Madam Speaker, if I look at the early 90s and you take a look at the average number of immigrants coming to the province of Manitoba, you'd find it's probably somewhere in and around that 3,000 mark, a little less than 3,000 in some of the years. After the signing of the nominee program, which was brought in by Jean Chrétien in Canada, which enabled provinces to have agreements with Ottawa, you had seen a rapid increase in the number of immigrants. During the 90s, I talked about, inside the Manitoba legislature, in particular in committees, about achieving higher number of immigrants. And I often, while I was an MLA, talked about the 1% factor, that Manitoba would be able to sustain a 1%. In fact, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you, and it's been proven now, that we can even do better than 1%, because it's all about the mixture. It's the type of immigrants in terms of economic versus family versus other streams that you bring into the province that enables it to receive the numbers that we have witnessed in the province of Manitoba. So when you compare the 90s to what took place at the turn of the century, and I'm thinking of years like 2003 to 2014, Madam Speaker, you will see that the numbers shot up significantly, more than doubled. In many years, quadrupled plus, Madam Speaker. And it's because the province was able to identify and work with Ottawa and get immigrants to the province of Manitoba, where there was a strong connection to families. And I can tell you that the impact for the province of Manitoba has been profoundly positive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your patience. Madam Speaker, I listened attentively to my colleague.
Immigration is a very strength for our country. I'm son of immigrants, so I'm very proud of that, and I have to preserve it. The point is, that the reality of today, after 8 years of this government, what we see is 2.2 million people in backlog. And as my colleague from the bloc said, this is not case, this is people. People are waiting to have a clear answer from the government. After 8 years, 2.2 million people, don't the minister, don't the colleague think that's a good situation for Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague across the way. Having said that, the member needs to recognize that while I was the critic for immigration under Stephen Harper, the backlog was actually greater. And in certain degrees, it got so bad, Madam Speaker, that they actually deleted files in order to get rid of the backlogs. Like we're talking about hundreds of thousands of files where people were waiting for years and they were just hit the delete button and gone. They actually closed the parent and grandparent program. So you could not sponsor a parent or grandparent. Back then, we had to wait years in order to be able to get a spouse to be able to come to Canada. We have seen significant changes in immigration. Doesn't mean that all our immigration issues are resolved. We still need to do more work. In particular, my issues are with respect to international students, and I will continue to advocate and look at ways in which we can improve that particular aspect of the program.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to hear what my colleague thinks about the fact that Quebec wants to guarantee the future of the French language because we are the only Francophone state in America. The government doesn't seem to want to take into account our integration capacity and our French language training capacity. We need to maintain the demographic weight of French in Quebec, which means that we need to offer French language training to 90% of newcomers to Quebec. But the federal government, through its legislation, through its funding for official languages, through its institutions, seeks to offer English services to support English in Quebec. Wouldn't the member agree that we need to take seriously our integration capacity? Wouldn't he also agree that the federal government should stop working hard to anglicize Quebec?
Great position to be able to deal in terms of the issue that the member actually raises. Just like in the province of Manitoba, under the provincial nominee program, you get additional points if in fact you can actually speak French. We have a wonderful French community, and it's more than one community in the province of Manitoba, Madam Speaker, where additional points are assigned through the nominee program because we too would like to be able to attract people that are French-speaking. The province of Quebec does have the ability to be able to do that. And I would encourage the member to get a better, more wholesome understanding in terms of the potential impact that immigrants in general make to all communities in Canada, no matter where those communities in all regions of our country, Madam Speaker. And we develop the programs to ensure that we protect culture and heritage and language and so forth.
Question, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway. Excusez, j'ai sapé mes lunettes.
Families that are here when they can provide the support that's optimal. Okay, from the start. Thank you, Madam. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. He mentioned the family class, and in my time in Parliament and working with my staff in Vancouver, we have found that the family class is one of the most successful streams of immigration.
Still an issue there because I think only one light was on, so I'm going to ask the honourable member to start over again.
Thank you. Over the last 15 years, through our work in Vancouver Kingsway, my staff and I have determined that the family class of immigration is one of the most successful streams of immigration in this country, and it's no surprise because families provide support for newcomers to come here. But we've always noticed that the definition of family in our immigration system is very narrow. You can only sponsor your parents, your spouse, or your children. And we've often and long thought that this should be expanded to include your siblings, perhaps even aunts and uncles, because that is how the entire world views their family. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would agree that it's time to expand the family definition so that Canadians can sponsor their sisters or brothers or perhaps even aunts and uncles as part of the family class if that's what they so wish to unite their families.
Answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I truly appreciate the question. In fact, there are limitations within each of the different categories. One of the nice things about the provincial nominee program, and I advocated for this between 2003 and 2010, was that we should be expanding and assigning more points for brothers, sisters, and aunts, uncles, and more extending the family. And what we saw in Manitoba is that's exactly what happened. And through that, we were able to retain more immigrants in the province of Manitoba once they arrived. Family unification through economic development is hugely successful. Manitoba demonstrated that very clearly.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to inform you that I will be sharing my speaking time with my good friend and colleague, the member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, during question period, the immigration minister called Bloc Québécois members frustrated. And I hope that the minister knows that this debate is incredibly important, and I hope that he will be up to the task of this highly important debate. I participated last year, Madam Speaker, in the Assembly of Parliamentarians in Europe, and there was a debate on the integration of refugees and immigrations, social inclusion, healthcare, and protection for undocumented workers or workers with irregular status. I was a speaker at that conference of parliamentarians. My speech, unfortunately, I was not able to make that speech at the Assembly of Parliamentarians. But I find that the speech that I was going to make is quite relevant for today's debate, so I'll share the content of the speech with you. For successful integration, the new country needs to offer immigrants opportunities to thrive. Quebec has the ability to select economic class immigrants, but the federal government has control over family class immigrants and refugees. 90% of irregular entries to Canada were through Roxham Road. That shows that the federal government can always impose things on Quebec. Different parties in Quebec seem to have different opinions on Quebec's integration capacity. The federal government, though, seems to promote the idea of the Century Initiative to increase the Canadian population by 40 to 100 million people by 2100. That would be an increase of 2,000 people per year in Quebec. The federal government defends the Century Initiative for economic reasons. The federal government doesn't seem to mind the disastrous effects that would have on the French language. But the federal government has acknowledged that French is falling behind in Canada and in Quebec, all while agreeing to have an immigration level of 500,000 in 2025. These are significant, substantial immigration levels. So Quebec has a massive dilemma. Either Quebec can agree to these unreasonable targets or and allow the French language to decline, or it can decrease its political and demographic weight within the Canadian Federation. Quebec and Canada have always been places that welcome immigration, and that will remain true, especially in the context of labor shortages. But we need to ensure that newcomers can integrate successfully. To do so, they need to learn the shared language and the culture. They also need access to housing, social services, and medical services, which are decent. So we need to ensure that the places welcoming immigrants have the necessary integration capacity. Madam Speaker, I mentioned the parliamentary, in my speech for the Parliamentary Association in Europe, I mentioned Roxham Road. The Bloc Québécois spoke many times in this House calling for the closure of Roxham Road. But on the other side of the House, they claimed that the Bloc Québécois, in wanting to have Roxham Road closed, was closed to newcomers, closed to welcoming. And some, in fact, suggested that the Bloc Québécois is xenophobic, Madam Speaker. But that had nothing to do with it. What worried and still worries the Bloc Québécois, what we are concerned with, is our integration capacity. Once Roxham Road was closed, other provinces which didn't speak up when Roxham Road was open and when Quebec was receiving over 90% of irregular migrants to Canada, other provinces, once it was closed, suddenly realized that welcoming so many irregular newcomers has a cost. And all of a sudden they realized what that implies and what that entails, because they had to provide social services, health care, they had to provide adequate housing. And none of that is easy to provide. The federal government can claim to be open to welcoming the whole world, but Quebec and the provinces are the ones who, on the ground, welcome these people and need to ensure that they're offered the basic minimum of services to ensure that they can live adequately. And as we've been saying, successful immigration means having employment. And in order to have employment, you need to learn the language and the culture. Do we really have the capacity to welcome as many people as the federal government would like us to? Well, in order to answer that question, it's necessary to consult with Quebec and provinces. And that's what today's motion is all about. Madam Speaker, after Roxham Road was closed, as I was saying, other provinces realized that it's quite difficult to welcome all those who arrive irregularly in Canada. They realized what it entails to integrate them and all the services that they need and the cost of all that. Our Liberal friends, they wanted to depict the Bloc Québécois as being xenophobic, and sometimes they even describe Quebec itself as xenophobic. Well, the Liberal Party should consult an Environics survey which says that 37% of Quebecers feel that there's too much immigration in Canada. And you may say, well, 37%, that's significant. Well, it may be the result of trauma, if I can call it that. The trauma of, for many years, receiving 90% of irregular immigration in Canada in Quebec. In Ontario, Madam Speaker, according to this survey, 50% of Ontarians feel that there's too much immigration in Canada. And among other Canadians, 46% say that there's too much immigration. So don't say that Quebec isn't welcoming. Quebec was the province that had to deal with the consequences of Roxham Road being open for years and years. But in Quebec, only 37% of Quebecers feel that there's too much immigration in Canada. Meanwhile, in Ontario, they've been experiencing this situation for not very long, and 50% of Ontarians feel that there's too much immigration, and 46% of the rest of Canadians feel that there's too much immigration. So I call upon my Liberal colleagues to apologize for having implied that the Bloc Québécois and that Quebecers in general were a bit xenophobic. Well, I've just presented evidence to the contrary, Madam Speaker. Quebecers are incredibly welcoming. When the Bloc Québécois raised this matter, we raised it in relation to integration capacity. And moreover, there were human smugglers making money on the backs of poor people who were just trying to find shelter and safety in Canada. The federal government accepted that situation as something positive, as something wonderful, in fact. You know what it was? It was inhumane, Madam Speaker. I urge all colleagues of all political stripes to vote in favor of our Bloc Québécois motion. This motion would ensure that we can successfully welcome people from all around the world, people who contribute to our society and make it better. But in order for people to improve our society, they need to integrate successfully and peacefully, and that's what we wish for, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too am a Quebecer, and I'm very proud of my language. Here is my question for my honourable colleague. What prevents Quebec from selecting Francophone immigrants? And as for integration capacity, Madam Speaker, I would like to reassure my colleague right away because I myself benefited from the family reunification category. My husband is from Michigan. He was able to come to Canada. And my husband speaks French very, very well. Our children went to French school in Gatineau. So when it comes to integration capacity, well, in Quebec, we have integration capacity. The honourable member for Montarville, Madam Speaker. My colleague doesn't seem to have listened to my speech at all.
Yes, Quebec can contribute, participate, and choose its economic immigration, but I showed statistics to this House stating that the federal government still can impose a number of its immigration quota on Quebec, and so part of immigration in Quebec is outside of Quebec's hands, and so the federal government can impose immigration that goes beyond Quebec's capacity to integrate. The Liberals are saying we're going to welcome the world, but they don't pay for this at the end of the day. Quebec and provinces pay for immigrants, pay for schools, pay for social services, pay for healthcare services, and so they need to stop telling us how things work. We need the means to integrate all these people, and so in Quebec, it's about 35,000 and 85,000 people that we can welcome. The Liberals want it to be over 100,000 or 100 million, which is too much for our society.
Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. Many people may be surprised to know that my riding of Edmonton Strathcona has, in fact, the French Quarter in Edmonton, that it is a huge Francophone community. I know this member will not be surprised because he has helped me practice my French many times, and I've told him all about my community. But for me, the biggest strength we have is that there are communities across the country that are Francophone that can incorporate the immigration numbers that we want to have of Francophones. Now, my concern, of course, is that we don't have the housing, that the cost of living is very, very extraordinary. But does he not agree that if we actually stopped profiteering of big corporations, if we actually fixed some of those other problems, we would be able to take in more of these Francophone immigrants that I think make our community so much richer across the country, not just in Quebec.
De Montarville.
The honourable member for Montarville. Madam Speaker, I agree insofar as to say with ifs, we don't really get very far. We need to look at results, Madam Speaker, and the result is that it's all well and good to say that reform will be done, but generally it doesn't go anywhere. The federal government, for many years, has been asked to properly fund healthcare in Quebec and in other provinces. But the government isn't doing anything about it. If they gave us what we were asking for, perhaps we could have a better capacity. Liberal colleagues were telling us earlier on that it was very important for us to have immigrants to meet the needs to meet labor needs in Canada. But at the end of the day, what employers are looking for is cheap labor. There's a report from a rapporteur from the United Nations that was asked to study this in Canada. This rapporteur said too much immigration will lead to modern slavery, a form of modern slavery. So if we welcome people, and I would like to read an extract. According to the report, recent federal government trends seeks to bring in low-skilled workers so that companies can reduce salaries and wages so that companies can make more money. So cheap labor is being brought in. That's not what I would call successful integration. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On October 11th, in Valmorin and Mont-Laurier, I met with my colleague for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert in his Pan-Quebec tour on housing and homelessness. Madam Speaker, the situation is the same in both the north and south of Laurentides-Labelle. The crisis that we are living right now is a national emergency. In Valmorin, tonight, as the first snow fell upon our region on Monday, one person will still be sleeping in the forest. In Saint-Agathe-des-Monts, the warming station, which has had to change location time and time again, is back in service for the winter period. In Rivière-Rouge, people will be sleeping in the streets tonight. In Mont-Laurier, resources are unable to keep up with demand, with the consequences that we all know. Madam Speaker, the current situation is critical. Right now, on October 31st, 2023, we are not in a position to house our people properly. We need to show humanism. The situation in Laurentides-Labelle is no better than elsewhere. Along with the RCMs in Rivière-du-Nord, Pays d'en-Haut, Laurentides, the Laurentians, all of these municipalities rank among the lowest in Quebec, 91st out of 98, when it comes to rental health. That's not anodyne, Madam Speaker. The Laurentides municipality, regional municipality, has a vacancy rate approaching 0%. Not 5%, approaching 0%. And rental costs have risen by one of the highest rates in Quebec. But to exacerbate the problem, Madam Speaker, there is only a small amount of social housing and community housing, cooperatives or not-for-profits. So the increase could play a role in regulating the downturn in the rental market, thus exacerbating the crisis. This is insufficient, and we know it. So it is clear, Madam Speaker, that the entire rental ecosystem of a region is in disarray. In Val-David, last example, in Laurentides-Labelle, the mayor told me that she had hired a new engineer for the municipality. After weeks of searching, the new employee had to turn down the job offer because he was unable to find accommodation. This person was unable to leave his current home, and this on an engineer's salary, a good salary, to find housing in Val-David. If an engineer has difficulty finding accommodation, even temporarily, to continue his research, what about the rest of the population? I said that was the last example. But there's another last example, another example in Mont-Laurier. I spoke a few days ago with the rector of the University of Quebec in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Vincent Rousson, and they're in the process of setting up a project with the Laurentian Integrated Healthcare and Social Service Centre, with the Mont-Laurier CEGEP, and with Zone Emploi. So quite the consortium, Madam Speaker. Their objective is to build housing in Mont-Laurier for students, for new workers, and for immigrants, giving a roof to those who would like to pursue the development of the Upper Laurentians. So, Madam Speaker, in the light of what I have just said, I have a question for the House, and I dare to hope that I will get the answers during my 5 minutes of questions and answers. How can we have successful immigration? Immigration that is human and humane. If we only look at statistics for people who choose to come and live in Quebec, and not the statistics for services where there is already an extreme problem, how can we have a migration policy that takes into account the current reality of Quebec and Canada, but that also takes into account the needs of immigrants? Because beyond the numbers, there are the humans behind them. So, is it a dignified welcome that respects human life to bring people here only to have them sleeping in the streets? Is it a humanist policy to hold out the prospect of a better future when the reality of the matter is that reception and intake resources, like my colleague was saying, are unable to meet demands? Is it responsible, Madam Speaker, to buy an image of openness upon the backs of citizens who have made the difficult and heartbreaking choice of leaving everything behind in one country to return to make a life for themselves elsewhere? And when they get off the plane, they realize that it really isn't what they thought it was. No, Madam Speaker, it is not responsible. It is not altruistic, it is not dignified, and it is certainly not a humanist policy. And so I take the floor today, Madam Speaker, because I fundamentally believe, in a successful immigration policy. And for me, a successful immigration policy is one that is capable of looking after those we welcome with open arms. In all these debates on immigration, there are some people we forget. They are immigrants. They are those who choose to come to our country to develop as human beings, those who choose to contribute to Quebec's development. They are those who, often, choose to leave the land where they were born in search of a better future, Madam Speaker. But they are more often than not exploited, instrumentalized, and I'm extremely sorry about that. Madam Speaker, I would like to quote Immanuel Kant. You've heard it before. Act in such a way that you treat humanity, both yourself and others, always as an end and never merely as a means to an end. For me, Madam Speaker, this quote is crucial to this debate. It is essential to emphasize the absolute respect that we owe to human dignity before focusing on the image we project upon ourselves and for ourselves or as a means to an end. The government must reinvest in social and community housing. All surplus federal properties must be allocated as a priority to the development of social, community, and very affordable housing. This to help reduce the housing crisis. Madam Speaker, it is essential to have reform of home ownership in order to take into account the different realities of Quebec households and increasingly diverse family situations. It is essential, Madam Speaker, that the federal government undertake a financial reorganization of the various programs arising from the National Housing Strategy to create an acquisition fund. I will not have enough time to read all of my speech, so all I want to say is that it is urgent that Quebec receive its fair share of funding, unconditionally, from federal programs to combat homelessness. Above all, rather, it is important that the government and the parties in this House of Commons understand Quebec's unique situation and that the Government of Canada respects the capacity of Quebec, its regions, its cities, and its organizations to welcome newcomers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. When we think in terms of the targets and the numbers, we all recognize just how important it is in terms of the overall in all regions of the country. And that's why we see such a very strong effort in terms of putting together something in which provinces, territories, different stakeholders, whether there's labor and business and others, that all come together at some point where we are in a position where we can present the targets, which will be coming out tomorrow. The motion seems to suggest that we should be doing consulting. The consulting has been done. And I'm wondering if the member can provide her thoughts in terms of just how programs such as the provincial nominee programs have really benefited in terms of direct provincial input, much like what the province of Quebec has.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Yes, Madam Speaker, what I understand is that if there have been consultations, where are the results? How is it that every province and Quebec unanimously say, consult us, we'll let you know what our capacity is, we'll let you know if we can welcome people in a dignified way. So what I understand is that we'll need a 2.0 consultation process to have statistics anchored in reality, because realities seem to have changed. I don't know when consultations happened. It might have been 5, 10 years ago, but we're talking about today, and we want responses and answers today. Questions and comments?
Again, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and I really do appreciate all the commentary on this, specifically from the member when she was talking about homelessness. And when we have people coming to Canada, sometimes coming from countries that are war-torn, or coming here to find a better life, the fact that there is no homes, there's no housing for them, and that the government has not, when it comes to ensuring that people coming to Canada are actually better off, I do not believe that the government has been responsive to this. I'm just wondering if the comment from the member on what she thinks that they should be doing when it comes to housing policy as well as immigration policy and how they should coincide.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My answer is very simple. Can we finally have the humility of seeing what is possible in other countries where having a roof over one's head is normal and where social services are omnipresent? In Canada, how long has it been since the government gave up on social services? Change doesn't happen overnight. Today we have to make a clear decision looking at what other countries are doing and what works elsewhere.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Especially enjoyed my colleague's speech when she talked about the crushing need for affordable housing in this country. I come from Vancouver, maybe the epicenter of the housing crisis in this country, and we've experienced a shocking lack of affordable housing of all types for several decades now. And it's quite clear to me and the people I represent that the market alone is not capable of solving this problem, providing the kinds of housing options that people need. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague agrees with the NDP when we call for a strong multi-governmental approach to provide non-profit, non-market housing options to Canadians, and does she agree with us that this is critical if we're going to make meaningful progress on making sure everybody in Canada has a chance to have an affordable home?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will dare to say, before I was an MP, I helped people out, people with a whole variety of problems. These people were vulnerable, and the first fundamental thing for them was to make sure that they were safe and that they had a safe roof over their heads. Thereafter, we could act upon other matters for them. Then they would be ready to enter the active population once again. So long as housing isn't the main pillar of our rights, we're trying to get a variety of politics for prosperity. But what about the humans among us? Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, a crisis was necessary. A crisis in 2023 was necessary for us to finally decide to act. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight are as follows.
On housing, the Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, and the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, Climate Change. Resuming debate, l'Honourable...
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Immigrants are like poems in Quebec. I will come back to this a bit later. Quebec is a welcoming society, much more welcoming than some people may claim. A Léger poll in May 2023 stated, and it's in the same vein as what my colleague had to say earlier, stated that about 20% of Quebecers believe that we should welcome more or far more immigrants than we do now, Madam Speaker. So this highlights an interesting fact with regards to Quebec's opinion. I would go so far as to say that Quebec could teach a lesson to other countries and other regions. Countries that have various reactions, not all good, with regards to immigrants. The United States, for example. This welcoming and generous spirit in Quebec isn't new. This charitable ideology is nothing new. The Irish, who arrived in the 19th century, who were, for many of them, ill. On this point, I would like to highlight my friend, Scott Phelan, Fergus Keys, and others, who are far too many to name, those who work and who seek to create an Irish monument around the Black Rock, or Irish Rock, that is on a small island near Bridge Street, close to Victoria Bridge. A rock that signifies where 6,000 Irish people were buried, those who were fleeing the 1847 famine, those who were ill, as I mentioned, and whose burial ground was discovered in 1959 by Irish workers who were building Victoria Bridge.
An interesting fact is that there were some 60,000 Irish immigrants who came to the shores of the St. Lawrence in Montreal when the population of the entire island was only 50,000. Allowed you to tell me about my own riding on the shores of Montreal, Lac Saint-Louis, and sometimes it's the region that is jeered at. For example, it's called the West Island region, and that was during the debate on C-13. And this is not part of Quebec's values. I'd like to take a moment to describe my writing of Lac Saint-Louis with regard to its demographics. 71% of the population is bilingual, 42% have English as their mother tongue, and 22% have French as their mother tongue. And I forgot to say, Madam Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Pontiac. So this riding is where Premier Legault was born. It has two cégeps, the Gérald Godin, which is an important hub of Francophone culture, where there are regularly musical, theatre, and cinema presentations of a wide variety and a high quality. As we know, most of us, Quebecers, Pauline Julien and Gérald Godin, formed a very historical couple in the cultural history of Canada. The director of the Pauline Julien Auditorium, I'd like to thank her for her leadership, because this is a flagship of culture in the West Island. I urge all members to come and see the Pauline Julien Auditorium. In Lac Saint-Louis, there's also the Cégep John Abbott, which is an Anglophone Cégep. Many of the pages in this house have graduated from this Cégep over the years, and it's on the McDonald campus of McGill University, which is a world-renowned university institution, which is unfortunately targeted by the recent announcement regarding tuition fees that are higher for out-of-province students. This is an unfortunate and reckless policy put in place by the CAQ. Why should we worry about students coming from outside the province? Because many of them will stay over the long term because they love Quebec culture and French. So what will they think of next? Curbing tourism? The Bloc's motion talks about integration capacity for immigrants, which is a valid concern. But the motion also gives us to understand that this capacity is static, whereas we have to see things in real time. We need the provinces to work actively, hand in hand, with professional bodies, among others, to ensure that there's greater integration capacity of new arrivals into social services, health services, education, and construction trades, for example, in order to ensure the labor force that Quebec needs to address the housing crisis, or to ensure that when we unfortunately have to go to the hospital, quality health care will be dispensed, or when we have to send our children to school, that there is a teacher standing at the front of the classroom. I'd like to come back to the very first sentence of this speech. Immigrants are poems in Quebec. Do you know who said that, Madam Speaker? Do you know? Do you know who said that? Immigrants are poems for Quebec? Gérald Godin, Madam Speaker. According to an article in Le Devoir published on October 21st, Gérald Godin had a specific interest in economic immigrants. And to quote Professor Livernois in an interview with Minister Gérald Godin in 1984, some people might remember this, Robert Guy Scully interviewed his interviewee about with undocumented immigrants. There were thousands of them in Canada. He was asked, "Do you think rich countries such as Canada will perhaps have to close down their borders against poor countries?" Godin said no. He said, no, we cannot curb mobility. We have to benefit from the extraordinary vitality of all of those who travel around the world, whether they are documented or not. And Professor Livernois, in his article, continued, these days it's not rare to hear premiers in election campaigns wonder about immigration capacity. And Quebecers don't like violence, and so things have to remain the way they are. Or a minister of immigration might say during an election campaign that 80% of immigrants go to Montreal, don't work, don't speak French, or don't support the values of Quebec society. What a contrast, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Continue. Madame la Présidente, juste...
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bécote. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it very odd to hear about Gérald Godin, because he also said that federal policy on immigration is in the terminal phase and it remains passive where it could strengthen it. So we can quote Gérald Godin all day long, but we can also heard Pauline Julien, who was locked up in October 1970 by the Canadian Army. And so what about an apology? What did the apology for October 70, what did my colleague vote for, and what was the point of his speech, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis? It's not a question of blaming the Quebec government, although I do think that the Quebec government could be more like Gérald Godin. That was my message, Madam Speaker. And the article that I quoted was in Le Devoir. It wasn't in the Gazette. It was written by a Quebec academic. And I would also urge my colleague to attend La Renarde at the Place des Arts. It's all songs by Pauline Julien. No, what I was intending to do with my speech was to say that Gérald Godin was a great humanist, and that some of his messaging, the member mentioned other quotes, but his what he said has value today.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the member. After over 8 years, we've got applications of some 2.2 million. It is terrible to make people wait to see whether they'll be able to have their family join them. And sometimes they just need a yes or a no. And the Auditor General found that there were some 99,000 people who are waiting for refugee status. So people have to still wait 3 years on average to determine whether their refugee status. Now, so does my colleague think that 3 years is acceptable to wait as to see whether they can stay in Canada? The Honourable Member.
Madame la Présidente.
Obviously, Madam Speaker, we can always strive to do better. But this shows how attractive Canada is for foreigners. It's the best country in the world. We know that, and because we're always top of the polls for that. And it's clear that there are many people in the world who would like to move to Canada and to live in this country because it offers so many benefits and so many good things to its citizens in order to build an even better country.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I appreciated my colleague touching on the importance of immigration. Interestingly, looking around this chamber, I would dare say that every single one of the people in this chamber, but for our Indigenous members, benefited from immigration. It was our parents, our grandparents, or our ancestors that were allowed to come to this country and build this country to what it is today. But my honourable colleague did touch on the resources that are needed to help make that successful. I'm wondering if he could help identify what resources he thinks the federal government needs to provide so that when we do bring in another 450,000, 500,000 Canadians this year and in the ensuing years, we can make sure that they have the resources that they need to successfully integrate and thrive in Canada.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis, brief response.
From Les Laurentides put her finger on one aspect of the problem, one resource that is fundamental, and that is to have a roof over our head. And in fact, the federal government has been just signed an agreement with Quebec, for example, for monies for housing. And so housing is fundamental, and that's why we've put in place a national housing strategy that I think now totals almost $80 billion. And why we've taken other steps to encourage higher density housing, especially around public transit hubs. So there's a lot to do by both the provinces and the federal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very eager to speak a little bit earlier. The Minister of Immigration tomorrow is going to table new immigration targets for the years to come. And when it comes to welcoming new arrivals to Canada, obviously we have to ensure that we have growth here in Canada that supports our economy, and that these new arrivals make an important contribution. And I'd like to talk to you about an extraordinary example in my very own riding. It's quite in the northern part of my riding. These are remote communities. So Maniwaki Hospital had trouble recruiting people, but thanks to two workers from France and from Northern Africa, we were able to have a surgical room. So I'd like to thank the doctor for his work. He brought his wife with him, who now works in the regional county municipality. And so we were very lucky to find these employees. So we really need such people in the regions. My colleague said, well, we have a limited integration capacity. We need health services. We need schools, teachers. And listen, I completely agree with that. And that is why we need immigration to be able to be sure to have these services. My aging parents, for example, are going to need health care. But without immigration, Madam Speaker, Dr. Amazoun would never have come. Right now, schools need teachers. Some of them are simply asking for adults in the class. They don't even need qualifications. So we need immigrants who are teachers. Even if they bring one or two children with them, they can teach 30 people. They can teach 30 children. So it's so important to have qualified workers. We were talking about housing as well. For example, so we need construction workers, we need trade workers, electricians, for example. And so we need workers for that. So I agree, yes, we need services, but our capacity to have these services depends on immigration levels. With regard to the data, there's one data that was not mentioned, in that over the past 50 years, well, no, let's go back 50 years ago. There were 7 workers for each retired person in Canada. Now, there's baby boomers have been retiring. So, Madam Speaker, do you know what the current figures are for that? We only have 3 workers for every retired person today. And the projections, Madam Speaker, show that soon we'll only have 2 workers per pensioner. So if we want services, we need immigration. I agree with the Francophone fact, but once again, Quebec can choose its own immigrants. Its own Francophone immigrants. They can reunite families like mine, and they can ensure that French is strong and solid and protected within Canada and in Quebec. So immigration, permanent immigration, is essential to our growth, to ensuring services for Canadians, for example, in the areas of construction and housing. Those are vital functions. And yes, we do consult the provinces because they're our partners. They're extraordinary partners in terms of growing our economy. We consult the provinces, we consult Quebec, and later I will give you some examples of what happens because of this cooperation. And I think we all agree that immigration reflects the reality that we see in the labor market. So we also have to ensure that when we welcome immigrants, that they have all the resources and tools that they need to be able to contribute fully to their new communities. Under the Quebec-Canada Agreement on Immigration, Quebec is responsible for setting immigration levels for Quebec and for selecting and integrating those immigrants. And to be very clear, Madam Speaker, we work very closely with Quebec for all matters of immigration. The very origin of some of the measures that we are putting in place come from Quebec's will to apply some of the provisions. The public policy that allows certain work permit holders to work is a good example of Quebec's will to allow workers that allows foreign workers in Quebec to improve their skills. So that, Madam Speaker, that's an excellent example of Quebec's influence on shaping Canada's immigration policy. Last year, at the request of Quebec, we put in place the SMB Plus program, which allows people from outside of Canada, but who were selected by Quebec as part of the permanent residency program, to obtain an open work permit.
Another example of how we consult Quebec. Quebec requested that we synchronize conditions of access for work permits after obtaining a diploma to the conditions of other programs throughout Canada. After thorough and widespread consultations and using available data, the federal government tabled an immigration plan. The plan previously was only for 1 year, but now it's a 3-year plan. This plan enables the federal government, its provincial partners, and stakeholders in the sector to have better predictability in planning. This plan is very practical. It allows us to meet current needs and, of course, allows us to prepare for the future. In addition to the annual consultations we hold annually for immigration, we consulted provinces and stakeholders during our strategic immigration review. That review allowed us to ensure that our immigration system meets present and future immigration needs in Canada. The review and consultations showed the importance of working closely with many partners when it comes to immigration. This teamwork ensures that we can meet the needs of our economy and of our communities. The federal government, with provinces and territories, agree that all newcomers with all of their skills are essential to our current and future economic growth in Canada and in Quebec. In order to ensure that we have these skilled newcomers, we need to ensure that we can offer essential services such as housing and infrastructure. I spoke about this earlier, and these services are very important. On that note, Madam Speaker, we've made historic investments in housing. In Quebec, thus far, since 2015, we've invested over $6.5 billion to help over 445,000 Quebecers to obtain affordable housing. Moreover, thanks to a bilateral agreement between Canada and Quebec, there will be a combined investment of $3.7 billion additional dollars over the next 10 years. This money will be used to improve housing in Quebec. Recently, we concluded an agreement in principle to speed up the construction of new units. It's a $900 million that we just concluded with Quebec. These are crucial, critically important investments. These investments ensure that we will welcome newcomers to Quebec, all while ensuring that they have all the resources they need to build their new lives in Canada. Newcomers, I must say, are not the cause of our current housing issues. Rather, they're part of the solution. And why? Because they have the skills to come here and help us build our economy with their amazing skills and qualifications. And they can also help us build homes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend my colleague from Pontiac for her speech. Madam Speaker, earlier, during questions and comments after the speech made by my colleague from Montarville, the member for Pontiac cited, as an example, the fact that Quebec is a society with great integration capacity, and she used the example of her own family where a family member was welcomed successfully. That is like the equivalent of saying there's no racism in Quebec because I have one black friend. You know, that wasn't a very strong example because the colleague comes from a region where French language training for newcomers has the most challenges. They have some of the weakest results in Quebec for French language training. So when it comes to welcoming newcomers, integration capacity requires all types of infrastructure. For example, we need healthcare systems, we need education systems. So I would like my colleague to explain something to us. Can she tell us whether she feels that we have the healthcare and education resources that we need right now to welcome as many newcomers as the government suggests that we welcome? The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here is my answer. We need immigration. Earlier, I gave the example of Dr. Mazoun in Maniwaki. We wouldn't have an operating room in Maniwaki without him. Hospitals in our regions are really struggling. They need skilled immigration. I don't understand why the colleague wouldn't want us to have skilled immigration. Skilled immigrants can help Quebecers, especially in Outaouais, Madam Speaker. We have really urgent healthcare needs. We need doctors, we need nurses, we need immigration. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And although I agree that we do need immigration, we absolutely do. We know that it helps our economy go around. But if we don't have the rest of the resources, just as my member for the block from saying, if we don't have housing and health care, how can we do it so that it is working best for the constituent, or for the Canadians, people that are coming here to become Canadians? So I think that we've done a lot of lack of planning. We've opened up the borders, which yes, we need immigration, but at the same time, there needs to be housing. We can talk about doctors getting their qualifications, but I just sat down with a person just 2 weeks ago that was here for almost 6 years who has still not got his qualifications. So maybe she can address on how we can do better so that doctors aren't driving taxi cabs and are actually in operating rooms.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague. We need skilled immigrants, such as doctors and nurses. It's in our best interest to do our best to ensure that we help decision makers in order to speed up recognition of foreign diplomas and accreditation. In Quebec, it's necessary to have one's foreign diplomas recognized by the Quebec College of Doctors. So we do need to speed up these processes. In my riding, there have been several cases where doctors and nurses arrived, but I agree with my colleague, we can all do more.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Pontiac for her remarks. I've enjoyed my time working with her on the Environment Committee. She mentioned in her remarks the need for housing to support newcomers who are in need of affordable housing, and yet one of the factors that we see driving the unaffordability of housing is financialization of the housing stock. In particular, the special tax treatment for real estate investment trusts, or REITs. Could she provide her thoughts on these tax vehicles and whether she supports her government removing the special tax status that REITs receive?
The
Honourable Member for Pontiac, a brief reply, please. When it comes to housing, I would refer my colleague to the significant investments that we are making to build more housing and increase the housing supply. I think that is the number one solution. For example, we have removed the GST for the construction of new rental housing. In my riding, in any case, I'm being told that that will lead to more housing units being built for my constituents. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with my friend, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, I would like to reread the motion to bring us back to the motion and the intention behind this Bloc Québécois Opposition Day. The motion reads as follows. The House call on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories, based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure, all with a view to successful immigration. And I must insist on that. That's very important, successful immigration, Madam Speaker, because I've heard a lot of speeches and a lot of questions which seem to address very specific immigration matters. But what we really want to debate and what we really want to understand, have everyone in the House understand, is that it shouldn't be done on a case-by-case basis. We shouldn't say, for instance, we need more doctors, so let's have new doctors come to Canada. What we need, in fact, is more hospitals. In my riding, the hospital is very old. It's basically falling apart. We don't just have a labor shortage, we have an infrastructure shortage. And these aren't problems that we can solve by saying, well, this summer in my riding, we managed to have one doctor immigrate from Algeria, and that really helped. That's very case by case. And when we're talking about immigration, we have to think about all of Canada. We have to think about all of Quebec. This debate is very serious. This is a serious debate about people, about human beings who will settle in our communities and who will enrich our societies in Quebec or in other provinces or territories. Madam Speaker, what is successful immigration? We are talking about successful immigration today. Successful immigration means making them into us. Successful immigration means welcoming foreigners and making them members of our family. Successful immigration is not just bringing additional workers. Successful immigration means bringing to Quebec and to Canada new citizens with all that being a citizen implies. For example, shared language, shared values. Newcomers participate in our lives in society and they strengthen our culture. Newcomers are welcomed by their host cultures, and their host cultures and societies are, in turn, improved and strengthened by these newcomers. It's mutually beneficial. We cannot think about immigrants from only an economic perspective. This goes beyond money. For example, we have a summer festival in Quebec City. We have a poutine festival in Drummondville. In the Quebec Village, over the holidays, we have a lot of visitors, and the people come to work there, and people come to enjoy all of that. That goes beyond money. People come from other cultures and join their culture with our culture to create something new and beautiful. That, too, goes beyond money. But the federal government sees things differently. The federal government's immigration levels are based only on financial considerations and economic considerations. The Century Initiative has targets, and the government basically copied those targets. Dominic Barton of McKinsey presented this initiative which is only based on economic growth. What about French language training? What about integration capacity? What about integration of newcomers? Well, none of that seemed to matter. All of that was ignored. Madam Speaker, a plan to increase the Canadian population to 100 million Canadians by 2100, something like that really warrants public debate and public thought. This should go beyond closed-door meetings at some firms that the Prime Minister's office is close with. This decision requires total transparency and open, considerate conversations. But the government gave billions to that firm, to McKinsey, and took the targets that they suggested. And what about when it comes to housing for immigrants? Well, the Liberals said that they will build their own housing. The immigration minister very clearly stated that newcomers will build their own houses. So imagine, they arrive at customs and they have to declare 2x4s and they have to get all the supplies they need to build their own houses. Now, immigrants do, of course, help us with labor shortages. But when we hear government ministers answering questions like that, even the immigration minister said to the member for Saint-Jean that the Bloc Québécois is not thinking things through. That's shocking. And what about services for immigrants? Well, immigrants will offer services to themselves because, of course, all the newcomers will be carpenters, nurses, educators, teachers. They'll build their own houses. It doesn't matter what these newcomers want to do. They will come here and we will leave them to their own devices to offer themselves services. Well, you know what? That's not very serious thinking. That's not a serious plan, and it's not a nice plan. Immigrants arrive in Canada with dreams. They may want to become teachers or have their own land on which to grow things. They may want to be philosophy teachers, car salespeople. They may want to become members of parliament. They want to participate in the democracy of their new country. Madam Speaker, immigrants have their own dreams. We can't build a 100-year immigration plan based on bringing doctors to one hospital at one point in time. We need to be more serious. The Bloc Québécois feels that Quebec and provinces are the ones who know best what their integration capacity is. Provinces and territories know how many newcomers they can welcome based on their available housing supply. They know how many new students they can host based on how much space there is in schools. Provinces know, for example, about French language training. And I need to remind this House, and I'll say it as often as I need to, that French is the only official language and the only shared language in Quebec. These are legitimate, serious issues which were not considered in the Toronto offices of McKinsey, where immigrants are numbers rather than people. Quebec is a welcoming society. Canada is a welcoming society. We're not calling that into question. Hopefully no one is calling into question that Quebec is welcoming. We welcome newcomers with open arms so that they can come and build their lives among us. We view immigrants as more than numbers. The Liberals say they're going to welcome 500,000 immigrants. We ask them how they're going to do so. How? And then they say, oh, well, you're against immigration. We're not against immigration. We just want immigrants to immigrate successfully and well, to feel at home among us. We want French language learning to be considered. We also want to take into consideration daycare, education, healthcare. That's not being against immigration. That's being for successful immigration. We need to consider all of these factors. But in fact, not considering those factors is very risky.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way. I was very interested in his expanding the definition of immigration and the benefits of immigration across Canada, not only for just Quebec. I was thinking of the timeline of immigration. When my grandfather came in 1920, he had $0 and zero prospects that showed on his immigration card. But within a generation, there were teachers in our family, engineers, there were people working in different sectors. Sometimes it takes a few generations to get the benefits of the investments we're making today. Could the honourable member maybe comment on how immigration is a long-term strategy for the country, not just to address the current issues?
L'honorable député de Drummond.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'apprécie la
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question, and he makes a good point. There was a time when our towns and cities were not overcrowded. We didn't have major housing issues. The ongoing housing crisis is very worrisome. And there was a time where we didn't have major healthcare challenges. So at that point, we were well placed to welcome newcomers. Those who immigrated here 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, they didn't arrive in the same Canada as those who will immigrate to Canada today will have. And even in those days, when we had those capacities, we had the infrastructure. Well, we were welcoming fewer people, and now we have less infrastructure, and we're welcoming more people. So that's the first matter that we should address. We need to make sure that we have the necessary infrastructure. We need our infrastructure to match our ambitions so that people who decide to settle in Canada can do so successfully and live well.
Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned housing, of course, because I think that's one of the core issues that we're facing today with immigration. I know he knows my riding in the South Okanagan and how beautiful and attractive it is and how people want to move there. People come there for tourism, but it's almost impossible for people to find housing there. And that's because even though we are building more housing units, say in my hometown of Penticton, every day than we have ever built before, every day we have fewer housing units that are affordable because all those housing units that are being built are being bought by investors. People like immigrants can't afford them. So we have hotels buying motels to house their workers. We have wineries buying big houses to house their workers. And I'm just wondering if he can comment on what we can do as a government here to discourage this housing as an investment and make sure that housing is built for people who can afford to live in that housing, such as immigrants.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And yes, indeed, it's in the same vein as what I was saying earlier to my Liberal colleague. There are issues to fix here before we open the floodgates. We have youth who are just starting, who have a brilliant career in front of them, but who don't have the means to purchase a house, as small as it may be. Entering the housing market has become a privilege reserved to the most privileged, as the term is. So, Madam Speaker, there are injustices caused by speculation and investments in housing, those who are able to buy housing units, and then those who have made the prices increase. We have a duty to our people before we become more ambitious with immigration, and I agree with what my colleague just had to say. A quick question, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Simple question. How is it that a debate on numbers is such a taboo debate? We have departments that need to establish a capacity, and that's the crux of the matter, is the word capacity. There's a Quebec government minister said, accept less, but treat them with dignity. So why are we attacked the second we start talking about numbers? The Honourable Member, this is a sensitive subject. Yes, it is irresponsible to immediately stop debate by adding epithets to the matter of numbers. With a colleague today, I tried to bring that back to a more accessible scale for the population. We were saying, for example, for those of Drummond, it would be as if we were to welcome 3 people per house. without changing the number of bedrooms or bathrooms, without increasing our grocery budget. So imagine having 3 new people in your household without any increase in budget. That's the situation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my eminent colleague for Drummond for his very clear speech. I'd like to thank him for having brought the debate back to where it should be. We are part of the same party, and so we agree on many things. We have a sense of rigour. At the end of the day, like we are right now, there are a number of things that are said. We have to remember what we work on. The member for Drummond enumerated it very well. We are working on re-examining thresholds in consultation with Quebec and the provinces in order to ensure a good and successful immigration. That about which we are talking today is a successful immigration. Now, we're not saying we want no immigration. Quite the contrary, Madam Speaker. And my colleagues as a whole have spoken today, those from my party at least, have said this. They've spoken on guaranteeing the success of immigrants. Put yourself in the shoes, Madam Speaker, of someone who leaves their country of origin. Even if they leave with their close families, they leave behind their wider family, they leave behind their friends, they leave behind their origins. Imagine the emotion we feel when we go back to our childhood home. What crosses our mind? I come from Sainte-Terre in Abitibi. It's not far. It's not very close to here or from where I live. It's not very close to where I live now. But when I think about Sainte-Terre in Abitibi, whenever I go there, I always visit my old house. Last time I was there, I talked to the owner. I didn't ask to go into the house, but it was incredible when I went back. When I was a child, it seemed so big, and now it seems a bit smaller than what I remember. But I want to talk about the emotion, the emotional ties we have with where we were born. When people renounce that, when people leave it behind, they do that for a reason, Madam Speaker. More often than not, these people do it not for themselves, because they know it won't necessarily be easy. They're abandoning their past, their wealth, something that perhaps was theirs. But they do this very often for the next generation by saying, well, I may struggle, but I think that in Quebec, in Canada, my child will have a better future. We need to welcome them in a dignified way. We're talking about humanity. We're talking about respect. We're talking about wealth. Human beings, an immigrant who comes to Quebec, who comes to Canada, well, of course, they'll be a hard worker. We hope that they'll be a hard worker, but they're not just hard workers. They're also Canadian. They're also people who want to become Canadian citizens so they can take part in our culture and who can enrich our culture. Quebec is one of the most mixed cultures in the world. We don't say it often enough in this house. We have incredible wealth brought by people who came generation after generation, people who were here before the arrival of first Europeans. First of all, there were the First Nations. I'm glad to hear that we are catching up on reconciliation. There's still a lot to do, but there is wealth in this. And so we have to work with immigrants and generations, be it the initial waves of Irish immigrants, British immigrants, those who have stayed. Well, we eventually mix with them. We share our cultural heritage with them and theirs with us. That's what we want. That is the difference between Canadian multiculturalism and Quebec multiculturalism. We want to accept individuals with all of their cultural wealth. We want to live with them, not everyone in their own individual ivory tower. It's incredible, people's different perception. I was hurt to hear a few times members of the government say, well, we've been told we need immigration. Yes, of course we need immigration. We often hear that. We want to take care of these people. We want people to be equals to us. That's where today's debate lies. We want to do things right. That's what the federal government seems to find so difficult. We have a Liberal government that makes wonderful announcements in appearance, but who do not deliver. Let's say about 2/3 of the time they don't deliver. So here we'll be told, well, Canada is a big, wide country, come in, come all. But when you come here, by the way, you won't get a house because there's not enough housing. I'm sure that's not going to be mentioned tomorrow. All we're going to hear is that Canada is a wonderful country of immigration. We want to be welcoming, but also generous. To do that, we need to do things right. We need to work correctly and work well. We need to consult. The government needs to consult provinces, consult Quebec. They need to think about various subsequent levels of government that will have to take care of these people. We've spoken about many things today: housing, infrastructure. There are certain political parties that seem to point the fingers at municipalities. But the federal government has no jurisdiction over municipalities in this field. We need to re-see our tax system to promote municipalities. Now, I won't speak to this all night, but I would just like to say that Quebec is asking for agreements to be revised. They want to be consulted. They don't say they don't want immigration, they just want to be consulted. They want better. They want these people to be productive, and for them to be productive, we have to begin by recognizing their field of jurisdiction. We need to give them the opportunity to integrate where they are going. If an immigrant comes to Quebec and they don't have access to francization, Madam Speaker, in my riding of Berthier-Masquinongé, 99% of people are francophones. If I welcome an immigrant in Louisville and I don't give them French classes, I'm a hypocrite. I pretend to be welcoming. I want this person to work. They come into my business. This person might be brought in for cheap labor. What we want is to allow them to have a good and decent quality of life. So how many people should we welcome? My colleague from Montarville talked about other opinions in Quebec, and I thought it was a good exercise to do because perhaps it's the Parliament of Quebec who should determine how many people immigrate, but for that, the federal government needs to get wise. I find it very hard, Madam Speaker, to live with a federal government who, on the one hand, proffers wonderful speeches saying, here are the number of immigrants that you will welcome, and on the other hand, says to provinces, well, hang on a second, the money for social housing, how are you going to do this? No, I want you to use it in this way. These are all the conditions. I won't give you the money that you're asking, and I will give you tons of conditions. Healthcare, well, we already do a lot for healthcare. We have lovely speeches about healthcare. But then they don't send us the money that we need. They don't meet government demands, provincial demands, Quebec demands. That's simply disdain, Madam Speaker. It's pure disdain. The federal government doesn't know about health, but then they turn to the provinces and say, well, we're not transferring you money. There have been unanimous requests from the provinces, and no adequate response was offered. That's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Absolutely unacceptable. The Bloc Québécois today asks that a responsible approach be taken. Do we have housing? If we don't have housing, if we think that we'll need more housing, then before bringing 100,000 people in, could we perhaps start building houses? I'm not saying that we should refuse refugees. We're not talking about refugees here. We're talking about targets, statistical targets. For that, various level of government's jurisdictions will have to be respected. They need to be adequately funded. They need to stop being know-alls that do nothing. That's what I've been seeing for the past 4 years. Mr. Speaker, now, Mr. Speaker, the government says, we see all, we know all, we have all the truths, but we do nothing. That is the reality of this chamber, Mr. Speaker. So, what we are asking of the federal government is as follows. Speak to Quebec, speak to the provinces, be reasonable. Let us work together, and let us invest the necessary resources to this integration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-L'École. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague's speech with great interest, and I have a question for him. The relation with other provinces. I was very happy to see that we had reached our target for Francophone immigration in provinces, New Brunswick, Manitoba, Ontario, and others. And I saw that this was a work of close collaboration. It wasn't always the case in the past. I would like to hear his comments. Should we continue? Should we continue to foster Francophone immigration throughout Canada? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. It's always great to have Francophone immigration, but that's not the subject of the debate today. Be it Francophone, Anglophone, or other, what we are trying to say, what we're putting forward is the following. Is the government ready to re-examining its thresholds and its limits after consulting provinces in order to ensure good integration of immigrants? Of course, we're always for Francophone immigration, and there will be no segregation. We welcome everyone, Mr. Speaker. If we welcome someone who doesn't speak French in Quebec, I think that it is incumbent upon us to provide them the resources necessary for them to learn our common and official language. Questions and comments?
And comments, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I thought you said the normal member, but I hope I'm normal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my seatmate here for his je vous remercie, mon collègue.
I would like to thank my colleague for his speech.
He mentioned and was still, I think, talking about in the last question about language training, and I have some contact with that through my daughter, who once taught immigrants language lessons when they came here. This was during the big increase in refugees from Syria, but it seemed the more immigrants that came in, the less funding that her organization got to do that work. And so she went from full-time to three-quarters time to half-time to one-third time, and eventually had to leave that job because the federal government funding just got less and less, even as they were increasing immigration. So I really I have a great, I think, understanding of that period, and I'm just wondering if he can comment on that, if we're seeing things going in the wrong direction many times.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to warmly thank my colleague for that decisive pass. That's what I was trying to say, Mr. Speaker. What we are saying, well, we're not saying that we shouldn't have immigration. We're saying that it should be done in a conscious and wise way. British Columbia, as an example. I was talking about Quebec, now I'd like to talk about British Columbia. There are issues there because the resources aren't there. We need the necessary resources. So what we're trying to do today is to say, let us do things in a good way. A Liberal member was saying that there was a lack of labour. 7 workers per retiree in the past. Now it's only 3. Now soon it's going to be 2 workers per retirees. I know that because I was teaching that in the 90s to my students in secondary school. And since then, governments have done nothing. We're in 2023, and we're being told there's not enough labour. Can we see what infrastructure we have, what systems we have to help people out? We need people, of course. We need immigration. Immigration is a great asset for us. Questions and comments?
Une très courte question, un commentaire.
Quick question. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you to my colleague for his excellent speech. There's a decline of French in Quebec, but no one's talking about it. Liberals have said nothing about the decline of French in Quebec. It's a reality. And the federal government funds English through its official languages program far more than French. Federal institutions in Quebec essentially work in English. They don't respect French. What does my colleague have to say about that? The honourable member from Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and be brief. Thank you to my honourable colleague for La Pointe de Lille. In my speech, I spoke about disdain, and I think that this is disdain. Some people may say otherwise, but to me it's disdain. The government does whatever they want. They have promises left, right and centre, projects left, right and centre, but then they say, actually, there's no money, so we won't move forward with the programme. That is what I was trying to unveil in my speech. Can the government finally sit down with provinces in Quebec to evaluate the current situation and then figure out what we can do to get a successful immigration in our country? Resuming debate.
I'll have to cut the member off at about 44. So the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be participating in this debate today, but at the outset I'd like to say that I am very emotional and very happy about being in a type of conflict of interest because I want to talk about immigration. When immigration is successful, well, my parents came to Canada in 1958 when they left their ship. They came at 4 a.m. They met their first Canadians who allowed them to come here and to live for over 60 years in harmony in this beautiful country that welcomed them and which they chose. And so immigration should be a question of choice. So decades later, we can say that this is a successful immigration story. So I'm happy about that because, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're talking about today, successful immigration. Canada can boast about its immigration policy, but the way the immigration is done has to work. And it worked for my parents, but it doesn't work for everyone. And that is why their government has to be flexible and not ideological when it comes to immigration to ensure that it's done right. We have seen today, Mr. Speaker, that there are over 2.2 million cases. 2.2 million people are waiting to immigrate, and that's as many people. That's all those people are living with worry, with great concern. They don't know whether they'll be able to stay in Canada or not. And that's the reality of immigration that doesn't work, because those people have had to wait for years. When we look at the case of refugees, they have to wait for 3 years to find out whether they can stay. That is not what we would wish on anyone who wants to live in our country and contribute to its prosperity, as all immigrants do. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we have to be realistic and especially act intelligently when it's time to welcome these people with an integration capacity that corresponds to the numbers we accept. That is why it is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Canadian government must consult provinces, that it must assess integration capacity with regard to housing, healthcare, education, French education, and the infrastructure necessary to welcome these people. And that is the full responsibility of the federal government to work hand in hand with the provinces to assess integration capacity. Because otherwise, Mr. Speaker, immigration doesn't work. And the first victims of ideological and unplanned immigration are immigrants themselves. I talked this morning when I put a question to a colleague. I said that I was very happy. I'm very happy to have someone in my writing who works on immigration files, and I'm very grateful to her. And I'm sure that all of the people in this House have people who work in your offices who are working on immigration cases, because we get dozens and dozens of immigration files in our offices. Not a week goes by that I don't thank Isabel for how hard she works on immigration files. But sincerely, Mr. Speaker, if we want immigration that works for immigrants and for the country, then we have to put the government has to put dogma aside and land on an approach that is responsible. We've heard during this debate, we've heard many different opinions. For example, the member for Calgary Shepherd, who is the critic for immigration, we heard that the Prime Minister and his party are going to vote in favor of this bill. Well, that's great, Mr. Speaker. And yet there are colleagues from the Bloc who continue to question the Prime Minister, but that's good that they hold him to account because immigration has not worked over the past 8 years. The policy is not good for everyone. When you've got 2 million people who are currently waiting for their files to be closed, then that is not immigration done right. Mr. Speaker, I imagine that my time is coming to a close, so I'd like to thank you for having given me that time. It being 5:44, it is my duty forthwith to interrupt proceedings and to put a vote to the supply question. The question is as follows. Ms. Normandin, seconded by Mr. Garon, moves that the government to review its immigration targets as of 2024 in consultation with Quebec, the provinces and the territories, based on integration capacity, especially in terms of housing, healthcare, immigration, French education, and transportation infrastructure, with an objective of having immigration succeed. If the members would like to who are participating in person want a recorded vote, I would like them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Since you are so generously offering this to me, Mr. Speaker, I would call for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the vote is deferred to tomorrow, Wednesday, November 1st, after the time provided for oral questions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this point to call it 5:59 so that we could begin private members' hour.
Is it agreed? It's agreed. It being 5:59, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, private members' business, affaires éminentes des députés, consideration at report stage of Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms, standing in the name of Mr. Barlow.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Barlow, seconded by Monsieur Leroux, moves that Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd like to invite them now to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, I would like recorded division.
Okay. All right, I think there was I think we skipped over something there. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thanks. I would like recorded division. Okay. Carried on division. Oh my God, it's so late at night. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, it is. It is getting long already, isn't it? I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall this bill be read a third time? Right now. Mr. Barlow, seconded by Monsieur Leroux, moves that Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully this goes a little smoother. As colleagues, it's an honor and a privilege to rise in the House today and speak again on my private member's bill 275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all the members of the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee who participated in the studying this bill and certainly worked with our witnesses and our stakeholders to try and bring this forward. And I do want to take a moment to thank all of those stakeholders who have supported this bill from the beginning. The Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the Canadian Cattle Association, the Canadian Meat Council, the Canadian Pork Council, Dairy Farmers of Canada, Egg Farmers of Canada, Turkey Farmers of Canada, National Cattle Feeders Association, Alberta Farm Animal Care, and Canada's accredited zoos and aquariums. Now, during the committee discussion, we did have one amendment to this legislation, which included removing the words knowing that or being reckless as to. And this is some clarification from my colleagues in the Liberal and NDP parties, which I do appreciate their participation. The second amendment was to lower some of the penalties as part of this for unlawful trespassers. But one amendment to remove penalties for groups and organizations who encourage this unlawful behavior was not successful. But it's not surprising why animal activist groups wanted these penalties removed from this legislation, because these groups encourage this unlawful behavior, which is a fundraising mechanism for them. For example, in the United States alone last year, these groups raised more than $800 million and organized more than 500 attacks on farms across the United States. We don't have specific stats in terms of fundraising and numbers here in Canada, but we do know that Canada ranks 7 in the world in terms of the number of attacks on farm by animal activist groups. And Mr. Speaker, these producers, these farm families, are subjected to vandalism, cyber attacks, tampering on farm, arson, but most importantly, relentless intimidation and harassment. This takes its toll on farm families across Canada. It jeopardizes the biosecurity on farms and certainly the health and welfare of our livestock. Now, most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we heard at committee that these illegal intrusions have a long-lasting impact on the mental health of our farm families. We had a hog farmer from BC, Mr. Benedict, who his family went through having 200 protesters on his family farm. And I want to quote from Mr. Benedict in his comments at committee. It affected us as a family. For a number of years, it was basically like you were being watched. We used to be proud to be hog producers. Now we don't tell anyone. The perception is from people is that has been spread by lies and stuff that is not true. It has taken the fun out of what we do. There aren't very many farmers left, especially in BC. There used to be 300 hog producers in the 90s. I believe now there are only 4 or 5 left. It is a dwindling industry, to be sure. We also had Megs Reynolds, who is the executive director of Do More Ag, which is an important advocacy group for mental health on farms. And I want to quote some comments from Ms. Reynolds as well from committee. These people showing up and trespassing and protesting are not whistleblowers. They don't necessarily understand what farmers' needs or what they do to take care of their animals and what that animal means to that farmer. I've talked to farmers, men across Canada, and they tear up when they talk about having to call a full barn in response to a disease. I've talked to a producer in Saskatchewan, and she does not feel safe to send her children out to fix fences by themselves because of the perceived risk from protesters. These are actual things happening on farm today, where in rural Canada, our farm families don't feel safe on the land that they have nurtured and cared for, in many cases for generations. Now, I cannot be more crystal clear about this point in this legislation, Mr. Speaker. This bill does not hinder in any way an individual's right to protest on public property. This bill does not prevent whistleblowers from coming forward when they see standards of care not being met. In fact, whistleblowers are protected under this proposed legislation because they will be lawfully allowed to be on the premise with the animals. Canadian farmers and ranchers are moral and legal obligation to look after their animals. Farmers operate in a highly regulated system, and the environment and strict codes of conduct must be followed to ensure health, safety, and welfare of the farm animals. But it was also highlighted at committee the testimony from people that are showing up on farms, and they're not whistleblowers. Activists are not whistleblowers. True whistleblowers, Mr. Speaker, are family members, employees, veterinarians, and professionals like CFIA inspectors who understand the nuances of animal husbandry. They understand the livestock industry. They know what they're looking for if standards are not being met. Members from all parties recounted situations in our ridings where we saw these activities happening and the impact that it had on our farmers and our constituents. But what worried me, Mr. Speaker, in some of the testimony at committee is how brazen some of these activists have become. They're not only putting farmers and farm animals at risk, but also the public. We saw an animal rights group in Montreal hang 3 dead hog carcasses from an overpass. The consequences of that could have been devastating. We heard from a farmer in Ontario who has been attacked by ransomware. His farm and his operation held hostage unless he admitted publicly that he was mistreating his animals, which we know was utterly false. And again, Mr. Benendijk said that there used to be 300 hog farmers in BC, and now only a handful. The activist campaigns will work in ending animal agriculture if there is not a strong deterrent in place. Now, opponents of this bill will say, well, there's no proof of animal activism actually spreading disease. Well, there's 2 problems with that argument. First, they are missing the whole point of what our current situation is, and it is short-sighted to have an argument that justifies unlawful behavior which could lead to unimaginable consequences on a farm. But second, it is completely false. We had one incident in Quebec where we had an outbreak of rotavirus, a disease not seen in almost 40 years after trespassers were on a hog farm in Quebec. Trespassers went on farm in a mink farm in Ontario, which spread distemper throughout the community, again, as a result of trespassing. Another argument, well, some provinces have trespassing and biosecurity laws in place. That's true, but only Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Manitoba, and PEI. That means the vast majority of provinces and territories do not have this type of legislation in place. And I think it's very important that we show leadership from a national perspective, from a federal government perspective, that we understand the importance of biosecurity on farms, the importance of food security, and the fact that public protests have a place, and that place is not on private property. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, what this bill talks about is protecting the biosecurity or ensuring the biosecurity protocols on farm are adhered to and protecting our food security from diseases like avian flu, African swine fever, and foot and mouth disease, which pose very real threats to Canadian agriculture. In 2014, the Fraser Valley had 10 farms with avian flu outbreaks, and almost 200,000 animals had to be euthanized. But the worst outbreak was in 2004 when 17 million birds had to be euthanized. That outbreak eventually cost the industry about $300 million in losses. In the aftermath, a number of changes occurred to ensure that biosecurity protocols were more strict and adhered to. But the most recent outbreak of avian flu that we had this past year, 7.6 million birds had to be euthanized. Provinces of BC, Alberta, Quebec, Ontario, and Saskatchewan were the hardest hit. And farmers are still trying to recover from this outbreak, replacing flocks, cleaning out barns, and getting their operations back up. Cami Lockwood, who is the owner-operator of Lockwood Farms on Vancouver Island, who ironically has free-range chicken and sells eco eggs, talked about the importance of this legislation to protect their farms from trespassers who very well could be bringing the avian flu virus onto their farms. They have very strict protocol, and any of us as parliamentarians, if we've visited farms in our ridings or neighboring ridings, we understand many times you have to wear booties, hair nets, hazmat suits, cleaning your shoes before and after leaving farms. When you go traveling, they'll ask you, have you visited a farm in the last 2 weeks? How important that is not to be spreading viruses, but how easy it is to spread those viruses, and that cannot be overlooked. And one example is African swine fever, which thankfully we haven't had in Canada, but unfortunately it's not a matter of if, it's likely a matter of when. But when the first case of African swine fever occurred in China in 2018, it spread to every single province in that country in less than a year. It has since spread to the Asia Pacific, Central Asia, Eastern Europe, and has now been detected in the Dominican Republic. Although it is not a food risk, 100% of animals that come down with African swine fever have to be put down. If an outbreak were to happen in Canada, it would be absolutely devastating. Our Canadian pork industry has a $24 billion economic footprint in Canada. It employs more than 45,000 people, and almost 70% of our production, worth $4.25 billion, is exported to markets around the world. Now, unfortunately for many of us in Canada, we understand and we still feel the ramifications of bovine spongiform encephalopathy, BSE, which happened more than 20 years ago. This cost our industry, and the cattle industry was certainly very impactful in my riding of Foothills, and I know for my Alberta colleagues, much the same.
Devastating.
But it cost us almost $10 billion in Western Canada. We lost 3,000 ranches. The vast majority of those ranches have never come back. Our animal herd in Canada is significantly lower 25 years later. It shows you the very real consequences of an animal-borne disease and what it can do to our industries across Canada. This is very real, and it can happen, and we don't want it to happen again. Mr. Speaker, if there's any lessons we can take, I look back to what's only happened over the last couple of years with COVID. I think any of us, if we had a chance to go back in time, we would have done things differently. We would have been much better prepared to ensure that we had the resources in place to protect Canada. We cannot make that same mistake and imagine the consequences if we have an animal-borne virus pandemic in Canada with any of these types of diseases, which why strengthening the biosecurity on our farms is so critical, which is what this legislation is focused on doing. Certainly, these groups are raising money off of these endeavors, threatening the mental health of our farmers, but most importantly, I hope that my colleagues in this House will support protecting the biosecurity on farms and our food security here in Canada and around the world. I look forward to their questions.
Brings me back 20 years, bovine spongiform encephalopathy. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member from across the way from Foothills. I remember being on the Agriculture Committee when we looked at the safe handling and transportation of animals, and this was another issue where protections had to be put in place. So could the Honourable Member maybe comment on how this isn't much different than protections in manufacturing industries, where people can't just wander into manufacturing plants, that there are safety protocols that apply to other industries, and this is another example of not only protecting the industry, but the animals within that industry.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much for my colleague's question. I certainly have a lot of respect for that member and enjoyed our time on Agriculture Committee together. He's exactly right. This puts the agriculture industry in line with most other industries in Canada, where you can't simply walk onto a dangerous whether that's an auto assembly line or a manufacturing, you can't just walk into a dangerous situation without the proper training, the proper supervision, and certainly the proper attire. This is exactly what we were trying to do with this, but unfortunately there seems to be this mentality out there that anyone should be able to walk onto a farm, protest on farm, sit on farm, and take videos and take pictures of what they really don't understand. And that's what makes this so frustrating, because the misinformation and the misappropriation of what agriculture actually is doing much more harm than they actually intend.
Question and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Foothills for his bill and for his speech. Here is my question for him. One of the main objections to this bill in committee was that people were saying that it's like a gag and that there may be mistreatment of animals, and sometimes that this is the only way to protect animals. But there are other ways. For example, in Quebec, we have a ministry or department of fishery and agriculture complaints can be made and inspectors will follow up. So I'd like to know how things are done in his province and how does he feel about that main objection that we heard in committee so that we can reassure people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. And certainly that is a frustrating argument about the fact that this is an ag-gag law, where the wording of the amendment protects whistleblowers or protects anyone who is there for lawfully and with supervision. So to say that this is an ag-gag law is completely wrong. But let's back up a little bit on what the goals are of these so-called whistleblowers. I want to have a quote here from PETA. Ending speciesism is our ultimate goal. One strategy to end speciesism would be to end the use of animals as food. I consider all animal eating cannibalism. I can assure you, this is from the Humane Society, I can assure you that when we go to Mars, it will be a vegan planet. So to say that these protesters are coming on farm just to highlight the mistreatment of animals is completely misleading. Their one and only goal is to end animal agriculture and raise a lot of money in the process. So this isn't about whistleblowing. This is about ending a critical industry in Canada.
Comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that the intent of this bill is a noble one, but I believe it falters in its execution. During the committee stage of the bill, we had a chance to ask questions to the CFIA Senior Legal Counsel, Mr. Joseph Malashenko. On 2 occasions, Mr. Speaker, he identified that the phrase with lawful authority or excuse makes this a trespass bill. Now, I, at the committee, tried to make this about biosecurity so that it would be applicable to everyone equally, given that we have a litany of evidence that many outbreaks on farms have been caused by people who were there with lawful authority excuse. So, Mr. Speaker, through you to my honourable colleague, why does he not feel that having biosecurity measures applied to everyone equally is the right way to go? If we're serious about clamping down on disease outbreaks on farms, everyone needs to be responsible, including the people who are employees on farms.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a lot of respect for my colleague that I work with quite closely on the Agriculture Committee. And we will have to agree to disagree on the implications of this bill and the wording of this bill. I would argue that why we wanted to maintain that language in there is we had support from just about every other stakeholder group other than animal activists who wanted that language taken out there. The reason we have that language in the amendment is to protect those very people he is talking about. Employees, farm family members, veterinarians, CFIA inspectors, people who are there with lawful authority. If they see something that is not up to standard, then they have the obligation to report that and make sure that those things are addressed. But allowing protesters who have very different goals in mind to come onto farm and protest puts our animal health and our biosecurity of our farms at risk, and we cannot do that.
Hear, hear, hear. Time for one more question. My friend from Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, my friend, the Speaker. I want to thank my friend from Foothills for bringing forward this piece of legislation, and he touched on virtually everything that is that's happened in my life growing up on a farm in Alberta. We lost our cattle farm. We lost the cattle component off our farm because of BSE, which resulted in my family having to change what we actually did. So we moved to a different type of agriculture, which actually in some strange way invited these same activists. Mr. Speaker, I remember my father calling me out, and he played for me a recording on the phone where an animal activist actually said, if the public knew what kind of farming you were doing, do you think your son would get reelected as a member of parliament? Thereby actually trying to intimidate me, to intimidate my father to stop farming. So can my colleague from Foothills actually speak to just how drastic and how dramatic and how intimidating these folks are? Because I know they stop by the farms, they stay on the highway, they take pictures, they intimidate, they block, they cut gates, they let animals out, they do all kinds of atrocious things that are actually very detrimental and unsafe, not only for the public, but for the farm and the farm animals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe, and I doubt that any of us can intimidate our fathers to do anything that they don't want to do. I'm still thankful that the father voice still kind of works a little bit, but he's exactly right. And we heard those stories from farmers that were heartbreaking. I heard it in my speech on Mr. Benendijk, where he doesn't tell anybody that he's an actual farmer anymore. Where my generation, generations before us, were very proud of what we did. And now that next generation is ashamed of what they did because of that relentless intimidation and harassment, I think it's impunitive on us as parliamentarians to show Canadian agriculture, our farm families, that we'll be there for them, we will stand up for them, and ensure that this lifestyle is something we want to see for generations to come.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak today on Bill C-275. But first, I would like to congratulate the member for Foothills for his work to advance this bill. Bill C-275 amends the Health of Animal Act to add a new offence to protect farmers and the biosecurity of animals on their farms from those who unlawfully enter their property. The objective of this bill is laudable, as it meant to deter individuals or groups who choose to illegally enter on a farm and potentially cause detrimental impacts to Canadian farmers and their animals. The Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food had an opportunity to study Bill C-275, and during this time we've heard from several witnesses who brought various perspectives forward. What was abundantly clear from witnesses' testimony is that protecting the health and safety of animals is the utmost importance to farmers and producers. As we've noted during the study of this bill, on-farm animals biosecurity protocols are a key element that support this objective, and this is why the majority of the committee members voted in support of Bill C-275 to pass with amendments. In simple terms, animal biosecurity consists of the practices and principles that protect animals from the introduction and spread of infectious diseases. In Canada, animal biosecurity is an area of shared responsibility. It involves federal, provincial, and territorial governments, industry associations, and farmers. All of these partners work together to strengthen animal biosecurity. Over the years, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has collaborated with industry, academic institutions, and provinces and territories to develop voluntary national biosecurity standards for various sectors, including poultry, cattle, and dairy. These standards are available on the CFIA's website. Farmers can tailor them to meet their specific operational needs and help protect the animals on their farms. During the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food study bill of C-275, we've learned that a number of industry-led programs incorporate some of elements of these national biosecurity standards in their on-farm programs. We've informed that farmers implement these standards and can tailor biosecurity protocols to meet the unique circumstances of their farm operation. Witnesses spoke to the specific protocols their industry members require on their farm, including showering in and out of barns, washing their hand, and signing logbooks, to name a few. Protocols are often unique to the farm and tailored to the specific needs of the farmers and circumstances. It was broadly recognized that these protocols are essential, as the risk of an animal disease outbreak is real and can be devastating, as was explained by the member from Foothills. That is why this government has continued to fund efforts to strengthen animal biosecurity in Canada. For example, in 2022, the government allocated $1.5 million to the Poultry Biosecurity Preparedness Initiative in Ontario. This funding is directed towards non-supply managed poultry operations with 300 birds or more. It provides money for these farmers to strengthen their on-farm biosecurity protocols to reduce the spread of avian flu, such as adding security gates and signage to control entry, purchasing, cleaning, and disinfecting equipment for their premises, and enhancing practices to mitigate interactions between wild and farm birds. In sum, animal biosecurity is crucial for the agricultural sector. Biosecurity protocols help minimize disease risk to Canadian farms and their livestock, reduce the threat of disease to both animals and Canadians, and help maintain market access and international trade. Mr. Speaker, if I can say something, I've heard multiple testimony on Bill C-275, and the difference between a regular business and a farm business is that family lives on farms. And when protesters or unwanted visitors show up on farms, it is completely different. And we're not, all of us here in this House are not saying don't protest. But if you have an issue with animal abuse, there are resources that you can use. You can call the SPCA in Ontario, for instance. You can call OMAFRA and make a complaint. And they have the proper resources to show up on a farm and the proper knowledge. Not everybody knows how to raise livestock in Canada. And it clearly shows in videos from certain groups that I have seen online that they have no clue or understanding on how to raise animals on farms. And I can assure everyone that it is in the farmers' interest to raise their animals in a proper way. Why? Because if you mistreat your animals, they're not producing. It's the same thing with dairy farmers. It's the same thing with poultry farmers. All of us in this House want to ensure that animals are properly raised, but we must ensure that we use the resources that are available at our disposal, and that's to call the SPCA, OMAFRA, and I won't comment on the other provinces. I'm familiar with Ontario, but there's proper resources that you can call, and I would encourage anyone who is worried about animal security or animal welfare to call their proper local authorities to ensure that they can do the proper inspections on these farms. En raison de la nature complexe de l'agriculture au Canada,
because of the complex nature of agriculture in Canada, biosecurity requires teamwork. Many groups and individuals participate in biosecurity. All levels of government have to be involved, as well as industry and individuals. All those involved in biosecurity have the same goal. The goal is to protect the health and safety of animals in Canada. Federally, the Health of Animals Act is a legislative framework to prevent and control animal diseases. The federal government has also worked with provinces, territories, and industry associations to help finance and support the development of biosafety standards for many products. In the industry, many industry players work toward biosecurity through programs on their farms and programs which are specific to their products. As for farms, owners and farmers can take action and measures to ensure the safety of their animals. Protocols and biosecurity measures are effective, long-standing ways that farms ensure the health of animals. Implementing biosecurity protocols, such as creating biosecurity zones on farms and establishing biosecurity protocols for entering such areas, are measures that help us protect the health of animals and prevent the spread of animal diseases. We are all working to ensure the safety and security of our farms and our animals. We need to protect against those who illegally enter farms, which creates great stress for Canadian farmers and also raises issues related to the safety and health of animals. C-275 offers farmers yet another layer of protection to deter individuals from illegally entering barns and farms, which could potentially endanger animals. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Agriculture Committee as well as all parliamentarians who participated in this bill. I would also like to thank farmers in my region who every day ensure that biosecurity measures are implemented, because we know that in the agriculture sector, if we don't follow biosecurity measures, then the consequences can be dire. Entire groups of animals can die from one disease if it spreads. We know that farmers want to protect their animals. I thank the member for Foothills for his bill, Bill C-275. Thank you very much. Our government is proud to support this bill.
With the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to also rise today to give some of my thoughts on Bill C-275, which was introduced by my colleague on the Agriculture Committee, the member for Foothills. I was happy to give this bill support at second reading, but that support was always conditional on certain amendments being made at committee, just as we did in the previous Parliament, the 43rd Parliament, on the previous version of this bill, which in that Parliament was C-205. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the majority of committee members did not support the amendments that were conditional for my support, and I find myself speaking in the House today saying that I can no longer support Bill C-275. I want to talk about the importance on biosecurity measures because it is incredibly important in Canadian farms, and indeed farms all around the world. At the federal level, Canada's legislative framework for dealing with these issues with respect to animal disease and biosecurity, it rests primarily with the Health of Animals Act and its regulations. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency is responsible for investigating and responding to any reported incidents of a reportable animal disease. And we know that many diseases pose a serious risk to farm animals. They can include things like African swine fever, foot and mouth disease, and avian influenza. Biosecurity, Mr. Speaker, is essentially about preventing the movement of disease-causing agents onto and off of agricultural operations. And the three key principles of effective biosecurity are isolation, traffic control, and sanitation. Now, at the committee, we did have a variety of witnesses, and many of those witnesses provided our committee with briefs. One of those organizations was Animal Justice. They provided a report from 2021 that looked at the disease outbreaks and biosecurity failures on Canadian farms. That was around the same time that the original C-205 was being debated in the previous Parliament. That report, and I know a lot of people may have differing opinions on animal justice, but their report was based on factual data. And that data listed hundreds of incidents of failures of biosecurity, which were all caused from authorized personnel associated with the afflicted farms. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker, from all authorized personnel. That means people who were authorized to be on the farm were the ones who were responsible for the disease outbreak. So biosecurity is a serious thing. It can happen to any farm, and it can happen to anyone who may, through no fault of their own or at fault, if they're not following proper biosecurity measures, the results can be quite devastating. I also want to take some time, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the differences between federal and provincial jurisdiction when it comes to enacting laws, because this is a key point behind my opposition to C-275. Now, we know the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction over the criminal law power. That's why acts like the Health of Animals Act exists. We know that to be considered a valid exercise of criminal law power, federal legislation has to have a valid criminal law purpose, and that can include in measures such as health. It has to be connected to a prohibition, and it has to be backed by a penalty for violations. This bill, however, Mr. Speaker, I believe gets out of the federal lane and enters into provincial jurisdiction over trespass law. And we know that the provinces of Canada have exclusive jurisdiction over property and civil rights, and that is definitely considered to be the domain under which they enact their anti-trespass laws. I think C-275 is unfortunately taking us into provincial jurisdiction, and that is a serious point that we have to pay attention to. And this is backed up, Mr. Speaker. This is backed up by evidence that we heard from none other than the senior legal counsel for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, Mr. Joseph Melashenko. On two occasions, both from questioning from the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill and from myself, on two occasions, Mr. Speaker, he confirmed that the phrase "without lawful authority or excuse" in Bill C-275 made this primarily a piece of legislation about trespass. He confirmed that on the record at 2 separate occasions. So what are we to take from that, Mr. Speaker? If the senior legal counsel of the federal agency that is responsible for the Health of Animals Act is telling our committee that C-275 is veering into trespass territory, why should we as a committee be ignoring that and instead returning a bill to the House with that problematic phrase in it? That is the crux of the problem, Mr. Speaker. That phrase is making this bill veer into that territory. Now, I tried my best at committee to amend the bill. My amendment was seeking to actually remove the phrase without lawful authority or excuse, so that the biosecurity measures, the purported biosecurity measures of C-275 would apply to everyone equally. After all, if we are in fact serious about dealing with biosecurity breaches and the fact that we have a litany of evidence detailing just how many on-farm failures there have been from people who are authorized to be there, we should make a biosecurity piece of legislation apply to everyone equally, including on-farm employees. Unfortunately, that amendment failed. Now, I want to commend another member of the committee, the new member for Winnipeg South Centre, who tried with his own amendment to instead insert the phrase applicable biosecurity measures. So basically, the bill would make sure that it was applied to everyone who had taken the applicable biosecurity measures. I think that was a reasonable amendment. Again, we have measures in place that the industry has developed. They're voluntary measures, but they are developed with the CFIA. And I think it's quite reasonable that if we are going to make a substantive amendment to the Health of Animals Act, we should make reference to applicable biosecurity measures. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, and again, a majority of the committee members did not see eye to eye with me or the member for Winnipeg South Centre, and we have the version of the bill that we are dealing with today in the House. I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that Clause 2 of the bill is redundant and completely unnecessary, given that the Health of Animals Act already has offenses and punishment. And you know, I've been in this place a long time, and unfortunately, our federal statutes are littered with examples where there is language in the law which is redundant and unnecessary. And if one only needs to look at the Criminal Code of Canada to see that in action. So I believe that, you know, with offenses and punishment already listed in the Parent Act, having Clause 2 in C-275 is unnecessary, and it is yet another reason why I can no longer support this. So I know, Mr. Speaker, I'm coming down to my final 2 minutes. And I want to make one thing very, very clear to all who are listening to this debate. I will never condone unauthorized trespass on private property that puts farmers and their families at risk. I say that not only as the NDP's critic for agriculture and agri-food, but I say that as the Member of Parliament for Cowichan Malahat Langford, an area that has a long and storied history in farming. Unfortunately, I have arrived at a place with C-275 because I believe it is veering out of its federal laneway and into provincial jurisdiction. I believe, in other words, Mr. Speaker, that this is a trespass bill that is masquerading as a biosecurity bill. Proper biosecurity measures need to apply to everyone equally. If a farm does not follow measures and is responsible for a disease outbreak that spreads to other farms, then it is that farmer who has done a real disservice to his or her neighbors. We need to work to make sure that those measures are applicable to everyone. If people are concerned with the inadequacy of current trespass law in Canada, then I invite them to pressure their provincial representatives, because that is where this debate belongs. If members of this House feel that trespass laws are not adequate, then it is the provincial legislatures of Canada that need to take that issue up on behalf of their constituents. It is very difficult to find the correct balance between all of these issues, Mr. Speaker, and I really wished I could come to a place where I was supporting C-275. Unfortunately, and with regret, I don't feel that C-275 achieves that balance, and unfortunately, I will find myself voting against it. Thank you very much.
Le débat continue.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to take the floor on Bill C-275 and rather surprised to hear my friend from the Agriculture Committee, the member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford, say that he protects provincial jurisdictions. It was an odd moment, Mr. Speaker, because we could speak about this for a long time. I'd love to have a beer with him so he can explain all the hindrances in the healthcare system. What is his definition of provincial jurisdiction when he speaks to us in Parliament about imposing conditions for senior healthcare centres in provinces before health transfers are dispersed? I find that rather shocking, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford will hear what I say. That being said, I won't hold this against him, but I would like to bring us back to facts. Here, there is no overstepping into provincial jurisdictions. I am a Bloc Québécois member of Parliament, and I think that the Chamber knows this by now, and we are always talking about independence, and I saw a lovely smile on the face of a colleague across the way. I believe that's a sign of complicity with my statement, but in any case, Mr. Speaker, if there's someone who loves fighting for Quebec's jurisdiction, it's me. And we did wonder whether it did or not. Indeed, intrusions are managed by provinces, and there are already statutes that exist. The issue here, Mr. Speaker, is that these statutes are often insufficient and force people to go through very difficult complaint processes. People also have to prove a direct link between a pathology or an illness. There's the case of Porcreg, where there was a virus that spread after an illegal intrusion, but people have to scientifically prove that it came from that particular moment and that particular moment alone. And that's why, federally, what could be done is turn to a federal act on animal health. So people don't worry. For once, it won't impede on provincial matters. And I still find it strange to say this. In any case, so what we are doing here is working in the field of animal health, and what this statute does, what this bill does, is to strengthen our message. If there is an intrusion, if you intrude into into a farm with animals and you endanger their biosafety and biosecurity, then you will be fined. The NDP colleague claims that everyone may be harmed by this. It's a $25,000 fine. Our farmers and producers work very hard. Can we look at ourselves in the mirror if we tell them, well, if you make a mistake in a month's time, if there's an accident, an incident, you'll lose your job, you'll lose a lot of money if you're a producer. But we'll also fine you $25,000. That's not serious, Mr. Speaker. We can't target employees with this bill. This bill is to avoid intrusions. Criminal transgression, let us not forget. We're not talking about just tabling a bill for the fun of it. These are people that will break and enter. And in the previous parliament, I already gave an example. Unfortunately, in this chamber, we often have to repeat what has already been done. This bill is now in its second iteration. I already highlighted the following example. Imagine you go home, there are 8 people just sitting in your living room, but you have no right to kick them out. Because if you push them out, then you'll be accused of aggression, assault, battery, So you have to call the police, and the police will turn up and will say, well, could you please leave this living room? It might take a couple of hours. But you don't know what they did to your living room while they were there. Perhaps they sabotage your television. Perhaps they sabotage something else. Because I talk about sabotage because in the case of the pork and hog facility in my riding, they put water in the diesel tanks. Quebec statutes exist for private property, but here it's another level. It's biosecurity that we're talking about. And that is why the committee, well, we don't want anyone to think that we take our jobs lightly, but the committee made sure that we would be talking about biosecurity, and that's what we want to protect. My colleague for Foothills, who tabled the bill, and I would like to thank him once again for having tabled this bill. It's an important one. He mentioned several illnesses that go through the farms. Now, we don't want to scare people on Halloween, but we have to identify the real problem. If anyone can break in to a farm or a production facility without following protocol and with impunity, then yes, we will get illnesses and pathologies. Organizations have published studies saying that most biosecurity cases were triggered by someone who worked at a facility. Yes, of course, there have been accidents in the past. There are accidents, but should that mean that people should be allowed to aggress others with impunity? Honestly, that argument isn't valid. This bill seeks to mitigate risks as much as possible. It seeks to protect our producers. In Canada, could we finally start being able to act against people that try to assault us? Fruit and vegetable growers need help, as we mentioned yesterday. The government isn't answering to their calls. We have one issue. We have a solution through this bill, and I applaud this effort. Mr. Speaker, once again, and as usual, I don't follow my notes, but the transmission of pathologies, I'm going to use my memory. When we want security measures for producers, first of all, these measures are as follows. They have to wash, they have to change their boots. Producers, poultry producers use different boots for each individual building. Then they have to wash again afterwards. There are strict regulations, and not for nothing. Avian flu, bird flu, could simply be just a bird that can be found in your farm. Then you might step on it, or its excrements, and then it just takes a particle to transmit that virus and that excrement to every single building. We're talking about serious matters. We have to respect people who feed us, and I would like to thank them. I would like to take the opportunity to thank them for feeding us. Their daily, diligent work to feed us. They get so little revenue. They are under so much stress. They try to stay in business for as long as possible. They receive far too little support and respect from our government. This bill doesn't come into contradiction with Quebec jurisdictions. It's a different subject. We're talking here about the health of animals. Yes, of course, it's already banned. Certain provinces have different levels of severity in their bills. Of course, you're not allowed to break and enter into a farm and produce a farm. Thank you for reminding me that my time is nearly over. I was shocked that someone from the NDP would tell me that I wasn't respecting jurisdictions. I'll remember this, and they will hear it back at them over the next few months. I'll remember it, I'll save the clip, and I'll say, hey, remember this? You told me this. So what are you doing today with regards to jurisdictions? It'll be great fun. I'm looking forward to it. But for now, let us vote yes on C-275. Let us respect our producers, our farmers, and let's protect them. Can we finally, as a government, say, we will do as much as we can so that you won't be assaulted, rather, in your facilities. Thank you very much to those who feed us every day. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise today in support of the member for Foothills Private Members Bill, Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act. Like my friend and colleague, the member for Foothills, I have a deep love and respect for the agriculture and agri-food sector. As a dairy farmer and pedigree breeder, and having been that for over 40 years, I've always been a strong supporter of the agricultural sector and recognize the importance of this legislation. This bill proposes essential changes to the current Health of Animals Act, which, in my opinion, does not currently go far enough to protect biosecurity on our farms, as well as the safety of our family farms from unwanted intruders on their private holdings. We must note that the purpose of this bill isn't to limit what an individual can do in terms of peacefully protesting, but to add guidelines and rules to which they must comply in terms of animal welfare and cross-contamination, which can lead to disastrous consequences for the health of an animal or a herd. As members of this chamber are aware, there have been a number of demonstrations and protests by animal rights activists on private property, on farms, and at processing plants. Of course, the situation is not limited to a certain part of animal agriculture or a certain part of the country. It is a global problem. Bill C-275 simply proposes to double the fines for trespassing on a farm. This will protect biosecurity on the said farm, as well as the safety and mental health of our farming families. When activists break into farm properties and facilities, they do not fully understand the potential consequences of their actions. Firstly, they put at risk the safety of farm animals, farmers, and farm workers. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that my colleagues in this House will agree with me when I say that our farmers, producers, and processors care deeply about food safety and animal health. They will also agree that the mental health and anxiety amongst farmers is close to a crisis, particularly since the pandemic.
It is essential to protect Canada's food supply. Diseases such as mad cow disease, foot and mouth disease, avian flu, and African swine fever are a genuine threat to Canadian agriculture. These threats to biosecurity can wipe out herds and devastate our industry and our economy. An epidemic in Canada would devastate our farms, and export markets would disappear overnight, shutting down the pork industry, for example, as well as other industries that are part of this chain. One single case of mad cow disease in the early 2000s automatically shut down all Canadian export markers. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share my personal experience with a farm that was exporting to some 30 countries. All of a sudden, all Canadian exports were shut down and did not start again until many years later in a gradual fashion. So when we talk about the costs linked to non-compliance with biosecurity criteria, I can confirm that they're very important. The majority of people who come to farms respect these biosecurity measures. The strengthening of biosecurity measures for trespassers is a measure that farmers, breeders, food processors, and farmer organizations support. Even the former agriculture minister spoke out against the unacceptable actions of extremist groups who demonstrate on dairy farms, and she said that this was something that was of concern to her department. Recently, more and more individuals are trespassing on farms and food processing plants. This could cause considerable biosecurity problems for animals and the people who work with them. I'd like to share with this House the testimony we heard in committee, in the Agriculture Committee, from a hog farmer from BC, Mr. Ray Binnendijk, who had to cope with a massive demonstration inside and outside of his property. Mr. Speaker, he and his family woke up one morning to find numerous demonstrators inside and outside of his hog farm. They had come there in a bus. It wasn't an individual case, it was an entire busload of people with the sole objective of disrupting his family production activities. Cameras were also set up inside his hog farm in many areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me know. So this case was disastrous for this person and his family because this was his livelihood. And to have to deal with a violation like that is unacceptable. So we cannot allow our farmers to be intimidated, and we cannot allow Canada's food supply chain to be disrupted because of mental health concerns. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, the farm industry fully supports the major changes to this bill, and we in the Conservative Party of Canada hope that all parties will support us in passing this bill as quickly as possible. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-275 will defend biosecurity on farms and food processing centers. The protection of animals and those who work with them must be the number one priority when we're talking about farms and food processing facilities. So I hope that all members in this House understand the importance of this bill and that they will support it when the time comes to vote in this House. This bill is not partisan. It is simply a matter of common sense. We have to do everything in our power to protect this sector. And as you heard in earlier speeches, the protection of our national food supply is extremely important. So it is urgent that we intervene, that the federal government intervenes to ensure compliance and regulation in this regard. We must put in place guidelines that the provinces will be able to examine, and we need to work with all stakeholders to do everything in our power to protect farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we return to debate, the honourable member will have 2 minutes to complete his speech.
Time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order has dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The last time I was here asking a question, I asked a question about housing, talking about this Liberal government's absolute abysmal record on housing. And when you look at the problem with housing, Mr. Speaker, what you see is there's actually two elements. There's building units, which we know building starts are down. They have these announcements where they say they're going to build something, but no one can actually live in an announcement. And what they actually do with these announcements is they find homes that are already going to be built, and they go and say, hey, we'll partner with you, municipality, give you a little extra money if you say we somehow contributed. Their building home strategy is a big nothing burger. It's an absolute failure. But let's look at cost, because cost is the other part of that, which is making housing so unaffordable. So we know housing prices have doubled under this government, but let's look at the other part of it, which is, for example, interest rates. We know interest rates are sky high. The Governor of the Bank of Canada has said many times their inflationary spending is like putting the foot on the gas pedal as the government of the Bank of Canada tries to ease inflation by raising interest rates. So interest rates are at absolute highs, and these have tragic consequences, both for builders because they can't build the units because interest rates are so high. It makes the cost of them building even more, drives up the cost of building, makes it even less affordable for Canadians to buy them. But let me just give one sort of little example. If you had a $600,000 mortgage that's going to be coming up for renewal, and right now we've got $186 billion worth of mortgages that are coming up for renewal in 2024, and if you had an interest rate of 3%, which wasn't a great interest rate up to recently, but is a very good interest rate compared to now, on a $600,000 mortgage, your monthly payment would be $2,500. But today, it's almost $4,000. That's a $1,500 a month increase. These are the kinds of things that are crushing Canadians. So this Liberal government has done the impossible on incompetence. So if you don't have a home, you can't afford a home because the cost of home has doubled. If you aren't renting or looking to rent, you can't afford that either because rent has doubled. But if you have your home and you work so hard to save and actually have a home, your mortgage comes up for renewal, you can't afford to keep your home. So this government has somehow had the amazing incompetence to do two things: make it impossible for people to buy a home, young buyers, and make it virtually impossible for people who have a home to keep the home. This is stunning incompetence on housing. And what makes it worse, Mr. Speaker, is household debt in Canada is the highest in the G7. Remember, the Prime Minister said, we're taking on borrowing money so Canadians don't have to. Well, they've had to because their inflationary spending has driven up interest rates so high that Canadians now have to borrow just to survive. And now the most frightening stat I've seen, Mr. Speaker, just came out. 31% of Canadian households are having to find extra income just to make ends meet. So look at what's going on in this country after 8 years of this absolutely incompetent Liberal government. You can't buy a home, you can't keep your home, you can't make ends meet. People are actually having to take on side hustles to actually pay the bills. This is the catastrophic record of a tired, corrupt Liberal government after 8 years. I don't have time to get into the corruption. That would be an entire another late show. But let me tell you, housing and affordability, it's a disaster. They're responsible. Why don't they, instead of puffing up their chest and saying what a great job they've done, just apologize to Canadians for the mess they've made?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listened to my colleague, and with all due respect, it's rather difficult to take him seriously here tonight. First of all, he made the mistake of not reading the most recent CMHC report on housing starts. In fact, housing starts are up. But let's move to the matter at hand, which is really cost. And I do agree with him there that whether it's rent, whether it's with respect to buying a home, the costs are too high. But all of that is a function of supply, or the lack thereof. The housing crisis in Canada is a reflection of the supply crisis. There is not enough homes, Mr. Speaker, period. And that is the result of successive failures of the past. Both Liberal and Conservative governments at the federal level didn't do enough to prepare for the future. That's true of provincial governments writ large. It's true of municipal governments. What are we doing on the federal side to make up for that? Well, first of all, we have lifted GST. We've waived it on the construction of apartments. That is to incent builders. And in fact, we've heard widely from the private sector, from builders specifically, from organizations like the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation and others as well, that measure alone will lead to thousands of more units being built across the country. And rental units are particularly important in this context. We need to provide more affordable options, and apartments do that. We're also working with municipal governments through the Housing Accelerator Fund. Less important than the name of the program is the details. $4 billion in that fund that allows us to work with municipalities to see impediments to building at the local level dealt with. These impediments include exclusionary zoning, among other things. But exclusionary zoning is tremendously important in this discussion. We have to find ways to build more, as I said. We have to find ways to address the not in my backyard or NIMBY attitude that has prevented building in the past. This focuses the attention on missing middle housing. We need duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, row houses, mid-rise apartments across Canada. We don't have enough of that. We are seeing various communities step up to the plate and do their part. London was the first, my own community. We're seeing Vaughan, Hamilton, Halifax, now Kelowna, others, and we'll continue to work with those municipalities in a very fruitful and healthy back and forth. I think it's a great characteristic of Canadian federalism to see this at work, where you have the federal government incenting municipalities to make changes, and in return, there is funding available for housing, for infrastructure, for other related items. The honourable member has voted against all of those measures, and in fact is championing a private member's bill that would put a tax on the construction of middle-class apartments. The construction of those apartments for individuals and families in the middle class would be taxed under the private member's bill presented by by the Conservative Party leader. It's not an acceptable approach, Mr. Speaker. It needs to change. We're not hearing enough on the other side about what they're willing to do to address housing.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, our leader has made very clear what our plan is on housing. It's actually going to get units built, unlike these announcements that they're making. But he said he found it hard to take me seriously in my question. What's amazing to me is he talked about how there are going to be thousands of units built. It's hard to take him and his entire government even remotely seriously, because everyone knows we need 3.5 million homes built by 2030 to address the housing shortage. Their plan comes up with a few thousand. I had the housing minister at committee. He talked about all the levers he's pulling. We're pulling all these levers. When he added up the sum total of housing he thought his plans would do, it's a couple 100,000. I'm not great at math, Mr. Speaker. That's why I became a lawyer. But I can tell you this, a couple 100,000 units is really far from being 3.5 million units. And this member saying they've got a great plan when they don't acknowledge how far behind they are, 3.5 million units. Their plan of a couple 100,000 does nothing for Canadians. They're out of gas, no plan, no future. Just apologize to Canadians.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm sure he's very good at math. He's just not looking at all the numbers, Mr. Speaker. The National Housing Strategy has resulted in 113,000 new units, either built or that will be built, 126,000 units that have been repaired or are scheduled for repair. And in that member's community, or at least a portion of his community, because he does represent a portion of the Peel region, in June of 2021, over $32 million led to the construction of 77 affordable units that helped victims of domestic violence, that helped those who are on the street, homeless individuals, fellow citizens who are no longer on the street. In August of 2020, $276 million through the National Housing Strategy, Mr. Speaker, for the construction of 2,200 rental units for people in need, members of that community, fellow Canadians. The National Housing Strategy is an innovative program. There's more to do through it, but we will continue to get there, Mr. Speaker, through cooperation with municipalities, with not-for-profits and others. The honourable member needs to step up. He voted against all those measures for his community.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, on October 20th, I thought I'd ask a simple but serious question of the government, one that deals with refugees and asylum seekers who come to this country to escape persecution and possibly death in their homelands. They come here legally. They're accepted by Canada, a signatory to the 1951 UN Treaty on Refugees. All marvelous, Mr. Speaker. However, as last summer had proved, the reception that these refugees and asylum seekers receive was anything but compassionate. Hundreds were forced to spend their nights on the street with no place to go and little hope of beginning safe new lives in what they thought was a welcoming and caring country. Aside from the federal government having to be eventually shamed into providing the City of Toronto with obligated funding to look after the refugees and asylum seekers, the City of Toronto itself, frankly, didn't provide much in the way of stellar service to finding adequate shelter for the refugees and look after them. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Toronto is now the subject of an investigation by the city's ombudsman for the way the city cast these people adrift on the streets or tried to pawn them off on non-existent federal programs. Mr. Speaker, my question last week, therefore, asked if the federal government is still suffering from financial amnesia, Has it forgotten its election promise to Toronto to help the city with its budget shortfall? And has it forgotten its obligation to uphold the UN Convention relating to the status of refugees? Indeed, under the IRCC's Resettlement Assistance Program, the federal government is supposed to help refugees get essential services and help with basic needs. And given last summer's debacle, that's why I asked if the IRCC minister this time around could confirm that the government will provide Toronto with financial support to avoid a repeat of its non-performance, or does it want to see refugees sleeping on snow-covered streets? Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's failure has repercussions that reverberate far. For example, I now have a community that the City of Toronto is undemocratically forcing to host a 24/7, low-barrier, no central intake respite site at 629 Adelaide Street West, which is right beside an elementary school, sandwiching it with a drug injection site. This is a community that has already done so much and is host to so many shelters. They're not NIMBYs or not in my backyards. Their yards are full. So the response that I've received from the government on my original question was not only not very promising, it was not reassuring that things aren't going to get worse. That this past summer's disaster will not be repeated with even greater consequences this winter. The parliamentary secretary to the IRCC minister didn't answer my question, and instead he waxed poetically with a bunch of stats starting in 2020 before finally making his way to 2023 as if he was just trying to burn as much time as possible while still seeming like he was saying something, but in reality was saying nothing. Worst of all, Mr. Speaker, these glowing figures are nothing but self-imposed platitudes for a government that must do its job. They pat themselves on the back for doing their own job. And they leave out any reference to the continuous outside sleepover that's happening on Toronto streets and the price that our local communities must pay for their failure. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask the government again tonight if it would be providing sufficient funding for key shelter and support services as the weather gets colder, or will someone have to freeze to death before they finally act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada remains committed to upholding a fair and compassionate refugee protection system. With 100 million people displaced globally, the world is undergoing a global migration crisis, and Canada has a moral obligation to step up. Canada is not alone in facing a rising number of asylum claims. The world is facing an unprecedented flow of migrants and refugees, with nearly 4.9 million asylum seekers in 2022. This is a global challenge driven by war, persecution, political, economic instability, and discrimination. Solving this challenge will require a global response. In response to higher volume of asylum seekers, our officials have been in regular contact with provincial and territorial counterparts, municipal leaders, and partner organizations. In fact, the minister has met with the mayor and stakeholders recently to discuss these issues in Toronto and here in Ottawa. Welcoming newcomers to Canada and ensuring the success requires a whole-of-government approach. That means working with municipalities as well as provincial and territorial partners to ensure refugees and asylum seekers have the resource and support they need. The federal government has been providing support to provinces and municipalities to respond to the rising number of asylum claims. In July, the Government of Canada announced an extension of the Interim Housing Assistance Program with an additional $212 million in funding, which included $97 million for the City of Toronto. Since 2017, the federal government has provided nearly $700 million in funding to provincial and municipality on a cost-sharing basis to address extraordinary interim housing pressures resulting from increased volume of asylum claimants. In addition to IHAP, and in response to higher volumes of asylum claims, IRCC has been working closely with the most impacted provinces and municipalities to provide basic support services to asylum claimants that are temporarily accommodated in IRCC contracted hotels. As of September 25th, 2023, IRCC has almost 3,500 hotel rooms in 6 provinces to provide temporary housing to asylum claimants. The federal government has been there every step of the way and continue to do so. We continue to work closely with the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario to best support displaced people and asylum seekers and ensure that they are supported. In addition, we provided expedited work permits for claimants so that claimants can start to build their new lives in Canada and support their family. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we understand that those who are feeling persecution, oppression, and conflicts have made great sacrifices to come to Canada. We continue to work with provinces and municipalities, including the City of Toronto, to support housing for asylum claimants, as well as any other supports they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a rocket science issue, but it's a profoundly significant one. I assure the Parliamentary Secretary that most Canadians know that our winters are cold and they're dark. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I ask, is the government prepared to honor its obligations to refugees, to humans, human beings and people, and their financial responsibilities with the City of Toronto? Or are we going to see a much more deadly consequence from its failed resettlement program and the consequences of their decisions? Does someone have to die before they finally wake up to seriousness of this issue and finally act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is committed to support those fleeing persecution, oppression, and war. We continue to support provinces, territories, and municipalities, including the City of Toronto, with these challenges and do our part. That is why we extended interim housing support programs for asylum claimants across Canada for 2023. And in particularly, we have set aside $97 million just for Toronto alone. We have also provided direct support by providing temporary accommodation in IRCC contracted hotels. We continue to maintain a constant line of communication with the City of Toronto, and as the world continues to face a global migration crisis, we have an obligation to step up and work alongside our provincial and territorial partner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be back again tonight, pressing on the need for a windfall profit tax on the oil and gas industry, the context for which begins with recognizing the extent of the climate crisis we are in. These are the words of the UN Secretary General, quote, "We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot on the accelerator. We are in the fight of our lives, and we are losing. Our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible." He goes on to say, "The global climate fight will be won or lost in this crucial decade on our watch." Now in Canada, we need to look no further than this past summer, where climate-fueled wildfires burned over 184,000 square kilometers of forest, more than double the previous record from 1995. It was 5% of our total forest cover across the country. Or we can look to 20 medical journals who just last week urged the World Health Organization to deem both the climate crisis and biodiversity loss as a global health emergency. Now, in the midst of this crisis, the industry most responsible for accelerating the climate crisis, well, they're making off like bandits. Their profits in 2022 alone, from the 5 biggest oil and gas companies alone, were $38 billion. And that's after they paid shareholders $29 billion in increased dividends and share repurchases. Now, how is this possible? Well, some, particularly in this place, will talk a lot about increases to the carbon tax. But let's return to the facts. In 2022, the carbon tax went up 2 cents per liter on the cost of gasoline. The profits of oil and gas companies, they went up 18 cents a liter. And so this isn't only about the worsening climate crisis and the gouging of the oil and gas industry, but it's also about how life is becoming less affordable for people in my community as those very same companies are worsening inflation. And so it's imperative on parliamentarians to step up and take reasonable measures. At the very least, the government has already introduced a windfall profit tax. They call it the Canada Recovery Dividend on banks and life insurance companies in the pandemic. With Motion 92, all we're putting forward is to say, now do oil and gas. It's supported by groups from Environmental Defense to the David Suzuki Foundation to Canadians for Tax Fairness. And last week, it's now been studied by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. A one-time 15% tax on profits above $1 billion would raise $4.2 billion, Mr. Speaker, all of which could directly go to funding the proven climate solutions we need that would make life more affordable for Canadians, like public transit, like retrofitting homes. The fall economic statement is due out in the coming weeks. My question for the parliamentary secretary is whether they are going to advocate for a windfall profit tax on the oil and gas industry to be included in it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, between the unprecedented floods, wildfires and storms we have witnessed across the country this summer, there is no doubt that the impact of climate change on Canada are quite real and serious. Just as we know that climate change is real, the path forward is clear: to protect our planet and to build a stronger economy. We must endeavor to do even more when it comes to climate action. It's quite simple, Mr. Speaker. Canada cannot afford to miss the boat. We must act and move forward with a green economy. That's why in Budget 2023, we announced a historic investments in clean technology to ensure that Canada's economy can generate prosperous, middle-class jobs and more vibrant communities across the country. For example, we are implementing a set of clear and predictable investment tax credit, low-cost strategic financing, and targeted investment and programming when necessary to respond to the unique needs of the sector or projects of national economic significance. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to windfall tax, our government has been and remains committed to making sure everyone pays their fair share of taxes. We know that the program and services that Canadians rely on are dependent on a robust national tax base, and our action speaks for themselves. Since 2015, we pushed forward several measures to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. For example, we took action to close loopholes, to crack down on tax avoidance, and to ensure that the wealthiest pay for their fair share. We moved forward with a permanent increase of the corporate income tax by 1.5 percentage points on the largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies in Canada, and went ahead with the Canada Recovery Dividend of 15% on banks and insurance companies to help support Canada's broader economy. We also raising the alternative minimum tax rate from 15% to 20.5%, and further limiting the access of use of tax preference. This measure will generate an estimated $3 billion in revenue over 5 years, starting with the 2024 tax year. Tens of thousands of middle-class Canadians will benefit from a tax reduction, while the very wealthy will be targeted. In addition, we also remain committed to phasing out the rationalization inefficient fossil fuel subsidies that give fossil fuels an unfair advantage over cleaner solution. Our government has committed to this phase out by 2023. We know that eliminating inefficient fossil fuel subsidies and redoubling our focus on clean energy is a key step in building Canada's net zero economy by 2050 and a strong future for workers in the industry. Finally, we are no longer allowing related oil, gas, and coal exploration and development to be renounced to flow-through share investment for flow-through share agreement entered into after March 2023. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the limited time I have, I'm going to put to the side the mention from the Parliamentary Secretary about so-called inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, which is one way of saying how this government's going to continue to subsidize the very industry that's making these record-breaking profits. Instead, I'll focus on our point of alignment, and that is his mention of the Canada Recovery Dividend. As you heard from the Parliamentary Secretary, this is a measure that this government has already taken. They've done so with banks and life insurance companies already, recognizing that there was over-the-top profiteering happening there. We know the same thing is happening with oil and gas. As I mentioned earlier, $38 billion a year amongst the 5 largest companies alone. Why would we not, at this moment in time, in the midst of a climate crisis, when these companies are gouging Canadians at the pumps, why would we not apply that same Canada Recovery Dividend to them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to both fighting climate change and addressing tax fairness. We have already taken action to build a green economy and to ensure that all pay their fair share in the taxes. We have taken steps to close loopholes, combat tax evasion, and ensure that the wealthiest pay their fair share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, before I close up here, I just want to thank everyone for, of course, wishing me a happy birthday. I got a lot of those today. But I also want to wish happy birthday to the honourable member for Etobicoke North. I know she's been having some health issues, but I know we share a birthday, and I'm looking forward to seeing her very soon. So, the motion is to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. And accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Happy Halloween, everyone.